Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Deku. The Sharingan Hero Part 4 Chapter 26, Bonds. I feel so nervous. I don't know how to party and I don't want to embarrass myself or anything, Izuku thought as he went downstairs. Once he arrived to the common room, he saw a few students like Denki, Shiro, Mina, Kirishima, Tetsu, Awase, Abara, Kosei, Bakugo and Tsuyu. Hey everyone, seems like everyone isn't ready yet, Izuku commented. Yeah, everyone is busy packing their bags to leave tomorrow, but I'm sure they'll be here in a few minutes. Denki replied as he was setting up his Wii. Hey, how about we decide what we'll eat for dinner? Awase asked everyone present. That's a good idea. Katsudon? Izuku excitedly asked. However, he was met with a flat no from everyone. Seems like not everyone was in a mood for Katsudon. Denki turned on his Wii, before inserting his Wii Sports CD. Anyone wants to play? Yes. Let's go Deku. You and I will have a boxing match, Bakugo said as he was looking forward to beat Izuku. Sorry to disappoint you Kachan, but my arm is still recovering, Izuku replied with a sheepish smile. Fuck, Bakugo shouted which annoyed Abara because she wasn't a fan of his vulgar language. I'll fight you Bakugo. Denki stepped up. Huh? You want to fight me, Pikachu? Bakugo replied as he let out small explosions from his hand. I meant in the game bro, Denki quickly said as he defensively raised his hands. He was afraid to go against Bakugo in a real fight. Doesn't matter. Grab the controllers quickly and let's fight so that I can kill you. While Katsuki and Denki began their boxing match, with Kirishima and Tetsu cheering from behind, the others went back to the main topic. So, what are we eating? Mina asked. How about Ichiraku ramen? Came Monoma's voice who had just arrived. Ichiraku ramen? I never heard of it, Shiro commented. That's because they opened in the USA first, but they came here recently and I assure you, their ramen is more than delicious, Monoma assured them. Everyone then began to think about it, while Denki was sulking over the fact that he lost to Bakugo in their boxing match, which was expected. Sounds promising, we could try it, Izuku finally said and everyone seemed to agree with him. Let's search for the menu and choose something. That's my copycat buddy for you, Monoma said as he was happy to see Izuku taking up on his offer. I'm down for it too, Kosei commented. Shortly after, more students started to come to the common room. They were all fine with eating Ichiraku ramen and wanted to see how good it is. Izuku and Monoma made a list of everyone's orders, seeing that Izuku was the class representative of Class 1A and Monoma was the one who suggested the idea. Once it was Pony's turn, it was obvious to Izuku that she was having a hard time reading the menu and choosing something. Do you need any help Tsunotori? Izuku asked in English. Midoriya, you can speak English. You even have a good accent, Pony excitedly said as she was amazed at how fluent in English Izuku was. More or less, I started to learn it at a young age, Izuku replied. The reason why Izuku's English was good is actually because he decided to learn it ever since he discovered that All Might went to the USA and learned the language too. After all, he was a fanboy and hey, being able to speak 2 languages is a great asset. On top of that, last year, he got the chance to practice his English with All Might himself. That's still amazing, thanks, but I think that I still need to improve. Anyways, I can help explain the menu to you, so that you could pick something, Izuku exclaimed. Yes, that would be a great help, thank you, she replied. Izuku then began to help her out and explain everything in the menu until she finally picked what she wanted. Izuku and Monoma then started to watch a boxing match between Kirishima and Tetsu to pass some time, while they're waiting for the others to show up. Seeing how intense it was, everyone was preoccupied by it too. Izuku. A feminine voice called him. Izuku turned around and gawked at what he saw. In front of him was Itsuka, wearing a green cami top that matched his hair as well as black shorts. She also had flat sandals and her hair was more tamed than usual. And as for her makeup, she had light makeup which only consisted of mascara and lip gloss. Simple, yet perfect for a UA student's small party. How do I look Izuku? Itsuka asked as she blushed. Yes, tell me Midori, what do you think of her? Setsuna came in and patted Izuku's shoulder. Itsuka, you look good no you'll look great. Izuku stuttered as he too blushed. He wanted to say beautiful but was too nervous and shy to do so. Setsuna was clearly proud of her work and happy because Izuku was unable to take his eyes off Itsuka. Seems like the first part of her plan was a great success. Kendo, Tokage. What would you two like to eat? We're going to order food from Ichiraku ramen, Monoma said, grabbing Izuku's attention. Right. We're ordering food from Ichiraku ramen. Izuku facepalmed as he just embarrassed himself, but what can he do? Itsuka looked so beautiful tonight. Seeing this, both girls giggled. Alright, can we see the menu first? Itsuka asked. Sure, Izuku replied as he began to show them the menu. After showing them the menu, Itsuka decided. I'm taking the miso pork ramen. Really? Izuku questioned, a bit surprised for some reason. Why yeah, is something wrong with it? Itsuka hesitantly asked. Not at all, it's just that, I chose the miso pork ramen too, Izuku said with a sheepish smile. Oh, that's great. Then I hope we both like it, Itsuka said with a smile and Setsuna was happy to hear this. Things were going much easier than she thought. However, Setsuna never knew that there was going to be 2 big obstacles in her mission. Momo and Ochako have finally arrived to the party. Ochako was wearing a baby pink frilled puff sleeve crop, along with jean shorts and only used lip gloss. Momo on the other hand, was wearing an evening gown with a belted waist and court dress. Seeing them, Izuku was absolutely stunned. He was wondering how in the world was he friends with super pretty girls like Itsuka, Momo and Ochako. Did the Sharingan give me the ability to attract cute girls or something? He mentally asked, still not fully believing that he was friends with the most gorgeous girls he has ever seen in his life. After all, girls used to stay away from him back in elementary and middle school. Hey Deku, good evening, Izuku. Both girls greeted him. Hi guys, he replied. How do we look? Momo asked. Gee great, both you look great. He stuttered and sheepishly smiled. So, we decided to order Ichiraku ramen if that's okay with you, and it seems to me like you two are the only ones left to order. Izuku added after taking a quick glance at the list Monoma made. Oh, we're sorry if you guys had to wait for us for too long, Momo apologized. Sorry Deku, packing took much more time than I thought. Ochako apologized too and brought her hands together in embarrassment. It's okay, we didn't wait for that long, Izuku reassured them. Let me show you the menu. Izuku added as he brought his phone and began to show them the entire menu. After taking Momo and Ochako's orders, Monoma made the call and Izuku helped him. The guide told them that it should take at least 1 hour to arrive. Something that the class wasn't too happy with, but it's their fault for ordering such a large quantity of food just before the party starts. Even though, the class knew how to pass time as Kyoka brought a speaker and began to play some music on it. Meanwhile, Denki and the others switched from playing boxing to bowling. And although, Bakugo wasn't too happy with the change, he was fine with it since he would get the chance to crush the others in another game. Midori, come for a second, Setsuna whispered, grabbing Izuku's attention. There's something I wanted to tell you. Izuku followed her to the corner of the room, where the music was less loud. What's up, Tokage? You see, I was thinking along with some of my classmates that we should all have a group chat together. One for both classes, you know, since we all live together, she said, which grabbed Izuku's interest. This was definitely a good idea. That's a nice idea. We should do that, but who are going to create the group? I was thinking that since you and Itsuka are the class representatives of each class, then you guys should do it, the green-haired girl replied. That sounds fair, I guess. I'm sure the others will be happy to join the group, Izuku said before Monoma appeared out of nowhere. Wait a second. Did I just hear you guys talking about Class 1B and 1A, together, in one group chat? Monoma asked with a tone that suggested that he wasn't all that happy with the idea. After all, he was still salty about how 1A got all the spotlight in the sports festival. Of course, Monoma would try to ruin my plans, Setsuna thought before she remembered something important. She got close to Monoma and whispered in his ear, if you don't zip it and go with what I say, I'll tell them all about what happened during the quirk apprehension test. I'm also sure you don't want that photo I have to be sent to everyone in Class 1A, right? Setsuna threatened Monoma with a very dark tone, causing the boy to shiver in his place. A group chat for both classes, sounds wonderful. I definitely support this idea. Monoma exclaimed with a fake smile while trying his best to appear as happy as possible. See Midori, we're all excited about this idea, Setsuna commented with a gentle tone. I can also create the group if you want, Monoma added. That's very generous of you Monoma, but Midori and Itsuka got this, Setsuna said with a fake smile. Really? But I can really Monoma began but was cut off by Setsuna. I said Midori and Itsuka got this. She used her scary dark tone again and eyed the blonde boy. I see, very well then. Haha, very excited to be part of the group chat, Monoma nervously said. If that's the case, then sure, we'll make it tonight. Izuku replied with a smile. Oi Deku, come over here, I challenge you to a game of bowling, Bakugo said as he pointed at him. You two too, I see hot and tails, he added as he pointed at both Shoto and Ojiro. The three teens looked at each other and shrugged, seeing no harm in playing a competitive game with Bakugo. Okay, I guess we could play a match, Izuku said and Shoto nodded. Despite not showing it, Shoto was really excited to play with them. This should be fun. Izuku, you're my rival. We may not have fought today in the sports festival, but this should do, Ojiro commented. Just watch me Kendo-sensei. I'll surpass my limits right here and right now and win. Huh? Are you underestimating me, Tails? You should be worried about me, not him, Bakugo said as he thought that Ojiro wasn't considering him a threat. Of course not, Bakugo. You're a strong opponent who I can't hold back against and that's why, Ojiro began and Izuku's eyes comically widened as Ojiro began to take off his training weights. Is he serious right now? Izuku thought. You brought your training weights to the party and now you're taking them off for a bowling match, Denki said with visible shock. Yes. After all, I can't hold back, else it'll be a disgrace to my opponents. I have to show them the spirit of youth, Ojiro said while Bakugo nodded, fully approving of what the martial artist just said. He's so manly, both Tetsu and Kirishima said. Izuku then went closer to Itsuka. What in the world did Kendo-sensei do to him? Izuku asked, still shocked by Ojiro's behavior. I don't know how, but I'm sure he brainwashed him, Itsuka replied. Huh? Izuku questioned in confusion, not believing what she was saying. Look at him Izuku, he's far too gone now, she exclaimed as Ojiro was doing some stretches. You're right, oh no, what? Itsuka asked with a hint of worry. Does this mean that if I go back to train with Kendo-sensei, I'll end up like them too? Izuku panicked. He thought that he could go back and train with Daisuke during the summer vacation, but if this was what was awaiting him then he would have to reconsider his choice. Hearing this, Itsuka began to imagine her grandfather in her martial arts uniform, followed by Ojiro in his hero costume and Izuku in a green martial arts uniform. He too was brainwashed and shouting things like the spirit of youth and such. "No, you can't go back to the dojo. It's too late for Ojiro now, but there's still hope for you," Itsuka said before she and Izuku began to laugh. "That's so silly," Izuku laughed. "I know, but I just imagined you in a green martial arts uniform and shouting things like the spirit of youth," Itsuka said as she too continued laughing. "You looked so funny." "Really? I can't even begin to imagine myself like that," Izuku replied. "I know it's a joke and all, but seriously don't become Daisuke Kendo 3.0, Itsuka said as she didn't want to deal with another version of her grandfather. Ojiro was already enough. "Wait, who's Daisuke Kendo 2.0 then?" Ojiro jokingly asked and both teens rolled their eyes. "I can't believe you were just wearing your training weights," Izuku commented as he thought that Ojiro was taking his training way too far. "What choice do I have? I need to get stronger and to do that, I need to work hard. Plus, it was Kendo-sensei's idea. He gave me a new set that's heavier than the ones I had during the sports festival," Ojiro replied as he was also relieved to get rid of the extra weight he had on his body. "I won't wear them while we play, but after that I'll have to put them back again," he added. "Working hard, huh?" Izuku repeated after putting his hand on his chin. "When we fought, I was no match for him. He was much stronger and much faster than me. His Sharingan was even stronger than mine. No, it was just a dream. It's not even a guarantee that the 3-Tomo Sharingan is the next Sharingan evolution. I'm way overthinking this." Despite thinking that everything that happened with his dark counter-self was just one bad dream, Izuku couldn't help but overthink about how he easily lost. "What's wrong, Izuku?" Itsuka asked. "Nothing, I was just thinking that it's been a long time since I last did a serious workout. I've really been slacking off ever since the USJ," Izuku said as he wasn't too happy with that. He also knew that it was the reason why he hasn't made any progress with One for All lately. "Well, you couldn't help it, Izuku. You were injured. No need to be so hard on yourself. You're the sports festival winner, for God's sake. Now go and play, and stop thinking about training. You could train all you want later," Itsuka said before pushing him towards the group that was playing. Izuku knew Itsuka was right. It's not like he was in a rush to master One for All or anything. Or so he thought. Izuku, Ojiro, Shoto, Bakugo and Denki started to play. Everything was going smoothly until Shoto's turn came. Each time, he would try to throw the ball, he would throw it backwards. "And that's why I'm telling you icy hot, you need to release your finger off the B button when the ball is in front of you." Bakugo tried to help Shoto as he was getting frustrated by the fact that they've been at this for a few minutes. "I understand," Shoto said, only to throw it backwards again. Bakugo facepalmed. He was getting angry. Never in my life did I imagine that he was a fucking retard, Bakugo thought. "Wait, how about you turn around and play?" Izuku proposed and everyone gave him a flat expression, thinking that it was a stupid idea. Only Shoto was actually considering what Izuku just said. "Wait, is he seriously?" Kyoka commented as everyone watched Shoto turning around and throwing the ball. "You idiot, there's no," Bakugo began but was interrupted as Shoto just threw the ball and got a strike. Everyone was too shocked to say anything. Shoto just nodded and Izuku smiled while Bakugo's jaw hit the floor. "I guess this is what it means to work smarter, not harder," Denki sarcastically said. The 5 teens then continued their match with Shoto playing all of his turn with his back to the screen. It was now their last shots and Bakugo was smirking because he was the winner with a large gap. After Pikachu's turn, it's Deku's and then finally, the game would be over and it will be my win, Bakugo thought, satisfied with the results. However, when Denki was playing his turn, Kyoka had changed the music, but they couldn't hear anything. So, she turned up the volume to the max, but still, nothing came out. Because apparently, the music hadn't even started yet. But just then, the music suddenly played and the sound was so loud that Denki was startled and accidentally threw the remote at the TV, breaking the screen and ending the game. Everyone was silent. Kyoka turned off the music as Denki shakingly looked back at Bakugo, who for some reason, was scarily calm. "Oi, Pikachu," Bakugo menacingly said as he let out small explosions from his hands. "Midoriya, please save me," Denki begged the Sharingan user. "I think I'll sit this one out. Aizawa-sensei is already going to chew me for this, so I'm not getting involved with Kachan too," Izuku replied with tears pouring down his cheeks, and got out of the way. "Ojiro, Todoroki," he desperately cried for help. "I'm sorry, but I don't want to get involved in this one," Ojiro exclaimed and Shoto agreed by nodding. "Come here for a second, Pikachu," Bakugo added before Denki began screaming and running away from Bakugo. "Please forgive me," he shouted as he ran. "Come back, Pikachu, it's time to put you back into your Pokeball." As for some mysterious reason Bakugo had a Pokeball in his hand. "Are you kidding me? I won't even fit," Denki yelled. "Are we not going to talk about how Bakugo suddenly pulled out a Pokeball out of nowhere?" Awase asked, and everyone shook their heads not wanting to know. "We'll make it happen," Bakugo replied as he chased after Denki. Seeing this, everyone started to laugh so hard. Despite feeling sorry for the lightning boy, they couldn't help but find this situation funny. Suddenly though, Monoma got a phone call, so he asked everyone to calm down for a second. He picked up the call and learned that the food has arrived. They just need to take it from the front gates. Okay everyone, I just learned that the food has arrived at the entrance gate, so I'll need some people to come with me and carry it. Monoma explained, and Kirishima, Tetsu, Ojiro, Shoji, Bakugo and Shiro offered to help. Izuku wanted to volunteer but he couldn't carry the stuff with one arm. Plus, they've got Shoji so they should be good. Izuku then took the envelope in which they gathered the money and gave it to Monoma before the latter went out with the others. Shortly after, the boys came back with the ramen and everyone sat at the table before they started to eat. Wow, this ramen is so delicious. Kirishima pointed out as he was truly amazed by how delicious his ramen was. I never imagined that Ichiraku ramen would be this good, Izuku commented, and Monoma nodded in satisfaction. That's my copycat brother for you, you have a great taste, Monoma said. I actually wanted to ask you this for a while, but what do you mean by copycat duo? Setsuna asked, wondering about the origins of this little group. Ah, well, long story short, since my quirk allows me to copy people's movements and Monoma's quirk allows him to copy other people's quirks, we decided to become copycat buddies, Izuku explained. The full story was that after Izuku got discharged from the hospital, Monoma went to apologize for his previous behavior, but Izuku told him that it's okay and that he enjoys the competition between the two classes, as long as it's healthy, so why not? Monoma then decided to keep up the whole rivalry thing but more tamed than before, and become Izuku's rival as well as copycat brothers. Seeing that there was no harm in it, Izuku decided to roll with the whole thing and accept his new role. Midoriya, how dare you betray the Twinkling Squad? Monoma dramatically said as he felt betrayed. Hearing this, Izuku's sweat dropped as he didn't know when did he even become part of the Twinkling Squad in the first place. Can I be part of both squads, Aoyama? As long as you never stop twinkling buddy, you'll always be part of my squad, Aoyama replied. Midoriya really does have a unique quirk, Ribbit. But I must ask, Todoroki, how did you create those ice clones of yours? Suyu asked. Hearing her question, Shoto stopped eating for a moment and started to think about it. I think I just used my quirk energy or something like that and channel it to create them, Shoto said, and both Izuku and Nobara snapped their heads towards him. Wait, that's how I created my Chidori, Izuku said as he was surprised to see another person able to utilize the quirk energy like him. Yes, it's exactly the same thing you told me at Recovery Girl's office, Abara commented. When Izuku first told her about this, she didn't fully believe it, but now Shoto was saying the same thing too. Hearing Izuku's response, Shoto was also shocked because he thought this ability was only unique to his quirk or something. Quirk energy, what's that? Mina asked, as she and everyone else aside from Izuku, Abara and Shoto had no idea about it. Quirk energy is the energy we channel in our bodies to use our quirks, Izuku replied. Wait, how do you know about that? Momo asked, and everyone's attention was focused on Izuku. She read too many books in her life, but never in her life did she read anything about quirk energies. One of my Sharingan's ability is increased perception, right? Well, thanks to this ability, I can faintly see quirk energies inside people's bodies. Wait, you can see what's inside our bodies? Does that mean you can see what Yayorozu is wearing under her clothes too? Is that why you saw Hagakure naked in the sports festival? Of course. Mineta would ask a question like this. Thankfully, Suyu slapped the back of his head with her tongue. However, all the students couldn't help but think the same. After all, Izuku did saw Toru, who's invisible, naked. Don't worry everyone, I cannot see stuff like that, Izuku quickly replied while raising his arms in his defense. In fact, I didn't really see Hagakure naked, it was more like the shape. I think it's best to say that she was still transparent, but I was able to clearly see her features and details. Izuku continued with a blush on his face. Then why didn't you tell us before, Midoriya? I knew it, guys like you that are always trying to seem decent, but are actually wolves in sheep clothes, Mineta angrily commented but was quickly slapped by Abara's vine. Actually, it's because my quirk got stronger, remember? I was also hospitalized before that, Izuku replied. Anyways, what I see is more like veins carrying the energy from one point to another in the human body. That's all. Izuku finished explaining. Midoriya, I have a big favor to ask you, Tori beamed at him. Sure, what is it? Izuku asked. Can you please draw me, please? She asked him. Sure, just stay still, he said as he activated his Sharingan and started to draw her real quick in one of his notebooks. Once he was done, he showed them the drawing. That's so cool, Midori, Toru, you're so beautiful, Mina commented. Toru gasped once she saw her drawing and tears began to fall from her eyes. Thank you so much, Midoriya. You have my thanks. She was grateful for what he did for her. Not only did he offer an idea for her hero costume this morning, but also made her able to see what she looks like after 11 years of being invisible. That's definitely impressive. Both the drawing and the ability. Momo added, as she was surprised by Izuku's artistic skills, that got better after obtaining his Sharingan. Izuku nodded as he can't begin to count how many times this ability helped him, especially in his training to control One for All. By the way, Hagakure, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but how did you pass the entrance exam with only being invisible? We had to fight robots after all, Shishida asked as he adjusted his glasses. That was easy. The robots had an on and off button, she replied, much to everyone's surprise. They did? Oh man, it would have made things much easier if I had realized that. Awase sulked at his lack of perception. HMPH, I prefer blasting them, Bakugo commented. Hey Mina. Do I look fat? I feel like my face is a bit chubby. Toru asked her friend as she was still analyzing the drawing. Are you crazy? Not at all. Your face is totally beautiful, Mina replied. Who knows, maybe Midoriya will be able to see my whole face after his quirk gets stronger again, Toru pondered. I'm not sure if that's how it wore, Izuku began but felt a rising killing intent that made his whole body shiver. You must get stronger no matter the cost. Do you hear me, Midoriya? Toru menacingly said. Loud and clear, ma'am. Izuku quickly replied, not wanting to upset Toru when she's like that. Ahem, back to quirk energy. This may sound stupid, but does it have a color? Izuku asked. Actually, yes, Izuku replied. Really? What's mine? Mina excitedly asked. Blue, and it's usually the same for all of us, Izuku replied. Boo, I wanted mine to be pink. Mina gave him a pout. Usually? The quiet Yui said, are there more colors? Yeah, remember the Nomus at the USJ? Their energy was purple. Izuku replied without mentioning how his was cyan since his unique color was related to him having one for all. So, what are we going to do after we're done eating? Izuku quickly switched topics as he didn't want to remind his friends of that day. However, just then, he remembered something important. My evil counter self, his quirk energy, I think it was dark red. Yes, and the lightning around his body was red too, just like his Chidori. Setsuna and Mina both looked at each other and grinned. We're going to play truth or dare, Setsuna excitedly said. Yay! Mina excitedly cheered. Setsuna then gave Itsuka a playful smirk and the latter began to worry. She had a feeling that this won't end well for her. Truth or dare, huh? I guess we could do that, Awase commented. I like truth or dare, Pony added. We could use this empty bottle too to decide who's asking who. Dinky said before placing the bottle right in the middle. He spun it and it quickly stopped. Mina was going to ask Izuku. Midori. Truth or dare, Mina said, clearly excited to mess up with the Sharingan user. She was met with silence. This doesn't make any sense. Evil Me had a unique Sharingan and dark red quirk energy. Wait a second, his Chidori? He did some weird hand signs before using it, just like the boy in my previous dream. Izuku thought as he was truly confused. Was this really a dream or something else? He had so many unanswered questions. Izuku, are you alright? Itsuka asked with a hint of worry as she placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and looked at everyone present. They seemed worried too. His vision then shifted to Itsuka. I'm fine. I just spaced out for a second. Deku, we've all called your name a couple of times, but you didn't respond. Is something wrong? Ochako added, worried too. Sorry about that. I think I'm a bit tired, he replied with his usual sheepish smile. Stupid nerd, worrying is like that. We're playing truth or dare and Raccoon Eyes is supposed to be asking you. Bakugo said, much to Mina's annoyance at the nickname. While everyone calmed down, Itsuka noticed something that no one else did. Something about Izuku. Izuku's hand, it's shaking, but why? Oh, then I choose truth. Izuku exclaimed as his attention was turned towards Mina. Mina gave him a playful smirk as she had so many embarrassing questions to ask him. But first, there was something that she needed to confirm. Are you single? She asked him. Why yes. The boy replied, as Mina looked at Setsuna from the corners of her eyes and smirked. Was there ever a girl you had a crush on? Mina asked with a teasing smirk. Hey, you already asked him a question. You can't ask him another one. Dinky frowned as this wasn't fair. It doesn't matter now, I already asked him, Mina replied, not caring about the game rules. If only Iido was here, Ashido, breaking the rules isn't something we should do as heroes in training. Dinky said while also moving his hands in an Iida tradition, making the people around him chuckle. So Midori, tell us, Mina excitedly said. Izuku began to think about her question. He was sure that he never had a crush on a girl before. No, there wasn't any. Izuku replied. However, just then, a distant memory flashed in his mind. Flashback. Izuku started to remember when he was in 5th grade. There was that day when Izuku was on duty after school. He was a bit late though because he was changing his clothes, after he jumped in a pond to get his hero analysis journal that Tsubasa, the kid with wings and one of Bakugo's lackeys, threw away. It was nothing new, however, and Izuku made a habit of bringing spare clothes with him to school. When Izuku went to class, he was surprised to see a girl still present. Everyone had already left, except for her, and much to his surprise, she was doing something to his desk. At first, Izuku expected to see her writing stuff like Quirkless, Deku or Worthless or even Stop coming to school, nobody likes you. It was always that way in his school. His classmates would always write down some stuff on his table, and he would always have to clean it or the teacher would scold him, despite it not being his fault. But when he got closer, he was shocked to see that the girl was not writing anything on his table. It's the contrary, she was cleaning it. However, Izuku wasn't happy at all. He didn't like the fact that someone was trying to shoulder his burden with him. To him, it just proved everyone's point, that he's useless, a Deku. And that's not all. He knew that if the other kids find out about this, they would start bullying her too, and he can't allow that. He didn't want anyone to go through the same pain he went through on a daily basis. Izuku quickly approached the girl and grabbed the girl's hand, making her release the towel she was using to clean Izuku's desk. His emotionless dead eyes met hers, and she immediately began to tear up. Izuku had no clue why she was crying, so he just took a quick look at what she was trying to clean off the table, only to see the words "just die already." The girl jumped on the table, trying to hide what was written so that Izuku won't see the words and get hurt, but it was too late. He had already seen them. But Izuku didn't react, he just picked the towel, quickly cleaned the words off his table and prepared to run away. Izuku remembers that the girl tried to grab him to stop him, but since it was a long time ago and not a pleasant memory, he couldn't remember what she told him that day. Heck, he doesn't remember what she looked like. He just remembers that he ran away to someplace where he would be able to cry alone, and skipped his class, duties altogether. Back to present. Why did I suddenly remember that day? Izuku mentally asked himself, as this was something that he had completely forgotten about. And who was that girl? I don't remember her at all. Mina only raised an eyebrow in question. Boo, not fun. You need to scout for pretty girls more, young man, and live your life before it's too late. Mina sternly said, as Izuku gave her a sheepish smile. Wait, why are you acting as if you're his mother? Denki asked with a sweat drop. I'm not. I'm only here with my sister to help everyone find love as love experts. Mina replied with a cheeky smile. Hearing this, Awase scoffed. More like you're here to cause chaos, chaotic sisters. Chaotic sisters, I like the sound of that. Setsuna grinned. Denki then spun the bottle again. This time, Setsuna was asking Bakugo. And it's time to cause some chaos. Truth or dare? She asked Bakugo. Dare. I accept any challenge you throw at me, lizard. Bakugo proudly replied. Setsuna gained an evil grin as she knew what she was going to make Bakugo do. I dare you to say that, I, Katsuki Bakugo, will become the number 2 hero. Hearing this, Bakugo got angry. Huh. The fuck are you saying? I'm the one who will become the number 1 hero and surpass All Might. Tisk, and here I thought that you would accept any challenge I gave you. Seems like you're the type who's all talk and no bite. She teasingly said, and many students tried their best not to laugh. Bakugo's eyebrow twitched. He was not going to let her mock him like that. I'm not going to back down. I accept your dare, he said as he stood up. Everyone looked at him, curious to see if he'll say it or not. Setsuna stared at him with a confident smile, knowing that she wins in both cases. Bakugo looked at Setsuna and got more furious when he saw her confident smile. Katsuki Bakugo will become the number 2 hero. Setsuna laughed. I can't believe you really sigh, she began but was interrupted. Before becoming the number 1 hero, that is. Setsuna questioned. Bakugo laughed as the expression Setsuna gained after hearing this was priceless. Wait, is that even allowed? Awase asked. It was a smart move, so we'll let it slide out of respect. Shiro replied. He's so manly. Both Kirishima and Tetsu dramatically said with manly tears. Sitting between the two of them was Kyoka, who couldn't help but sweat drop. Okay, you got me this time. Only this time. Setsuna pointed at Bakugo with a blush, still embarrassed by the fact that someone defeated her in her own mind games. Bakugo just sat down again with his arms crossed in a smirk. Okay, let's spin the bottle again. Denki said. This time, Mina was asking Ochako. Wait, Ishido is asking again. Ojiro commented, as he found it weird how it was Mina's turn to ask again. This thing is fucking rigged, man. Awase added, but Abara slapped the back of his head with her vines. Language, she sternly said. Meanwhile, Reiko innocently whistled while looking away. The scene then focused on a few thousand yens in her pocket. Truth or dare? Mina asked with a teasing tone. Dare. Ochako nervously replied with a blush. She knew that if she had chosen truth, then Mina would have asked her something embarrassing. Hehe, very well, Ochako. I dare you to tell me if you have a crush on a green-haired boy we both happen to know. Mina said with a grin. Hearing this, Ochako's face became completely red as she started to stutter. Truth, I said I chose truth. Fine with me. Then tell me, Ochako. Do you have a crush on a green-haired boy we both know? Mina wiggled her eyebrows. Ochako became more and more nervous. She was so embarrassed that her face became redder than before. She then tried to look away from Mina, but her eyes met Izuku's. Instantly, Ochako hid her face in her hands, which made her activate her quirk and start floating. Seeing this, Mina burst out laughing. It was impossible not to. However, unlike her, Setsuna's eyes narrowed as she was now 100% sure that Ochako too had a crush on Izuku. Isn't so much fun messing with them? Mina asked her chaotic sister. Yeah, it definitely is. Setsuna replied with a fake laugh. As much as she enjoyed teasing people, she had promised Itsuka to help her win over Izuku. But it seems like Itsuka had some serious competition. After safely brining Ochako down, Denki spun the bottle again, and this time, Setsuna was asking Izuku. This time, everyone was really confused. How come Mina and Setsuna are the only ones always asking? I'm telling you guys, that thing is rigged. Awase commented. Truth or dare? Setsuna asked. Truth. Izuku gulped. Something was telling him that this wasn't going to go well for him. And Izuku couldn't be more right as Setsuna gave him a playful smirk. Who's the most attractive girl here? Hearing this, everyone's attention shifted towards Izuku. Many were curious to hear his answer, while other like Itsuka, Ochako and surprisingly Momo were both nervous and anxious to know his answer. Izuku stuttered as he blushed. He tried to avoid making eye contact with anyone. Tell us who is it? Setsuna said as she wanted to know his answer. However, Izuku was too shy to answer that question. It was so embarrassing for him. Luckily though, someone knocked on the first-year hero course dorm's door, which grabbed everyone's attention. I'll open the door, Shoji said and stood up, but before he could take another step, the door was suddenly opened, revealing none other than Mei Hatsume from the support course and Hitoshi Shinso from the general course. How did you guys open the door? Denki asked as he and the rest of the class were confused. I broke the lock with my tools. Mei bluntly replied as if what she just did was completely normal. I tried to stop her, but I failed, Shinso said in his usual monotone voice while rubbing the back of his head. The first-year hero course students all gave Mei a flat expression before she broke the silence. I'll fix it, and I will fix that too. She pointed at the broken TV. But first, Mei dashed inside and grabbed Izuku by his shirt. Midoriya and I have some babies to create. She bluntly added, which left all of the students baffled, except for Momo and Ochako who were more familiar with Mei's antics. Mineta's, Denki's and Kosei's jaws hit the table with a loud slam, while Setsuna's eyes widened and looked over at Tsuka who seems to have crashed like a Windows 98. Wait, are you talking about my hero costume? Izuku asked while still being dragged. He too was familiar with Mei antics now and knew that she wanted him to create a new support item or hero costume. Yes, that's what I mean. I thought you were going to work on it after the post-sports festival break. No, I'll work on it right now. I'm so excited to create lots and lots of babies for you. Mei bluntly replied, which made Izuku blush. Even though he was familiar with her antics, Mei really did have a unique way with words. Alright, I'll grab my notebook from my room because it has the sketch and all. Izuku said before Mei let go of him. Very well, let's go to your room, so that we could see what kind of babies we want to create. I'll be fine on my own. Izuku said in embarrassment and quickly went to grab the notebook from his room. Are we going to ignore what's happening? Awase asked with an uneasy look on his face. Hatsume just calls any support item she creates her baby. She doesn't really mean anything. Momo explained to the shocked students. Sounds pretty weird to me, not gonna lie. Isn't that right, Shiozaki? Awase asked, but the girl had already lost her consciousness and her face was completely red. I guess this was a bit too much for a religious girl like her. Meanwhile, Shinso approached Itsuka who hadn't even blinked this whole time. Kendo, can you come with me for a moment? There's something I'd like to tell you. Shinso said, but was met with silence. Kendo. Izuku came back with his hero analysis journal 14 and was ready to go with Mei, but was startled when Itsuka suddenly slammed the table with both her hands and stood up. I'm coming with you, she practically shouted. I don't see why not. Izuku replied as he didn't see any harm in Itsuka coming with him. The three students then left, leaving a very confused Shinso alone. I guess she's still mad, he said in his mind as he thought that Itsuka was still mad about what happened during the sports festival. Aizawa's secret love child, Shoto sternly said as he stared at Shinso, grabbing said student's attention. What? The student questioned. Uno. Shoto asked as he pulled out a set of Uno cards from his pocket. I don't see why not. Shinso replied as he took a seat. Support department. Once Izuku and Itsuka entered the lab, they were stunned to see the amount of support items Mei created. If anything, it made them respect the amount of hard work the pink-haired girl put into her work. Show me the baby, Mei excitedly said as she got closer to Izuku. So close. Izuku thought. Ahem. Itsuka exclaimed and got between the two. She was clearly jealous of how close Mei was to Izuku. After that, Izuku opened his notebook and showed Mei his sketch. She took a look at it and began to analyze it before she gave a response. Lame, Mei said and Itsuka nodded, agreeing with what Mei just said. Wait, what? Izuku questioned in confusion. First of all, why are you so hung up on repairing your jumpsuit? It's obvious that it became tarnished after your fight in the USJ. If you ask me, I say you should just throw it away. Mei said, as she thought that creating a new hero costume with Izuku's damaged jumpsuit would be pointless. She's right, Izuku, look how it looks. And if we've learned anything after the USJ, it's that your hero costume isn't very resistant. You need something that will protect you more. Itsuka added as she genuinely wanted Mei to create a hero costume that would well protect Izuku, and never put him in the same situation he was in after the USJ. I know, but it's just that this jumpsuit was a gift from my mom and I don't want to throw it like that. She gave me that jumpsuit after I passed the UA entrance exam, so it means a lot to me. Izuku explained before he sighed. He knew that both girls were right, but he was hoping that maybe, just maybe it could be repaired again. Meanwhile, Itsuka was stunned at how caring Izuku was. Hearing that the boy had no problem to wear his damaged jumpsuit just so that he could pay tribute to his mother warmed her heart. She found it honorable and her respect for him grew even more. How about this then? Mei said, grabbing both students' attention. I could create an exact replica of this with a stronger material. I'll try to aim for the same material used to create All Might's costume. We'll also keep both the metallic neck piece and the ear pieces. That way part of your old hero costume will always be with you. Mei proposed. Izuku thought about it for a few seconds before he nodded. I guess that's fine with me. Wait, what about the gloves? Itsuka asked, thinking that Izuku forgot about the gloves. Oh right, I can recreate that glove I created during the second event. I could even add some improvements. Mei excitedly said. Thanks, I appreciate your offer, but I'm afraid I won't be able to wear gloves again. Izuku replied, which earned him puzzled looks from both Itsuka and Mei. What do you mean? Don't you like them anymore? Itsuka asked. It's not like I dislike them, but if I wear them, I'll instantly tear them if I used my Chidori. You know, that special lightning attack. Izuku explained and both girls agreed with him. I see, no gloves. Speaking of the sports festival, would you like to have those explosive kunais with you? Mei asked. Izuku hummed in thought as he thought about her offer. Right now, I don't have any long-range attacks aside from the Chidori and Delaware Smash, but I'll end up breaking my fingers if I'm not using the 3 heavenly breaths, but it's also a forbidden technique that I shouldn't depend on it. As for my Chidori, I can only use it 2 times. I could try and use it 3 times but then I'll pass out. Alright, I can carry a few explosive kunais, maybe normal ones too. Oh right, I also want a metallic staff to fight with. I wanted one since my old hero costume but I submitted the form too late and kind of forgot about it. Won't that be hard to carry? Itsuka asked, thinking that it would hinder him. I can create one that extends, so it'll be easy to carry. Mei shot back. Yeah, but now I need something to carry and all that stuff, Izuku murmured as he put a hand on his chin. Wait, I think I have an idea. Mei said as she flipped some pages in her own notebook. Look, that's a new idea I came up with. Instead of a jumpsuit we could go with a shirt and pants. Mei was hyped up to show them her new idea. A shirt and pants. What's so special about them? Izuku asked. They're made from a new material that is very sturdy yet so comfy. They're even fire resistant. And the best part is that you can change into your hero costume pretty quickly. And don't worry, it'll have a similar design to the jumpsuit. Okay, that's great and all, but how will that help with carrying the items? Izuku asked. Hearing his question, Mei grinned. You see, with that costume comes a special pouch in which you can carry items. And what's good about it is that it can be attached to the pants thanks to a static force. It was just a prototype, but I'm sure that with your quirk changing the electric charge, the pouch should be well attached to the pants. She explained, and while Itsuka was having a hard time understanding what she meant, Izuku understood everything. I see, because they'll have opposite charges, they'll attract each other. That's very clever. But wait, how am I going to carry the first aid items I usually carry? Izuku questioned. Mei hummed in thought. Have you ever thought about wearing a cape? She asked the Sharingan user. No, I'm not really a fan of capes. It might choke me in a fight or something, Izuku began but was interrupted. Then how about a waist cape? It'll be tied to your waist too with numerous belts that has small pouches in which you can carry your first aid items. And what's good about it is that you could use it to protect yourself from a large fire attack, especially since your arms have no protection. Mei explained. I see, that could be very useful. Izuku said as he thought about it. I could even use it to protect victims who are trapped in a fire building. Of course, he would immediately come up with other applications for the support items. I think, I got everything down now. I'll also add some improvements to your metallic neck piece and ear pieces. Yes, I can add this and that. I'll have so much fun creating new babies for you. I'll be counting on you then, Hatsume. Thanks in advance though, Izuku said with a smile, as it was time for him and Itsuka to leave. And before I leave, don't forget the symbol on the back that I had on my old hero costume. He added as he exited the lab. But before Itsuka could follow Izuku, she got closer to Hatsume as she had one small request to make. Hey, can you remove the shirt and replace it with a sleeveless tank top? She whispered. I don't see why not. I'll note it down, Mei replied, before Itsuka left and followed Izuku. The reason why she requested this is because she enjoyed looking at Izuku's muscular biceps today. Ever since she saw him shirtless at the sports festival, she couldn't get his image out of her head. Why did I say that? It's like I'm some sort of pervert or something. Itsuka thought in embarrassment and a blush on her face. Hosu General Hospital. Tenya was running in the halls of the hospitals, desperately trying to quickly find his brother's room. He still couldn't believe it. His brother, Ingenium, was defeated by a villain. How did that happen? His brother is a splendid hero. Something like that should have never happened. Those were Tenya's thoughts as he ran up the stairs. Mother! He shouted once he spotted his mother. Tenya. His mother said, looking completely shaken, worried and tired. How is Tensai doing? He asked. However, he didn't wait for her answer and rather burst in his brother's room himself. Tensai. He shouted as he entered the room but stopped in his tracks once he saw his brother's state. His brother was connected to a ton of medical equipment and was in a pretty bad shape. His mother told him to keep his voice down because they're in a hospital, but the words fell on deaf ears. The anesthetic wore off earlier, and he regained consciousness. He is still in a haze. If he had come into surgery 1 minute later, it would have been too late. The doctor explained. Tenya, mother, Tensai muttered, too tired to even speak. Tensai. Big brother Tensai. Tenya called him as he ran to his side. Even though, such an accomplished younger brother, like you, looks up to me, I'm sorry Tenya, your big brother, lost. Ingenium, died today. Tensai said as he felt ashamed of himself. It was just like what Stain told him. Ingenium was going to die today. It was the end of his career. Big brother Tensai. Tenya shouted as he was overwhelmed by so many emotions right now, with sadness and frustration being the main ones. His whole world was shattering in front of him. The image of his big brother and idol was shattering in front of him, and there was nothing he could do about it, except watch it happen. Izuku and Itsuka were making their way back to the Hey Alliance dorm, and things were kinda getting awkward because neither one of them had anything to talk about. So, both teens broke the silence together. You go first. Izuku offered. No, you go first. Itsuka refused. No, I'm sure that what you want to ask me is more important. Izuku said, and Itsuka decided to give up, but she was still curious about what Izuku wanted to ask her. I wanted to ask you what's the story behind that symbol you wear on your clothes and even as far as your hero costume. She asked. Oh, that. Well, it's like a family crest of some sort, and I like its design. Izuku explained. You have a point, the design is pretty nice, almost like a brand I would say. Yes, but more importantly, it makes me proud. I know it may sound weird, but I'm proud to be a part of my family, I'm proud of my ancestors. Izuku continued as he thought about Shisui. The ninth user of One for All was actually proud to have the Sharingan. To him, it was something as great as One for All, as it allowed him to get into UA and gave him the chance to achieve his dream. And so, he was proud to be an Uchiha. Speaking of Shisui, he said that we'll talk after the sports festivals, but we never did. I wonder what's taking him so long. I want to know what's going on with One for All and the Sharingan. Izuku thought. Itsuka shook her head, it's not weird at all. I think it's pretty admirable to have such respect and love for your family. So, what did you want to tell me? Itsuka questioned. She was dying to know what he wanted to tell her. Can I have your phone number? Izuku asked. It was so sudden that it left Itsuka pretty baffled. You see, Tokage told me earlier that it would be a great idea to create a group chat for both classes, and even Monoma supports this idea. Izuku explained. Really? Monoma agreed. Itsuka was having a hard time believing that Monoma would agree to this idea, let alone support it. Knowing Setsuna, she must have blackmailed him. Yes, and since we're both the class representatives, Tokage said that we should be the ones to create the group chat. Izuku continued, as he pulled out his phone. Ah yes. It's pretty reasonable why we should be the one to do this. Itsuka agreed. Setsuna, you really are the best wing girl I could have asked for. Itsuka happily thought. She was finally going to get Izuku's number, which was weird considering how long they knew each other. But it also couldn't be helped considering that Izuku broke his old phone in the USJ incident. Itsuka then noticed how Izuku's eyes were bulging while staring at his phone. Izuku, what's wrong? Well, Denki made me create an Instagram account this morning, the Sharingan user began. And, I didn't think I would get more than 10,000 follow requests from my first day. Both Izuku and Itsuka stared at the number in awe. It was as if Izuku became a celebrity. I guess that's normal considering you won the sports festival. Itsuka pointed out as Izuku's performance today was nothing short than amazing. I don't even know how will I find the time to accept all of these. Izuku commented. Anyways, sorry about that, let me get your number. Izuku added before Itsuka gave him her phone and he typed in her number. Okay, here's your phone back. I'll message you after the party, so that we can create this whole group thing. Izuku continued as they've finally returned to the Height Alliance dorm. Yes, I finally have Izuku's number on my phone, and he said he'll message me tonight. She excitedly thought. She couldn't wait for the party to end already. We still need Hatsume to fix that door and TV before we leave tomorrow. Itsuka pointed out, as she noticed the still broken door. Yeah, Aizawa-sensei would kill me if he saw this. Izuku commented. Once they entered, both teens were surprised to see Shinso running towards them. Kendo, there's something important I have to tell you. So, do you have a moment? Shinso asked. Sure. She accepted, but she and Midoriya were confused about why was Shinso running away. Or rather from what? Thanks, also Midoriya, Shinso began. Yeah. Please keep him away from me. Todoroki has been interrogating me the whole time and trying to prove that I'm Aizawa's secret love child. Shinso said with a hint of fear. And what's the problem with that? It's a new hobby he picked up. Izuku saw that there's no harm in Shoto's new hobby. You don't understand Midoriya, he has photos. Countless photos of you, All Might, Aizawa, me, Bakugo and Gordon Ramsay too. I'm telling you, something's wrong with him. It's creepy. Shinso sounded even more terrified than before. I get every part, but what's with Bakugo and Gordon Ramsay? Izuku pondered for a moment. Unbeknown to him, Shoto came with that theory yesterday after Bakugo made them some cold soba. I'll make sure to talk to him, Shinso. Izuku added. Thank you, Midoriya. I really appreciate your help. Shinso thanked the Sharingan user. All Might's secret love child. Shoto came out of nowhere from behind Izuku. No, I'm not, Todoroki. Let's go back and play Uno. Izuku said as he pushed Shoto inside, leaving Shinso and Itsuka alone. The former let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. You wanted to talk to me. Yes, you see, Shinso put his hand behind his head. He was clearly embarrassed. I'm sorry about the things I've said to you during our match. It was uncalled for and rude of me. Shinso apologized. Pretty rude. Itsuka pointed out. Yeah, you're right. Sorry for that. Is there any way you want me to make it up to you? He asked. Itsuka hummed in thought for a moment, trying to decide how can Shinso make it up for her. But then she got a good idea. Join the hero course. That's it? Shinso questioned in confusion. Like I said, join the hero course. Make sure you do your best to join us here. You clearly have an amazing quirk and can become a hero if you want, just make sure to try and do your best. Itsuka said with a smile. Hearing this, Shinso smiled. Those hero course students were really making him soft. Even if I take your spot. Itsuka scoffed, bold of you to assume that I'll lose next time we meet in battle. She smirked. And I won't lose either. he said as he prepared to leave. Make sure to tell your boyfriend the same thing. He continued, making Itsuka's face turn completely red, as she became flustered. He's not my boyfriend. Itsuka shot back, making Shinso laugh. Itsuka then went back inside and met first with Setsuna. How did it go? Setsuna asked, but judging from Itsuka's expression, she knew that something good has happened. Itsuka pulled out her phone and showed her Izuku's number. I've got it. Thanks for the help. You can thank me when you two are officially together. Setsuna said, making her friend blush at the idea of her and Izuku together. I still need to pack my stuff for tomorrow, so I'll be heading back to my room. Setsuna added. I can help you if you want. Itsuka offered as she knew that the reason why Setsuna didn't have the time to pack her stuff was because she was helping her out earlier. Don't be stupid. Go and spend some time with him. We won't be seeing each other for a couple of days after today. Setsuna replied and wasn't going to take a no for an answer. If you say so. After that, the small party lasted a bit longer with everyone chatting and laughing together until they all went back to their bedroom. They had fun today and were able to spend some time as normal students for once, rather than heroes in training, which was a good change. Because after that, the young heroes in training will have to train harder, give it their all, and go beyond plus ultra if they ever want to overcome the challenges they'll face soon. At a random restaurant. Thank you for having us. Cementos and Midnight said as they left the restaurant. We should be leaving too, Eraser. Mike told his best friend. Yes, I'm really looking forward to sleep. Aizawa said as he and Present Mike headed to the exit door, leaving Vlad King all alone. Wait, Aizawa, didn't you say that you were treating us tonight? The pro hero asked. Aizawa turned back to look at Vlad. I didn't say I was paying for you. Besides, we do this every year. The teacher whose class loses the sports festival, treats the other at a restaurant. Aizawa said as he moved his hair out of the way, showing his freaky smirking face. He and Present Mike then left the restaurant. No, Aizawa. Wait. Vlad tried to stop him, but it was pointless. Excuse me, sir. Here's the paycheck. Vlad's eyes almost went out of their sockets once he saw the total fee. It was safe to say that he'll either pay what he made during the past few months, or he might clean the dishes if he preferred that option, and that was also if the manager was a nice person. Curse you, Aizawa. Vlad cursed his colleague as he vowed to train his students harder, in order to surpass Class 1A someday. The next day, after finally packing the stuff he needed, as well as each and every evidence that supports his crazy theories, Shoto Todoroki was the first one to be up and leave Ua. Once he left the gates, he was met by his father, who for once wasn't wearing his hero costume. Are you ready? Endeavor no Enji, Todoroki asked his son. Shoto took a heavy breath. Yeah, he said before they both got into the car. During the whole ride, neither Shoto or Enji spoke to each other. Both of them had no idea what was going to happen, so they were slightly nervous. The day when his mother scarred his face began to play out in Shoto's head as they got closer to the hospital, and Enji noticed how disturbed his son looked. They then arrived and Enji parked his car in the parking. We've arrived. If you don't want to this, we could come another day. Enji proposed, not wanting to pressure his son for the sake of his redemption. Shoto shook his head. No, I have to do this. It's just that, ever since that day, I thought my presence would put pressure on mom, so I never went to see her. I'm sure she continues to be bound by me, and you too, Dad. That's why, in order to aim to become a hero again with this body, with everything I have, in order to become my ideal hero, I don't only need your training and experience, but I also need to see her and talk to her. There's so much we need to talk about, Shoto explained, to which Enji nodded in agreement. He understood that Shoto was doing this for his redemption, but for his own self. He had to meet his mother. The two then entered the hospital and went to the room where Shoto's mother was staying. As he got closer to the door, Shoto began to hesitate and Enji decided to be patient. No need to rush, Enji said. It's okay for you to become who you want to be. His mother's words came back to him, giving him the courage to grab the door's handle. I'm going. And I'll be waiting for you here. It's not the right time for me yet. His father replied. Shoto then opened the room's door and went inside. And for the first time in so many years, he finally saw his mother again. Mom, he called her, and in turn, she turned towards him. He did it, they met again and there was no going back. Even if she doesn't want it, I will rescue her from here. That is my starting line. My first step in order to become a hero, as well as find my own hero way. Chapter 27, The Promise. 5 more minutes please. The Sharingan user had just woken up at the sound of his annoying alarm, and while he became a morning person after All Might's training, today was a different story as he was too tired to get out of his bed. Izuku groaned as he fumbled his hand out from under the covers to the table beside his bed before he grabbed his phone and turned off the alarm. The reason for this is that he stayed up late till 3 a.m. After creating the Class 1A and 1B group chat, Izuku just kept chatting with Itsuka on his new phone. It wasn't after that he turned off his alarm that he realized something he hadn't noticed last night. I just texted with a girl over the phone. I mean, I've texted Himiko before, but those have been 2 to 3 messages at a time. Just questions and a response. That was a full-blown conversation. Izuku thought. For some reason, texting Itsuka turned out to be pretty fun, he enjoyed their conversations. In fact, it wasn't until he realized what time it was that they decided to stop. Izuku then decided to send her a good morning text, seeing that he'll be leaving early and won't get the chance to tell her goodbye himself. After that, he took a quick shower, changed his clothes, grabbed his bag and had his breakfast. He was preparing to head off to Recovery Girl, only to see Momo preparing to leave as well. Good morning, Yaoyorozu. Izuku greeted her. Good morning, Izuku. Also, I believe I told you that it's okay to call me Momo. Alright. Sorry, I totally forgot. Izuku nervously said, thinking that he might have offended her or something. Momo just chuckled at his antics. It's okay Izuku, you can relax. Are you leaving now? Yes, I'll have Recovery Girl fully heal my arm first, then I'll go. Izuku replied as he raised his still injured arm, showing the scars on his fingers that he gained after the surgery. However, he was taken aback by surprise when Momo suddenly bowed to him, causing him to panic in confusion. What are you doing, Momo? Izuku asked as he raised his hands defensively. I'm thanking you for everything you've done yesterday, and for going out of your way and accepting to train me to help me get stronger. I still have a long way to go, and my self-image is still damaged, but you have managed to save me from falling deeper into despair. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku was definitely shocked to hear all of this. He wasn't quite used to people thanking him like that. Please raise your head, Momo. Also, no need to thank me at all. I don't even think that I've done much to begin with. Truth is, I was actually thinking that I should have done more yesterday. Momo cut off Izuku before he could say anything else. Please don't say that. You had a very important match yesterday and I took your preparation time. If anything, I should be more grateful. Come to think of it, I didn't thank you properly for saving me from Shigaraki too. She still hadn't raised her head, which was making Izuku more and more embarrassed, given how humble the boy is. Believe me, I did what any hero would have done and if anything, I'm more than happy to help a classmate. Izuku replied. He didn't want Momo to feel like she's indebted to him or anything. She stood up straight again and smiled at him. Always selfless Izuku. I'll make sure to find a way to repay you for your kindness. But that's not necessary at all. To me, it is. In fact, how about I let my chauffeur give you a ride home? Chauffeur? Izuku questioned. He knew that from the way Momo dressed and acted that she was from the high social class. Heck, he even heard some of his classmates mentioning that the bed in her room was so large, that there's barely any space left there. But this, even Iida doesn't have a chauffeur. Just how rich is that girl? Is there actually a limousine waiting for her outside? She started to walk away but Izuku stopped her. Momo, wait, I'm sorry but I'll have to decline your kind offer. You see, I need to go somewhere first before going back home. Thank you for the offer though. Izuku said. Oh, okay. I guess I'll see you after the break, Izuku. See you soon, Momo. Izuku replied. And with that, both teens went their separate ways. Izuku quickly went to Recovery Girl to get his arm fixed, which was a big relief since his arm was finally free of the restrictions the sling was causing him. After that, he went to the station and got into a train. One that took him to his old psychiatrist, Hisana's clinic. Izuku knocked on the door before entering the clinic, only to see a face that he hasn't seen in a long time, much to his surprise. It was Yukina Tamashiro, Hisana's secretary. Yukina was a medium-height woman, standing at 165 centimeters 5 feet 5 feet. Her skin was light pale, her hair color was orange and tied in a ponytail and her eyes were yellow. Midoriya. Long time no see. Look at you, you're a young man now. Last time I saw you, you were just a scrawny kid. She said, surprised to see how much the boy has changed over the years. Izuku chuckled, it really has been a long time. You left for a while to visit your family in the United States, right? She nodded, yeah, and if I remember correctly, your father lives there too because he works overseas. But let's not talk about that. The sports festival. Congratulations on winning that. I was so surprised to see you winning that whole thing. Actually, when did you even get a quirk? Thanks, I got my quirk last year. Izuku replied. A late bloomer, huh? But your quirk is definitely amazing. Seems like luck is finally on your side. Izuku smiled, it finally is. Things are definitely much better now. Anyways, is Dr. Yokotoru here? Izuku asked. Yes, she's inside. Wait, are you here for a session? From what I know, you stopped coming here after you started your third year of middle school. She said as the info was displayed in front of her on a computer. No, I'm just here to pay Dr. Yokotoru a quick visit and give her something before I leave. I see, go in then. She'll be happy to see you again after all this time. And with that, Izuku knocked on the door first before he went inside. Once the door closed, Yukina gained a sinister smile and chuckled. You're definitely right, Izuku. Things got better after you've awakened your Sharingan. They got better for sure. All for one will be very pleased to know that it won't take much to make you his successor, just you wait, and after that, she gained a psychopathic smile. One that was only seen on Shigaraki's face. Hisashi will fall to the deepest depth of despair. Izuku entered the large room, scanning it. It was just like he remembers it. There was Hisana's desk, there was the sofa he sat on many times and the chair that Hisana would sit on during a session, there was the large bookshelf that supported dozens of books. But most importantly, he saw his doctor and savior, Hisana. She was standing high on a ladder, trying to reach a book. Hisana was above average height, standing at 170 centimeters 5 feet 7 feet. She had long, blonde, wavy hair, blue eyes and wore oval-framed glasses, which suited her round face. Nice to see you again, Dr. Yokotoru. Izuku greeted her, but accidentally startled the doctor. Izuku, she said in shock, not believing that the Sharingan user came here. Unfortunately for her, she lost her balance and stumbled. Huh, she muttered before her eyes widened in panic, and right after that she started to scream as she was falling. Doctor! Izuku shouted before he quickly ran to catch her. Thankfully, she landed safely in his strong arms and he was now carrying her bridal style. Dr. Yokotoru, are you alright? Izuku asked with a hint of worry as Hisuna looked as if her soul left her body. I thought I was going to die. She was shaking in his arms and there were small tears around her eyes. Her heart was also beating fast. However, just then, the book she was trying to pick up, fell on her head. OWW. Seeing this, Izuku's sweat dropped. She's as clumsy as ever. He thought as she held her head in pain. Once the pain became more bearable, she turned her attention towards Izuku. Thank you for saving me Izuku, I owe you. But can you let me down now? She asked as she adjusted her glasses. Oh of course. Sorry about that, Izuku replied before he let her down. Also, I believe I told you before not to call me Dr. Yokotoru. She pouted. Sorry, Dr. Hisuna, he said with a sheepish smile, making her cross her arms as her face turned slightly red, showing that she was mad. That's not what you used to call me. She puffed her cheeks. But, he trailed off as he noticed that she was getting angrier. Alright fine, be big sister Hisuna. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. Hisuna finally smiled at him and patted his head. There. Izuku blushed more at this. Can't she see that I'm not a kid anymore? Congratulations on winning the sports festival. Looks like that bucket list I made you do wasn't pointless after all. She said with a gentle smile. Yes, I never thought that I would ever cross anything in it, but I guess I was wrong. See, I told you things would become better if you believe it can. Anyways, have a seat Izuku. Izuku sat on the sofa while Hisuna sat in her chair. It's just like I remember. Izuku pointed out, to which Hisuna nodded. Nothing has changed here, except for you. You're not scrawny anymore, you're even taller than me now, and most importantly you got a quirk. She cheerfully exclaimed. So, what brings you here? I'm sure it's not for a session. Oh, right, I brought you something. Izuku opened his backpack and found the small box that he was looking for. What's that? It's a gift from me. Hearing this, Hisuna's eyes widened in surprise. She was definitely not expecting that. Izuku, that's so sweet of you, but why? The Sharingan user rubbed the back of his head. You're the one who told me before that friends bring presents to each other. Also, I wanted to thank you for everything you did for me and my mother. If it wasn't for you, everything would have been over that day. Hisuna's face then suddenly turned more serious. That day, huh? Izuku nodded at her, yes. If you hadn't found me. If you hadn't helped that kid who had lost all hope back then, I would have never gotten the chance to go to UA or even live this life that I'm pretty happy with today. Izuku explained, leaving Hisuna completely stunned and at a loss for words. You saved me back then, All Might may be my idol, but big sister Hisuna, you're my hero. Izuku finished. Hearing all of this, Hisuna started to tear up, leaving Izuku panicked and confused. Big sister Hisuna, what's wrong? Why are you crying? On one hand sniff because I could have lost my cute little brother Izuku that day sniff but I'm also happy to hear those words from you. She ran to his hug. Izuku smiled, happy to know that she isn't sad or anything. But I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. Izuku patted her back. Seems like she's still as sensitive as back then. If Todoroki knew my mother and was here right now, he would have immediately said that she's my mother's secret love child or something. He silently chuckled at the thought as he offered her a tissue. Thank you. Now, where were we? She asked as she stopped crying and her personality completely switched back to the cheerful airhead again. Despite how many times he has seen it, it would always surprise Izuku. Oh right, here's your gift, he said as he handed her the box. She gratefully took the box, but noticed the scars on his hand. Izuku, those scars. Don't tell me she trailed off. He was hopefully not doing that again. Those. I got them yesterday at the sports festival. I injured my hand a lot and recovery girl had to do a surgery on it. Hisuna breathed a sigh of relief. Wait. I shouldn't be relived. What's wrong with your quirk? And why do you keep breaking your arms? Do you have any idea on how many times I've fainted yesterday? Do you want to make me cry again? She shook him back and forth. Sorry about that. My quirk is still new so I have some trouble controlling it. Izuku nervously said while being dizzy at the same time. Oh, you should have said that first. Her personality switched again. Izuku's sweat dropped at her antics. It's not like she was giving him the chance to say anything. Can I open it? She asked as she stared at the box in her hand. Sure. She opened the box which revealed a silver bracelet that had a nice small stethoscope. She tried it on and immediately took a liking to it. Wow. I like it. It's so beautiful, Izuku. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I think I'll be leaving right now, so that I don't take any of your time. Izuku stood up and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Hisuna. Wait, I can tell there's something troubling you. She said and Izuku muttered under his breath on how good she is at her work. Even though she was a very clumsy and a dummy person in general, she was an excellent psychiatrist. It's nothing really. I just had a dream yesterday about, well, a younger version of me. The one you first met. And he tried to kill the current me. I've been thinking about it since yesterday and for some reason I can't take it off my head. Izuku answered and slightly frowned. Well, if it's a dream I would not worry too much about it. But I heard before that if a past version of you tried to kill you, means that you as a person are not satisfied with how you turned out to be. Like there's something bothering you in yourself and you want to change it. She answered. Izuku just stood there and gave her a thoughtful look. While he knew that she had a point as his evil counter-self wanted revenge, he was 100% sure that he, current Izuku, didn't want to kill anyone. A hero doesn't kill people after all, even if they're villains. He just let out a sigh. He was overthinking this, and his evil self didn't appear yesterday. He needed to stop thinking about this and live his life normally. Alright, thanks Dr. Y, he began but noticed her pout. Big sister Hisuna. I'll visit again whenever I can. Bye Izuku. Make sure you visit, and have a nice day. Bye Mrs. Tamashiro, see you whenever I come to visit again. Izuku said as he left. See you soon Izuku, very soon. Yukina gained an evil smile as her phone showed the contact, all for one. On the train, Izuku decided to pass some time by checking some hero-related news, where he found some articles about the sports festival. However, he was quickly surprised by the number of articles and comments written about him. Heck, there were many photos of him too. He saw an article about how he'll become a splendid hero in the future. People trying to debate and talk about his quirk and abilities. Some were even making assumptions and trying to figure out how his quirk worked. But of course, none of them got it right. He then saw some highlights from his fights with Katsuki and Shoto as they were the best fights of the entire sports festival. As Izuku kept scrolling, he began to see some comments about his so-called sexy body from a lot of fangirls. In fact, he was rated as the hottest UA freshman by most females watching the event, and there was an image of him while using the 3 heavenly breaths pin too. He tried not to read those comments and scroll down to see if there's anything else, but flushed in embarrassment once he saw more memes and comments about his body. It was just now that he has realized how popular with the opposite sex he became. Note to self. Never tear your shirt accidentally ever again. He thought. Even if he became more outgoing, he was still an introvert that had trouble communicating with members of the opposite sex his age. Well, except for a few of his classmates. Izuku continued to browse through his phone and was glad to read the positive comments his friends received. He was especially happy to see that Momo, Itsuka and Ochako had many positive comments, which proves that they did a great job, unlike what they thought. Excuse me. Are you Midoriya from class 1A? Huh. Izuku turned around to see a middle-aged man giving him a thumbs up. After that, it was only a matter of seconds before everyone recognized Izuku, causing a commotion. After all, the winner of the first year's sports festival himself is on the train. Good job at the sports festival. You were amazing out there. You got number 1 in every round. My man, you killed the competition. You were so cool. Hey, can you tell me how you got so shredded? I'm an athlete and would like to build a strong body too. A teenager who seems to be a year younger than Izuku asked him. My son is a big fan of you, could you please give me your autograph? Are you single? A teenage girl wearing a middle school uniform asked him. Everyone on the train surrounded the Sharingan user as if he was some kind of celebrity. They were all praising him and congratulating him on winning the sports festival. Some people also told him about how they liked his student pledge. It gave them the motivation to better themselves and do their best in life. Eventually, Izuku's brain began to short-circuit as he wasn't used to all of this attention. After all of the fussing, Izuku told them that it was his stop and that he had to go. The civilians groaned in disappointment but told Izuku one last thing before he got off the train. Do your best, hero. Izuku nodded and gave them a determined smile, not planning on disappointing them. I will, he said before he waved them goodbye and left. Once he got home, he opened the door and quickly closed it behind him before he sighed in relief. Finally made it home. Izuku my baby. Inko came, running towards her son before she gave him a bear-crushing hug that could easily crush All Might in his buff form. Hey mom, I can see you're doing well, very well. Izuku said as he was being suffocated, but he was still smiling. Ever since the cavalry battle, I passed out 10 times. Can you believe this? The last 2 times were pretty much from dehydration. Thankfully, Mitsuki was there and gave me some water, but then I passed out again after the explosion you and Endeavor's son created. Inko explained, sharing her story. Hearing this, Izuku couldn't help but laugh. I have to admit, mom. That one is a new record. I mean, sure, I was a crier too but passing out from dehydration. Izuku laughed again and his mother laughed with him. Hush now. Mitsuki and Masaru had raincoats and umbrellas. Inko pointed out, making Izuku laugh more. I'm all healed up now, so there's no need to worry anymore. Izuku said, not laughing anymore. Honestly, I was so proud of you, yet so scared during the whole thing. And that thing you pulled at the end of the match. It was amazing, honey. She continued as she moved closer to her son and gained a teasing smirk. And I can guarantee you that many girls were fawning over you, especially a few beautiful girls from the hero course. My baby will give me an army of grandsons and will finally make my dream come true. Mom. Izuku blushed in embarrassment. What was his mom saying? Don't worry, I'm just joking, but not about the grandson's army. She muttered that part under her breath. Where's Himiko? We're supposed to be going to the arcade today. She actually went earlier to take a shower. I see, sorry about making you take care of her. I promise I'll try to find her an apartment or an alternative as soon as possible. Izuku said as he had already thought about asking All Might for help. However, he couldn't help but think that if All Might discovers that Izuku is hiding an ex-villain who hurt some people and is drinking Izuku's blood every day, it wouldn't end well for both of them. And Izuku knows that the pro-hero would be right, and that what he's doing is essentially wrong. However, each time he looked at Himiko, he couldn't help but see his old self in her. Don't say that. Himiko isn't some kind of freelancer, she helps me around and I enjoy her company. Honestly, I don't mind if she stays forever. Inko replied, and Izuku could understand her feelings since she would be all alone in this house if Himiko ever leaves. But Himiko needs a life too. She can't just sit around and do nothing. She needs to go to school, have some friends and live her life. Wait, why am I talking as if I'm her father? Izuku thought. Izuku was then surprised to see his mother hand him a lot of cash. What's all of that cash for? You don't need to concern yourself. Just make sure to spoil Himiko and have some fun as well. But we don't need a. I won't allow my son to embarrass himself in his first date. So, take it. Inko's personality suddenly flipped as she gave Izuku a cursed stare. The Sharingan user was flustered by the fact that his mother was thinking that he and Himiko were dating, yet nervous by the sudden change in her behavior. If anything, it reminded him of that time when he spent her credit card on All Might's merchandises without telling her. Although he was 6 years old, he still remembers that day as if it happened yesterday. But it's not even a dat. Take it. Inko repeated, and Izuku decided to give up. He was too afraid to know what will happen if he refuses her offer. Shortly after, Himiko came fully dressed and ready to go. Oh Izuku, you're here. She greeted him with a smile, excited for today's date as Inko calls it. I just got here. Then let's go, she said, only to be stopped by Izuku. Wait, come here for a second, he said as they went to his old room, that was now Himiko's room. So, what's wrong? Himiko asked with a hint of worry, afraid that Izuku might have cancelled today's date. We can't go out like that. We need to disguise ourselves. I know, I even brought a wig to help me with that. Himiko said as she showed him the wig she was hiding in her bag. She and Izuku had talked about this yesterday and how Himiko would need to disguise herself in order to go out with him without getting into trouble. I'm talking about me. I need to disguise myself too. Wait, why? She asked in confusion. I kinda became a celebrity myself after the sports festival, and if we go out, people won't stop bothering us. I know you'll be disguised, but I'm still worried that with the extra attention, your disguise might be blown. And I also don't like all that attention to begin with. That would definitely be annoying, and you're right, better be safe than sorry. I think I have something to help, she said as she started to search for something. I have this black cap and those sunglasses. I think it would be hard enough to recognize you if you wear them, she explained as she handed them over. Izuku wore the cap and put the sunglasses on before he looked at himself in the mirror. He had to admit, with this disguise, it would be safe to assume that only his classmates would be able to recognize him. I think it's good enough, Izuku said with a hint of worry. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen today. Cool, now let's go to the arcade, Himiko cheerfully exclaimed, finally excited to go on her date with Izuku as she has been waiting for this moment for an entire month. And with that, the two teenagers went to the station, took a train and went to a nearby mall. All without any trouble from the other people. Wow, Himiko gasped as she was fascinated by how big the place was. Izuku, look at all the different games they have, Himiko excitedly said before she started dragging Izuku by his hand. Slow down, Himiko, the Sharingan user replied as he almost stumbled on his feet. She dragged him first to the table hockey. Izuku put in some coins, and then they started to play a few matches. I won again, Himiko excitedly cheered as this was her third time winning the game. Come on Izuku, you're not putting much of a challenge here. Sorry, it has been a long time since I last came here. Izuku smiled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. He was embarrassed by the fact that he lost all 3 matches against Himiko. Next, Himiko dragged him to a Mortal Kombat arcade cabinet. Ready to lose again, Himiko smirked, confident in her skills. You mean win? Hearing his answer, she scoffed. I'd like to see you try. Who did you choose? I chose Liu Kang. When I was a kid, I always wanted to have a fire-type quirk, so I always played with him. You? I chose Melina, she replied with a grin. Izuku mentally commented on the resemblance. Round 1. Fight. Izuku quickly shot a fireball at Himiko, but the girl managed to dodge the attack by jumping high in the air and descended with a kick from above. She then followed with a punch, but Izuku ducked and tackled her with a lower round kick. Seeing this as his chance, he followed with a high dragon fire before he started to land some devastating combos until her health eventually reached 0. Okay, I'll have to admit it. You're better than what I've pegged you for. Izuku confidently smiled. I still got more than that. Round 2. Fight. Izuku waited for Himiko to do the first move, but she didn't, so he decided to do a feint by trying to fire another fireball at her again. Unfortunately for him, Himiko saw right through his feint and jumped on him before she started to stab him relentlessly with her sai. Getting cocky, are we? Himiko smirked and she started to make her come back, hitting Izuku with different combos. Izuku started to nervously sweat. He kept trying to defend himself, but he was helpless. It wasn't much longer until his health reached 0. Himiko gave him a toothy grin. You were saying? Izuku blushed in embarrassment but tried to play it off by adjusting his sunglasses. This isn't even my final form, he said, making Himiko laugh. Final round. Fight. Izuku and Himiko started to battle again. This time they were more evenly matched as they were adapting to each other's play style. Izuku managed to get her with a low dragon fire and then followed with a bicycle kick, to which Himiko barely dodged. The two teens kept pressing more buttons, neither with a clear advantage over the other. After catching him off guard, Himiko started to stab him with her sai, before she jumped and bit his flesh, effectively draining his health to zero. Finish him. Himiko smiled brightly as she finished Izuku with the man-eater finisher. I won. Himiko cheered as Izuku lowered his head in defeat, but he then started to laugh. Alright, you won. He said with a smile. Yes, and since you're the loser, you'll have to buy me an ice cream. She pointed at him. We did not agree. Izuku tried to protest but Himiko put a hand on his mouth, cutting him off. What was that? I hear no objections. Izuku gently pushed her hand away. You're evil, you know that. Yes, but not messing with you is even more evil. Izuku sighed, not knowing what he was going to do with her. The two teens then started to try out some different games and have fun, until they came across the Dance Dance Revolution machine. Izuku, let's try Dance Dance Revolution together. But I don't know how to dance, Izuku replied, a bit skeptical about this. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Then, how about you use your quirk? You can copy my moves, can't you? Himiko whispered into his ear. But using my quirk in public is illegal. Izuku whispered back. He didn't want to break the law and use his quirk in public. He's a hero in training after all. Come on, you're just copying some dance moves, that's all. You're wearing sunglasses too, so no one will notice. Himiko tried to persuade him. Izuku thought about it for a moment. Technically the Sharingan isn't a quirk, so using it in public shouldn't really count as me using my quirk in public. Alright, I'll use my Sharingan. So, how do you play? Okay, so I'll explain to you how to play. As a song plays, arrows flow up the screen, spaced out in a certain rhythm. As an arrow floats into its arrow-shaped slot, you must press the corresponding arrow on the floor pad. In some cases, a simple touch for most notes will suffice, but there are some longer arrows, during which you must stand on the specific floor pad for a longer duration. Typically, beginners stand in the center of the arrows, but it's not a good idea because as the songs get faster and more complicated, you'll barely have enough time to move back to the center. That's why, it's best for you to copy my movements. Himiko fully explained how to play the game. You seem to know a lot about Dance Dance Revolution. Izuku commented. Oh, yeah, I used to play it a lot with my sister. Himiko's facial expression changed for a second. She was no longer smiling, but before Izuku could notice, she quickly regained her cheerful expression. Let's start. The two teens then went on the platform and after choosing the first level, the music started and they began to dance with Izuku copying Himiko's moves. Hee, you look funny while dancing. Himiko giggled as she kept dancing. Why? You're all nervous and tense. Relax a bit and try to let your body move more freely. Like that? Izuku asked trying to relax and feel the beat. Yeah, but be careful because it's here where things become harder. I'll try to do my best. Izuku moved his feet according to the arrows displayed on the screen while also trying his best to imitate Himiko. Although this was something completely new to him, he had to say, he was having so much fun. The two teens kept playing, clearing level after level until they finally reached the hardest one. People began to gather around them as they were impressed by the display of skills Izuku and Himiko were putting. The arrows on the screen were moving faster, forcing the teens to dance faster too. People were cheering for them as they were already past halfway point to complete the level. Izuku then noticed that Himiko was having a hard time following the screen, which was natural since they were going to clear the final level in any minute now. Just hang in there, Himiko. You can do it, Izuku said in enthusiasm, clearly hyped up by the game. Yes, we can do it, Himiko added. However, the reason for why she was having a hard time completing the level wasn't because the level was that hard. It was because dark memories were being dragged to the forefront of her mind. Her sister. The time they've spent together. The blood. With more memories coming in, her mind became more and more foggy. Izuku finally completed his last move, but when he looked at Himiko, he realized that she was not going to make it. Her foot would not make it to the last pad, so he quickly moved and landed his foot on the pad, pushing Himiko in the process. Himiko gasped as she started to fall. The push brought her back to reality again, but before she could fall, she felt Izuku's arm under her. Both teens were taking some heavy breaths for different reasons. Izuku because the game proved to be one hell of a workout, and Himiko because of the shock she received. Himiko. Her golden eyes met Izuku's Sharingan through his sunglasses. She had to admit, after taking a closer look at his Sharingan, she found them beautiful, mainly because they're red. Sorry about pushing you so suddenly. I figured you wouldn't want us to lose when we made it to the last level. Are you alright? Oh, it's fine, she said before she noticed the position they were in. Wow, looks like the student surpassed the master. Himiko giggled with a blush on her face. Hearing her compliment and seeing how their faces were close to each other, Izuku blushed too. Izuku stuttered before the sound of the tickets coming out of the machine and the people's cheering caught his attention. He pulled Himiko back to her feet and kept his head low. His face was completely red from embarrassment. Izuku, look at how many tickets we got. It's insane. Shish. Izuku quickly covered her mouth because Himiko just loudly called his name. My identity, remember. He let out a sigh of relief once he realized that his cover wasn't blown. Why yeah, what are we even going to do with all those tickets? Izuku was slightly shocked by the amount of ticket that was still coming out of the machine. I know, let's go to the prize shop. And with that, she grabbed the tickets and dragged Izuku to the shop. Once they've arrived, Izuku was a little overwhelmed by the number of prizes the shop had. He began to scan the place and look at the different prizes until he felt someone tugging on his shirt. It was Himiko. I want this. Himiko pointed at a cute yellow cat plushie. It's worth 200 tickets. We should be able to easily afford it. Izuku smiled and grabbed the plushie from the shelf before giving it to Himiko. He didn't know how many tickets they exactly had, but he was sure they were more than 200. They went to the shopkeeper to buy the plushie, but just then, something caught Izuku's eyes. They began to widen and he let out a gasp in shock. It's the new limited edition action figure of All Might. Izuku has successfully entered his fanboy mode. I see you got some good eyes here, young man. Are you perhaps a collector? The shopkeeper asked. Hearing this, Himiko scoffed, PFF'd, a collector. He's more like a shrine keeper. Himiko laughed as she has managed to tease Izuku, whose face became completely red once again. Himiko, that was supposed to be a secret. You do realize that you don't do much to hide it, don't you? She raised an eyebrow in question. Izuku tried to protest and raised his finger but quickly realized that Himiko was right, so he kept quiet instead with his blush still present. Let's see, you two have 600 tickets, the cat plushie costs 200 tickets and the All Might action figure costs 600 tickets. That's quite a problem you got there, young man. Izuku simply said as the shopkeeper took the new All Might action figure from his hand. The Sharingan user lowered his head in shame. So close yet so far. He mentally thought in frustration. Seeing this, Himiko looked at her cute cat plushie for a moment before putting it back on the counter. Excuse me, can I return the plushie and get the All Might action figure instead? She asked, surprising both Izuku and the shopkeeper. Himiko, you're too bright. Izuku squinted his eyes, not able to look directly at her. The shopkeeper sighed as he rubbed the back of his head. You can have both. The cat plushie is on the shop. Really? You really mean it? Izuku excitedly said, happy to hear the offer. I bet it's just a strategy to make us come back again. Himiko bluntly said, making the shopkeeper smile sheepishly. I don't know what you're talking about, young miss. Anyways, I'm glad I got to meet good costumers like you today. Here are your prizes, and please visit again. The man said as he put the stuff they bought in a bag. Thank you. Both teens said before they prepared to leave. However, the shopkeeper grabbed Izuku's arm before he could follow Himiko. Young man, take this advice from me. That girl is a keeper. He whispered, making Izuku blush in embarrassment. Shish, she's not my girlfriend. Izuku whispered back. Are you an idiot? Hurry up then and make her your girlfriend. But Izuku tried to say something but the shopkeeper gave him a push towards Himiko, who was waiting at the exit door. He crossed his arms and stared at both teens as they left. Man, young people do not have a backbone anymore. Izuku and Himiko spent some more time in the mall, casually strolling around until they got bored and decided to leave. They then head to a nearby park where they stopped to buy some ice creams and sat on a bench to eat it. There was a silence between the two as they were enjoying their ice creams. Hey, Himiko, what are you going to do later? Izuku spoke. What do you mean? I'm going back home with you, of course. I didn't mean that. I meant, in the future, what are you going to do? It's not a guarantee that you'll be able to stay at my house forever, and honestly speaking, you should try to live your life. You're always hiding from the government, living in fear of being found one day. Doesn't it bother you? Hearing this, she shook her head, not really. As long as I can drink your blood, it's fine with me. That was our agreement. You give me your blood and I don't drink people's blood. I know, but as a hero, I might not always be here for you to drink my blood. So, what will you do then? Drink other people's blood? I don't think it's the right thing to do. Even though I don't mind it if it's to protect others, drinking people's blood is not right. You'll be hurting them. Himiko clenched her fists, getting a bit angry. Wait a second. So, you're doing this to protect people from me, not to help me. Izuku was taken aback by her statement, not sure how to respond. I do it for both reasons. If I'm going to be a hero, I can't ignore people getting hurt. I don't understand. No, I can't understand. I can't understand why are you trying to save the same people who were never here for you when you needed them. The same people who shunned you all those years and treated you badly. She angrily said. I've held my promise all this time for you and you alone. Izuku was stunned after hearing this, her words reminded him of his evil counter-self. Why was he trying to be a hero, again? Why was he trying to help the same people who rejected him when he was quirkless? No, the answer should be obvious to why he wants to be a hero, to why he's willing to save the people who once rejected him. Because it's the right thing to do. And what about what they did to me? What they did to you? What they did to people like us? Was that the right thing to do? No, it wasn't. Izuku looked down on the ground, frowning. This whole situation was much more difficult than he first thought. He got himself in this big mess just because he wanted to help Himiko and stop her from hurting others. He now understood why he was still a hero in training, but was there an easy solution to what was going on? Himiko wants her freedom, but she can't have it if she doesn't remain outside the law. Him, on the other hand, wants to become a hero, which means that he could potentially become her enemy. There didn't seem to be an easy solution that would make them both immediately happy. Izuku sighed, not really knowing what to do. Himiko, I want to save everyone. This is what I've wanted to do since I was a kid. The reason why I decided to save you, is because you're a person like everyone. There are good people and bad people. If I stop and think about each and every person and what they did, I would fail to save everyone, and if I'm being honest, I don't know how to help you. We've tried this compromise, but I think we both know now that it's not a solution, but Himiko, do you want to be saved? Himiko shrank a little in embarrassment, unable to reply to what Izuku just told her. She realized how much pressure she has been putting on Izuku. Sorry for my earlier outburst. That was selfish of me. You're trying to become a hero and I'm only getting in your way. No. You need my help, and if I ignore that then I certainly cannot call myself a hero. I already said that I'll help, so that's what I'll do. After all, never going back on my word is part of my hero way. Izuku said with a genuine smile. So, I'll ask again. Do you want to be saved? Yes. But, it's easier said than done. I don't even know from where to start. How about your past? You told me that there's a reason why you became addicted to drinking blood, we could start from there. It might not be impossible to help you control it. We could try that and see where will it take us. Himiko began to hesitate as this was a sensitive topic. She was afraid that if Izuku learns about it, he might leave her or even hand her to the police. Izuku noticed how hesitant and shaking she was and placed his hand on hers to calm her down. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it now. What should I do? Should I tell him how it happened? But if I do, he might call me a freak and history would repeat itself. She thought before she finally managed to steel her resolve and look directly in Izuku's eyes. And no, I'll tell you. You've been trying so hard for my sake. That's the least I can do for you. Izuku nodded and gave her his full attention as Himiko took a deep breath. Right after my quirk manifested, I became attracted to blood. Everything about it was just beautiful. The color, scent, the taste, it was just irresistible. When I brought a dead bird that I had found in our backyard to my parents and called it cute and beautiful, they got angry, very angry. My father got mad and called me a freak while my mother scolded me. It was after that they took me to a doctor that they had discovered that this was just a side effect that came with my quirk. My parents tried to suppress my addiction for blood and force me to act in a way they called normal. It wasn't easy and, after learning that I licked the blood of my classmate after he scrapped his knee, my dad got physical on me. Himiko finished the first part of her story and tightly gripped her arm when she remembered how painful her father's beating was. Izuku, however, was starting to regret asking Himiko to vent and tell him about her past trauma. He never imagined that her childhood was this bad, but at the same time, it made sense considering what she said during her earlier outburst. After that incident, school was no better either. Kids with flashy quirks started to gang up on me and give me random beatings from time to time while calling themselves heroes and me, the villain. Hearing this, a pit began to form in Izuku's stomach and his heart started to race faster. What Himiko was telling him was no different from what he had experienced. With each word that came out of her mouth, memories that were sealed under lock and key were rushing through his mind. He clenched his fists in anger as he tried his best to lock those memories back. I promised Himiko that I was going to hear her out, so I can get distracted by my own problems. What was shocking though, is that the teachers, Himiko began but Izuku cut her off. They never did anything to stop them. Not in kindergarten, nor in elementary school, nor in middle school. Yes, but it wasn't all that bad, well, at least at the beginning. I used to have 4 sisters. I'm the second oldest, and I always looked up to my older sister. You could say she was what All Might is to you, she was my idol. No matter how things got bad, she was always there for me. She would always beat the bullies who were picking on me, and she would argue with my parents for my sake. She was by my side and just her smile was enough to make me smile too. She was my hero. Izuku stiffened and swallowed hard. From the way things were going, he knew that this story didn't have a happy ending. In fact, it should be obvious to him considering the situation they were currently in. But a few months ago, my sister got hit by a car and died on the spot, right in front of me. Himiko said with visible tears in her eyes. Izuku gasped in shock once he heard this. Out of all the possible outcomes, her sister died, her beloved sister died. The only person who cared about her died in front of her. Izuku didn't know how to respond. He didn't know what to say. He just decided to hear the rest of the story. After the ambulance took her to the hospital, my family came and once they heard the news, they were devastated. However, I couldn't take it like everyone else. Why did a nice, beautiful and amazing person like her had to be taken away while the psychopathic freak show that no one loved stayed behind? Himiko's breathing was unsteady. Her heart rate was skyrocketing. The edges of her vision began to darken ever so slightly. Unable to accept the truth, once, everyone was preoccupied by the doctor, I snuck into the room. Himiko, stop. There's no need to continue, just breath. Izuku tried to calm down Himiko as it wasn't hard for him to figure out that she was having a panic attack. However, the blonde girl did not stop. I drank her blood. I sucked my dead sister's blood. Himiko continued with more tears going down her cheeks. Her voice sounded cracking and dry. Having no idea what would be the best thing to do right now, Izuku stuck with the only solution he knew. He pulled her in a hug and buried her face just below his neck. Drink, he whispered as he gently caressed the back of her head and ruffled her hair. It helps you calm down, right? Right now, you're stressed out, so, drink my blood if you want. I learned enough for today. You did a great job. Himiko hesitated for a moment. After being reminded of what she did to her sister, she felt utterly disgusted with herself, but at the same time, she needed blood right now. Her mind had already started to drift once she talked about the death of sister, and her blood urges were rapidly intensifying. She sunk her canines in his neck and started to drink his blood. Once satisfied and calmed down, Himiko removed her canines from his flesh and rested her chin on his shoulder. Better. Yeah, Izuku frowned. The story he has just heard was very disturbing, and he blamed Himiko's parents and school for it. The girl didn't need to tell him the rest of the story for him to understand why she drank her sister's blood. She loved her sister. She didn't want her to disappear. She wanted to be like her, so she drank her blood to transform into her, and somehow, this traumatic experience made her more addicted to blood. She probably felt empty once she fully digested her sister's blood and reverted back to herself. And blood is what manages to calm her down now because it temporarily fills the emptiness. Izuku theorized. That's so complicated. If you want to know how the story ends, when my parents found out. No. You can tell me the rest later when you're ready. Izuku cut her off. He didn't want to risk her having another panic attack. I know what you're thinking right now. No, it's not your fault for losing control of your quirk in a traumatic experience, especially after it was suppressed for years like that. All I see in front of me is a normal girl whom I'm very happy to call her my friend and whom I enjoy her company a lot. She can be quite handful with her teasing, and even though I never met her sister, I can see that she's also as nice, amazing and beautiful as her too. Izuku said with a smile, making Himiko tear up a little again, but she also blushed. Did you say that I'm normal? She pulled her head back to look at him in the eyes. Yes, you are a normal girl, no different from any other girl I know. Being emotionally drained and tired, Himiko rested her chin on his shoulder again. Thank you for everything, and I promise I'll do my best to get rid of my blood addiction. No, we'll do our best together, and we'll do it the right way. No forcing, suppression or anything like that. But until then, I'll keep you together. That's a promise. Are you really going to keep your promise? Absolutely. You're someone special in my life now, Himiko, and I would hate to lose you. That's why, I'm going to keep my promise until you're finally free of your suffering. Izuku bluntly said. Hearing his words made Himiko's face turn completely red. Was he being smooth on purpose right now? What a cute couple. Those two are really all over each other. Two passing women commented, which made the two teens get all flustered and break apart from the hug. In fact, they each sat at each of the bench's edges. Neither had the courage to look at the other, until Himiko burst out laughing. Izuku would be all smooth and charming like that, yet at the same time would get all flustered and embarrassed in situations like these. Seeing her happy like that, Izuku laughed too before the two decided that it was time to go back home. On their way, Himiko began to think about her relationship with Izuku. It's true that her crazy side crushed on him only for his blood. That and the fact that Izuku was the second person to be kind to her and treat her like a normal girl after her deceased sister. Heck, even their blood was the same type. But now, thinking rationally about it, she really had feelings for the Sharingan user. Here he was, a boy whose childhood was pretty similar to hers, yet found the strength to fight back and have control over his life. He didn't let anything stop him, and now he's giving her the strength to do the same. Hi Himiko, what are you doing? Izuku panicked as Himiko latched to his arm and clung to it. She just giggled at his reaction. Consider this a treat for today, you dork. But that has nothing to do. Should I take out my knife then? She asked in a dark tone. No ma'am. Izuku looked away yet still had a blush on his face. Himiko was so close. Their eyes met again, and both teens couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, how many knives do you carry? Midoriya household. After ditching the wig, cap and sunglasses, Izuku opened the door of his house. He went to the kitchen to tell his mom that he's back. Only to see All Might helping his mom with dinner. We're home, Himiko trailed off once she saw Izuku's sensei. She looked back at Izuku whose eyes were already as wide as the dinner plates. She remembered her joke from yesterday and began to think if it's actually true. Young Midoriya, welcome back, and I see you brought a friend with you. All Might was surprised to see that Izuku brought a girl no less home. From what he knew, Izuku wasn't someone who made friends easily. Daisuke technically forced young Kendo and young Ojiro on him, so he didn't make them, but they can count. Young Iida and young Uraraka were still between classmates, acquaintances and friends, at least that's what he knew. Young Bakugo, who is he kidding? The two are not friends. Sure, their relationship is now all about rivalry, which is much better than what they had before, but it will definitely take a while for them to be friends. Maybe young Todoroki. No, he caught the boy stalking him yesterday and snapping photos of him. He doubted that he and Izuku were like close friends, but they were at the start line at least. Still, All Might wondered if Todoroki was stalking his successor too. Izuku grew nervous. All Might, a hero, was in his house and he saw Himiko. This is definitely not how he expected things to go when he said that he'll help Himiko. What if All Might discovers the truth? What is he going to do now? He can't go against All Might because he knows that this would make him one ungrateful bastard, yet at the same time he promised to help Himiko too. Hi, my name is Himiko Toga and I actually live here. Himiko greeted the symbol of peace. Izuku gasped in horror at the fact that Himiko just gave All Might her full name. His soul started to leave his body. This is it. All Might surely heard about her since she was a villain and now, he'll try too. I didn't know that, but good evening young Toga. I'm Toshinori Yagi, young Midoriya's mentor, nice to meet you. Huh, Izuku blinked. I see, of course the number one hero wouldn't know much about a small villain like Himiko. She didn't even make it to the media, and All Might has been busy with his job as a teacher too. I should have figured that out. Izuku, my baby, welcome home. Did you two have fun today? Inko asked. Both teens looked at each other before they smiled. A lot. I'm glad to hear that. I also made katsudon today to celebrate your win in the sports festival. Really? Thanks, Mom. Izuku perked up at the thought of eating his favorite dish. Mr. Toshinori, please have a seat. Thanks a lot for your help, but I got this now. Inko said with a smile. Toshinori. Izuku jerked his head towards All Might. First name basis already. No problem at all, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm glad I was able to help. All Might replied. He and Izuku then sat at the dining table while Himiko went to change. All Might scanned the room around him until his eyes landed on a photo of Hisashi. He's definitely going to be mad at me when he comes back, but I know I chose the right decision. All Might chuckled to himself. But more importantly, I have to tell young Midoriya about everything. I just don't know exactly how to tell him. And for some reason he's glaring at me. All Might felt nervous under Izuku's glare. You seem troubled, Mr. Toshinori. Inko commented as she came with the food. She could tell that something was troubling the pro-hero. It's fine, just some problems at work. Oh, please don't tell me we're causing you some sort of trouble with you having dinner with us. No, it's nothing too big. All Might was lying. It was a big trouble that could end up with Izuku passing down one for all to someone else or even worse. There's a pretty good reason why All Might hid all those secrets from Izuku. Everything will be sorted out, hopefully. All Might muttered the last word under his breath. Izuku's glare didn't make him feel any better. Soon after, everyone was sitting at the dinner table eating their food. All Might's food was different from the others considering his injury, which didn't go unnoticed by Izuku. So, she knows about his injury too. Just how much did he tell her? Does Izuku have multiple quirks? Inko asked, making both All Might and Izuku choke on their food. Both student and teacher then drank some water before they let out a sigh of relief. No. Both Izuku and All Might said at the same time, which surprised Inko and Himiko. The student and teacher were definitely in sync. The two one for all users then silently agreed that All Might should be the one to explain. Young Midoriya's quirk is very special and unique. At first, we thought that it was a transformation type, but then a year later we discovered that it's actually an enhancement type that enhances his strength, speed and perception. What about the lightning show and the illusions? Himiko asked, curious to know more about his quirk. Plus she helped him train and prepare for the sports festival, so she has every right to know more about it. The lightning that appears around his body is like a side effect that occurs whenever his body is enhanced. With my help, we discovered that he can use that lightning and manipulate it to attack his opponents. All Might continued his explanation. Izuku gave him a questioning look as he and All Might knew well that the Chidori is something he came up with on his own. Okay, technically, he got the idea from a dream, but still. What? I have to show your mom that I'm a good teacher. Also, don't tell her about the teaching notes. All Might whispered to his successor. Good teacher, he says. Izuku thought as he was definitely going to have a talk with All Might about his relationship with his mom. Hopefully, he won't have to Google how to hide dead bodies. As for the illusion power, it's the emitter aspect of his quirk. Like I said, his quirk is very special and it's a mix of enhancement and emitter types. All Might further explained, but Inko seemed convinced. Why does he break his bones? Inko questioned as this was something that has been worrying her. All Might's gaze turned to Izuku, as he was the best person to explain his ship with breaking bones. It happens because my body is weak to handle my quirk. Izuku fidgeted in his place, already knowing what's the question coming next. But I saw you using it without breaking your bones. Izuku looked at All Might, begging for help. Under any circumstances, Izuku would have told his mom that he breaks his bones intentionally, but Izuku's circumstances were different. See, when you're a child who had tried to commit suicide once, telling your parents that you're harming yourself to help people, might not be received well, especially when you casually break your bones like that. The last thing he wanted right now was to worry his mother. Young Midoriya just has a minor control issue. His quirk goes out of control whenever he's not focusing, which is normal considering that his quirk is still rather new, so he still needs to adapt to it. Speaking of which, Recovery Girl told me to tell you that you need to try to stop breaking your bones. She also mentioned that the reason why young Midoriya got his quirk late is because his body needed to be strong enough to handle it. All Might covered for Izuku. He knew that Izuku broke his bones in the sports festival to help Todoroki, but since his successor didn't seem comfortable about sharing the story, he remained silent about the topic. Izuku looked at All Might and was surprised to hear the new lie All Might came up with. He had to admit it was kinda smart for All Might, maybe a bit too smart. But he wasn't complaining. If anything, the lie was going to be very helpful in the future. I see, that's a relief to know. Once again, thank you for everything you've done for Izuku, and please help him achieve his dreams. All Might patted Izuku's head and rubbed the back of his head with his other, all while trying his best to smile sheepishly without seeming horrifying. You can count on me, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm sure he already knows this, but I'm very proud to call him my student. All Might said with a genuine smile. Just like All Might said, Izuku already knew this, yet it still made the Sharingan user pretty happy. However, there was also something else. With All Might sitting right next to him, eating with him in his house and having conversations like that made Izuku wonder. Is this what it feels like to have a father? Izuku didn't know how to explain it. He didn't even know how it happened, but Izuku started to see All Might as a replacement of his biological father. How can't he? He didn't see his real father for 11 years. He would have forgotten how he looked like if it wasn't for the one photo they have of him. He actually forgot how his voice sounded. Not only that, but he never sent them a single letter over the past 11 years. He never tried to call them either. Izuku had even hoped that he would call them after seeing his son win the sports festival, but he didn't. It's not like Izuku hated him or anything. Okay, he didn't hate him, but he didn't love him either. His father was just a stranger. He was grateful for the money he sent them, but Izuku needed more than that. He needed an actual father figure, and All Might managed to fill that void. But he was still going to have that talk with All Might about his relation with his mother. I think I have to go now. It was really nice meeting you, Mrs. Midoriya. You too, young Toga, please excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Toshinori, and please come by more often. Bye. Himiko added. See you soon, Toshinori-sensei. Goodbye, young Midoriya. 2 days later, Izuku was soundly sleeping on the couch. When he opened his eyes, he expected to see the ceiling of his house and the morning light coming through the windows, but much to his surprise, he saw a starry night and found himself lying on grass. Where am I? Izuku asked himself as he stood up on his feet. The first thing he noticed were his clothes. What happened to my clothes? Izuku began to inspect his new clothes that consisted of a white robe with 6 black Magatama markings across his chest and the familiar symbol of the Uchiha clan on his back with additional black Magatama markings. He didn't know how many black Magatama markings he had on his back, or what they even meant, but there was 9 black Magatama markings in rows of 3 on his back. His iconic red shoes were also replaced by black sandals. However, there was something else Izuku noticed about the clothes he was wearing, specifically the robe. For some reason, it had a majestic aura around it, fierce but also calm. It didn't take much for the Sharingan user to feel the energy that the robe was emanating, as it also filled him with power and set peace in his heart. Izuku then started to inspect the world around him, and from what he could tell, he was far away from any city as the landscape around him was only filled with trees, plants, hills, etc. It was your usual rural environment. When he looked back, he found an unusual massive crater behind him. What's this? It's as if a meteorite crashed there. And is that a tree? It's huge. And just then, Izuku felt the giant tree that was easily piercing the clouds calling for him, and so, he decided to get closer. Once he did, he descended the crater and immediately noticed the presence of 2 individuals. The first was a woman unlike any woman Izuku has ever seen before. She was a pale-skinned woman with delicate facial features. She had extremely long sweeping white hair, and possessed white clear eyes, as well as very short and round eyebrows. The woman also wore a red shade of lipstick on her lips, and just like the robe he was wearing, there was something divine about her. Izuku then looked over the second individual as he noticed how his clothes had the same markings on his robe. He was severely injured and lying on the ground in defeat. He looked so inhuman, yet pretty similar to the woman behind him. Just like her, he was pale-skinned and had this same aura that screamed divinity, yet it was frightening at the same time as Izuku's body was slightly shaking. Thankfully, the aura around him was weak, so Izuku didn't feel all that threatened. In addition, his own robe made him feel safe and well protected from any danger. The man also had a long, curving horn which grew from his right temple, resembling a crown. The iris and pupil of his right eye is yellow with a black wheel-like pattern with 8 spokes coming out of the center, while his left eye was white and clear. His hair, right eyebrow, and goatee were pale blue trimmed short with unusual alternating zigzag patterns, while his fingernails and toenails were painted black. But despite his unusual appearance, Izuku shrugged it off as the man having a mutation quirk. Seeing how badly hurt he was, Izuku immediately dashed towards him. Hey, are you okay? Can you? Izuku began but stopped as his hand passed through the man's body. Yes sir, please deactivate your quirk and let me carry you to the nearest hospital. Izuku continued, but once again his hand passed through the man. What are you doing, Kagaya? Do you think the others will let you go free after your betrayal? The man angrily said as he coughed some blood. Wait a second, they can't hear me or see me. It's like that vision I had before with the Chidori. Izuku deduced as he noticed how the 2 of them had no idea about his existence. I won't let you or anyone else harm this planet as long as I am alive. The beauty of this planet can never be wasted. The woman spoke with authority. Foolish woman, it's a shame that I won't be able to see your miserable face, as you're killed by our clan members, the man replied before he lost his consciousness. Planet. Others. What are they talking about? Are they some sort of aliens? But this woman, she said that she wanted to protect this planet, so maybe she's a good person. More importantly, what am I supposed to do here? Why am I here in the first place? Izuku said as multiple questions popped in his head. The purpose of his first vision was to learn the Chidori, but this one seems different. It's like he was brought here just to spectate. Music. Naruto Shippuden Ost Senya. Shortly after, Izuku felt like the tree was calling him again, and just like everything around him, everything about the tree screamed the word divinity. Once he got closer, he felt a tingling sensation in his hand and proceeded to make contact with the tree. The Sharingan user then gasped in shock as he witnessed the tree's trunk emanating a warm cyan light before the whole tree was enveloped in that same cyan light. Izuku gawked at the beauty of the huge tree as its light radiated through the darkness of the night. Its light was so powerful that it almost shined as bright as the sun. Wow! It's so beautiful. Izuku stood in awe at the sight of the divine tree. But just then, his hand started to get engulfed in the same warm cyan light. That's my quirk energy. It's one for all. It didn't take him much to figure out that the light surrounding his hand was indeed his quirk energy. The energy then began to spread out and engulf his entire body too, just like the tree, filling him with a rush of strength and adrenaline that he had never felt before. The power that coursed through him felt familiar, yet strange at the same time. He was well aware that it was his quirk energy, but it felt different at the same time. As Izuku felt the raw power and energy, he noticed that the quirk energy had a fierce but calm aura that radiated absolute justice and heroism. After that, green lightning began to spark and swirl around him as his green eyes shined with power. This power, it's not only one for all, there's something more to it. It feels familiar, but what is it? Izuku mumbled as he could feel the power of one for all just oozing from his quirk energy, which was a natural thing considering that one for all was his quirk. However, there was something more to it. Another power that was merged with one for all, and despite it being unfamiliar to him, it felt natural. When Izuku opened his eyes again, the man and the woman he saw earlier were gone. The cyan light engulfing both him and the tree kept getting weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. Only Izuku's eyes and hair were still shining with that cyan light. The Sharingan user then started to hear the sound of a commotion and jerked his head towards the source of it. He saw the same woman he saw in the earlier vision, running towards him, or to be more precise the tree. I have to quickly eat the chakra fruit of the divine tree, or else it'll be the end of the line for me. She pointed out as she grabbed a weird red fruit and quickly took a bite. Izuku began to watch as the woman's aura grew stronger and fiercer. There was a blue light enveloping her which Izuku recognized as quirk energy. Sudden shockwaves started to emanate from all around her. Her white hair then grew even longer, dragging across the ground, and her fingernails grew long and dark. She also grew two noticeable brow horns that stuck from her head, and a third eye formed in the center of her forehead that looked similar to Izuku's Sharingan. Her clothes changed too into a high-collared hime kimono which has black magatama running down the center and edges of the gown, adorned with intricate gold and purple lines. This caused Izuku to instinctively activate his own Sharingan. Her quirk energy is too powerful. Izuku cried out in shock. What was going on now? Even All Might's quirk energy wasn't nearly as powerful as hers. Hers was just too strong that it was visible even to those without a dojutsu. It's the Sharingan. No, wait, it's different. Izuku added as he carefully observed the third eye. It looks like the Sharingan, but it has 9 tomo. The most important thing I want to tell you right now, is that your Sharingan can grow even stronger. Shisui's words came back to his head. Is that what he meant by my Sharingan growing stronger? Izuku asked himself as he started to question what in the world is the Sharingan. He felt like there was a lot of things he didn't understand. But more importantly, what kind of fruit gives you a Sharingan with 9 tomo when you eat it? However, Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of some people, who looked human enough to him and weren't some other weird aliens. He saw that they were wearing armors and carrying weapons and seemed very angry. The weapons and armors, they're ancient, far too ancient. Does that mean, I'm in the past? Izuku questioned as he thought that there was no other explanation to any of this. He must be having some sort of vision of the past. The men then ran towards her with the intent to kill her, but multiple white tendrils coming from the divine tree captured them all and wrapped them in the tendrils as if they were caterpillars. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at the sheer power of the woman standing in front of him. The power he was witnessing now wasn't that of a mortal, but the power of a goddess. He couldn't fathom how can someone be this strong. She was easily 10 times stronger than All Might in his prime. Watch out! Izuku shouted. There was only one man left and the tendrils were about to get him too, but Izuku quickly jumped into action and tried to push him away, only to fail because this was only a vision. I don't understand. Why is she hurting these people? Didn't she say that she wanted to protect this planet? This doesn't make any sense. Why do I always get these weird dreams? If only I can get some sort of sign to figure this kind of stuff out. Past, present or future. Vision or not, Izuku would always feel sad and frustrated whenever he would see people getting hurt. As if on cue, Izuku was teleported to a completely different location. When he opened his eyes again, he saw 2 new individuals. 2 young men, possibly in their 20s, preparing to fight the woman who appeared in the last 2 visions. The first man bore a striking resemblance to the woman, having her white hair and white clear eyes. The second one looked a bit different with his brown hair and beard, as well as his purple eyes that had concentric circles covering the eyeball. In the middle of his forehead, he had a weird red symbol that strongly resembled his eyes. Izuku also noticed that they were both wearing similar clothes to him. Hagoromo, Hamura. Kagaya spoke. Mother, I'm indebted to you. The brown-haired man, now identified as Hagoromo, said as both he and his brother summoned weird weapons in their hands that looked similar to a staff, yet Izuku felt that those weren't your regular staff, but more like the legendary weapons you would find in a game after defeating the last boss. You enabled me to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan. Mangekyo Sharingan? Izuku questioned as the name managed to catch his attention. That is until the ground beneath him began to violently shake. What's this? Hagoromo nervously questioned. Elder brother, look up there. Hamura pointed directly towards the divine tree. Everyone then began to watch as the divine tree shrank for a moment and started to transform into something else entirely. What's this? I can sense a powerful aura. Hamura asked as he and his brother were able to feel how powerful this new being was despite being a few miles away. Izuku was able to sense too how powerful and terrifying the new monster's aura was. Once the transformation was complete, a gigantic monster rose from the crater with 10 tails behind him. Its appearance and height alone were enough to bring Izuku to his knees. He never saw something as terrifying in his entire life, and although he knew it was a vision, it felt so real that he just couldn't get rid of the fear. However, Izuku wasn't the only one terrified as the two brothers also looked nervous and afraid of that thing. The scenery then quickly began to change again, but while it was doing so, Izuku was able to watch the battle between the two brothers and that giant monster. However, everything was going so fast as if someone increased the speed of a video by 1000x, making Izuku unable to properly see or understand what was happening. His Sharingan were useless too. Soon, everything went back to normal as it seemed like the two brothers were finally reaching the climax of their battle with their mother and the monster. Do it, elder brother. Hamura shouted as the two brothers placed their hands on their mother from each side. It seemed like they were going to end this fight. Catastrophic planetary devastation, Hagoromo said, and shortly after Izuku watched as the ground began to shatter. Everything was getting pulled towards Kagaya, thanks to a powerful attractive force that was pulling everything in the vicinity until a large satellite was created. The satellite then began to go higher and higher until it reached out of space. Izuku just stood there with his mouth and eyes wide open, unable to believe what he just saw. Did I just witness how the moon was created? He was currently gobsmacked by what he just saw. He literally just witnessed a battle between gods. Hagoromo and Hamura, Izuku pondered. He had so many things he wanted to say, but didn't know from where to begin. Heck, he had so many questions to ask, like what's the power these people were using? Surely, it's not Quirks because Quirks have only appeared 200 years ago. Plus Izuku has never seen a Quirk this powerful, let alone someone having multiple Quirks. And this was only the beginning, Izuku. Izuku turned around to see none other than Shisui standing behind him. Chapter 28, Truth and More. And this was only the beginning, Izuku. Izuku turned around to see none other than Shisui, standing behind him. Shisui. Izuku excitedly called upon seeing his ancestor. He was both happy and relieved to see him again. Finally, there's someone who can properly explain whatever just happened. Seeing his enthusiasm, Shisui laughed and chuckled. I know you want your answers. Sorry about that, I really wanted to have that talk with you, but the connection between us wasn't strong enough. With a snap, everything around the two Uchiha stopped moving. What did you do? Izuku asked, noticing that Hagoromo and Hamura had stopped moving too. I guess the easiest way to explain this is that I have stopped time. Whoa, is that possible? Is that a power you have? If so, how does it work? Izuku started to bombard his ancestor with multiple questions. But thankfully, Shisui covered his mouth with a hand, stopping him. No, I don't have that kind of power and I never had it. I'm the one who has been showing you these visions, so I have the power to stop them at will. That's the easiest explanation, I guess. Shisui then pulled his hand back, giving Izuku the chance to speak again. I see, so it's like when you pause a video and play it again. You could say that. Anyways, care for a history lesson? Izuku's expression turned serious and he gave Shisui his full attention. I want to know everything. I see, it's going to be a long story, so try to bear with me. Shisui said with a sheepish smile. And with that, Izuku nodded and watched as Shisui took a deep breath. The older Uchiha's expression became more serious, matching his descendant. You saw the divine tree, right? That giant tree that transformed into a giant monster, yeah. Izuku stiffened as he remembered how terrifying that monster was. That tree is an alien tree, born from that monster itself, which acts as the tree's seeding. It was planted by Otsutsuki. The same two you saw first when you came here, Kagaya and Ishiki. People believed that the divine tree nourished the land and helped it thrive, while in truth, the tree was used to slowly kill the land and its people, by draining a planet's natural energy. All to create a fruit known as the chakra fruit. You mean the same fruit that Kagaya ate in order to gain that frightening power? Izuku put a hand on his chin as he tried to piece the information he just learned. Yes. Wait. Earlier, you mentioned that they plant this tree to suck a planet's natural energy. Does that mean that they do the same thing to other planets? Izuku asked, to which Shisui nodded. Members of the Otsutsuki clan used to travel through dimensions in search of divine trees so that they can harvest these fruits and gain powerful chakra for themselves, producing medicine that grants them their godlike power along with extended youth and longevity. Used to. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Yes, the Otsutsuki have been dealt with a long time ago, so no need to worry about them. More importantly, in order for a divine tree to blossom from its seeding state into the tree, it must be fed a life of an Otsutsuki. The healthier and stronger the sacrifice is, the more powerful the chakra fruit it produces. That's why they usually travel in pairs. Kagaya was the one meant to be sacrificed, but she retaliated, and the rest is as you saw. Shisui continued, to which Izuku nodded in understanding. So, she sacrificed Ishiki instead. No. Ishiki turned out to be alive, and he managed to escape, though he was too weak to pose a threat. It took him hundreds of years to come back, but he was then defeated once and for all. Shisui explained. Then, who did Kagaya sacrifice? Izuku asked in confusion. If she and Ishiki came together, but the latter escaped, then who did she sacrifice to grow the tree? The Otsutsuki have the power to reincarnate in a vessel, upon giving them a karma mark. It's a special seal that serves as a compressed backup of an Otsutsuki's biological data. And that's what she did. She gave her karma mark to a young lady, and when the biological data within the mark had extracted to at least a majority percentage, she sacrificed the young lady because Otsutsuki vessels are viable for sacrifice. Shisui finished, leaving Izuku deeply disturbed. How can they sacrifice so many people for the sake of power? How can they be so selfish and inconsiderate? But the past is the past. There was no way to change it now, so Izuku pushed those thoughts aside and decided to stay on topic. I saw it. Kagaya, she had a 9-tomo Sharingan. A third eye that had a 9-tomo Sharingan. If anything, it was terrifying. Izuku said, as he remembered what he had witnessed earlier and how Kagaya took out an entire army. It seems to me like you're confused, but that wasn't the Sharingan. Huh, what do you mean? Izuku asked in confusion. The dojutsu you saw earlier is called the Rinne Sharingan. Rinne Sharingan. How is it so different from the Sharingan? You saw what she did to that army, right? She put them all into one genjutsu called, the Infinite Tsukuyomi. The strongest genjutsu known in existence. It's powerful enough to trap the entire world, and kill them. Shisui finished, causing Izuku's eyes to widen in pure shock and fear. A genjutsu strong enough to trap the entire world, and kill everyone. How can this be possible? Am my genjutsu pale in comparison? I don't even know if I can trap more than one person in a genjutsu. Izuku thought, realizing how big the difference in their powers truly was. The Otsutsuki were definitely in a league of their own. He just hoped that no one could ever gain the power to cast this genjutsu. He wasn't sure he would be able to stop them. He couldn't be any more wrong. Don't worry, it isn't that easy to cast. Some other requirements need to be met before that. I also doubt that anyone has the knowledge on how to cast it, and even if they do, they'll never be able to cast it. The older Uchiha assured his descendant. Not that I'm doubting you or anything, but how can you be so sure? Izuku asked. On one hand, he was curious to know how would someone cast the Infinite Tsukuyomi. On the other, he wanted to be 100% assured that no one can truly cast this genjutsu. You saw how that tree became a monster, right? Shisui said, to which Izuku nodded. The image of that monster was going to be forever engraved in his mind. Shisui only took his nod as a yes before he snapped his fingers again. With that, the scene began to shift, showing nothing except the two Uchiha, Hagoromo and the 10 Tails. That monster is called the 10 Tails. After Hagoromo defeated his mother, he separated the 10 Tails into 9 titanic living forms of chakra called the tailed beasts. Shisui paused as, once again, the scene began to change, showing the tailed beasts when they were little and grouped around Hagoromo. Starting from the 1 tail, Shukaku, to the 9 tails, Kurama. Shisui continued as Izuku took his time to observe the 9-tailed beasts. He was truly fascinated by their existence and appearance. They look so much different from that ugly and frightening monster from before. Izuku said in his head as he kept staring at the tailed beasts. He couldn't keep his eyes off a certain 9-tails fox. If anything, he looked quite intriguing and filled with so many emotions. So, the reason why no one can cast that genjutsu is because the 10 tails no longer exists, right? Izuku theorized, though he wasn't completely right. Hearing his theory, Shisui shook his head. Not quite. If you capture all 9-tailed beasts again, you can merge them back into the 10 tails. But do not worry, the tailed beasts haven't been spotted for the last 1,000 years. They're still alive, but no one knows where they are, and believe me, no one currently has the power to capture all 9 of them, not even All Might in his prime. What? They're really that strong? Izuku was stunned to hear this. His eyes were as wide as dinner plates. Although, given how strong the 10 tails was, he shouldn't have expected anything less. Oh, believe me. Right now, you're seeing them as kids, but once they'll grow up, they'll become so powerful that they'll be feared by nations. Shisui explained, knowing how fearsome they truly were, and being a survivor of the 9 tails attack himself. I would keep that in mind if I ever meet them. I wouldn't want to get on their bad side. Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Hearing this, Shisui couldn't help but chuckle. He has no idea that he's capable of becoming even stronger than even the likes of Kagaya and Ishiki. But I still don't understand, why would anyone want to do something so awful as to kill the entire human population? It has many uses. Kagaya used it the first time in order to create an army of white Zetsu. They are beings created from the corpses of the people who got trapped in that genjutsu. The second time, was to suck everyone's chakra. You keep mentioning the word chakra, but what is chakra exactly? And how do people have it if Kagaya is the one who ate the chakra fruit? Did she harvest more? Izuku hastily asked, not even bothering to breathe. Don't worry, I'll answer them one by one. For starters, Kagaya is the only person to have eaten the chakra fruit. However, as you saw, her sons inherited her power. And Hagoromo was the first person in humans' history to have ever unlocked the Sharingan. The first person to ever unlock the Sharingan, you don't mean? Izuku was once again stunned as he has figured out what Shisui meant. Yes, Hagoromo is our ancestor. The first Uchiha, founder of our clan, is in fact Hagoromo's son. Wait, I remember something now. Hagoromo mentioned something about a mhaXnaruto Sharingan, I think. Yes, the mhaXnaruto Sharingan is an advanced form of the Sharingan and only a few Uchiha were able to unlock it, including me. Really? That's cool. How can I unlock it? Izuku asked, eager to evolve his Sharingan too. Shisui stiffened at his question, not really sure how to answer it. Perhaps, it's better not to talk about this now. Let's stay on topic now. We can always talk about that later. Shisui nervously said. Oh, right, sorry, so naturally, all of Hagoromo's descendants have chakra. Correct. However, it's not only Hagoromo's descendants. Huh, Izuku blinked, once again confused. After they defeated their mother, Hamura decided to live on the moon whereas Hagoromo remained on Earth. While on Earth, Hagoromo spread chakra to others through a special practice called ninshu, intending to create peace by using chakra to connect people's spiritual energy so that they would understand one another without even talking. Shisui further explained. Once again, Izuku began to immerse with his thoughts. Make people understand one another without even talking. That's really incredible. If people were able to understand each other without talking, then people like Himiko would have never been cast away by our society. She would have never suffered, and same thing for me. I know it sounds to you like a great idea to create peace. But unfortunately, people did not use chakra in the way Hagoromo hoped. They instead used it to connect their inner spiritual and physical energies, and needed their inner chakra to amplify and weaponize it, creating what was known as ninjutsu. What? But who? Who did create ninjutsu? Izuku asked, wanting to know who was responsible for disrupting the peace Hagoromo tried to create. It was none other than his firstborn and our founder, Indra Otsutsuki. Izuku gasped, utterly shocked by the information he has just heard. Shisui sighed. Before Kagaya was sealed, she created a being called Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's objective was to resurrect Kagaya, but the task wasn't easy. He manipulated countless Uchiha to achieve his goal, and the first of them was Indra, Shisui started to explain. The scene around them began to shift, showing a young Indra performing some hand seals. As Izuku watched his ancestor perform the hand seals, his body started to shake in fear. He was utterly terrified, and the reason for that is that he knew very well those hand seals. He has already seen someone else perform them before, his evil counterpart. This didn't go unnoticed by Shisui. The older Uchiha knew exactly what was going on inside Izuku's head. However, he chose to remain silent for the moment. He will address that topic once he finishes telling him everything about the shinobi history. When he was a child, Indra created the hand seals to control chakra and manipulate it to create an effect that would normally not be possible otherwise, such as your Chidori. At first, he created ninjutsu to further aid humans in their everyday life, but through Black Zetsu's manipulation, he fell down the wrong path. Chakra is ordinarily not visible to the unaided eye unless it is highly concentrated or manifested in large amounts. After Hagoromo spread chakra, it became our life force. Those who run out of chakra will die. I would like to talk some more about chakra, but I'll leave this matter until your internship begins. You're already learning a lot of things as it is today. Izuku shook off whatever worries he has and paid more attention to everything Shisui told him. So, what you're trying to say is, the quirk energy we use today is nothing but chakra? Izuku asked, piecing everything he has learned together. No. People today do not have chakra. Huh. Izuku just blinked. He was now even more confused than before. Except for you. Izuku Midoriya, you're the last living human with chakra. Correction. Izuku was now even more confused than before. Wait a second. You just said that people can't live without chakra, yet nowadays, people don't have chakra, with the exception being me. Correct. That doesn't make any sense. I know. Wait, what? I don't know how do you have chakra, Shisui shrugged. But you felt it yourself when you touched the divine tree, right? That other power flowing within you aside from one for all. It's your chakra. Izuku stared at the hand he used to make contact with the divine tree. He remembered well that other power he felt. So, that was what that other power was, but it seems to me like you know how people today don't have chakra. Yes, but I'll need to explain the rest of Kagaya's story first in order for you to understand. While Indra fell to Black Zetsu's manipulation, only one person stood up to him, his younger brother, Asura. However, the battle never ended, as Indra's and Asura's descendants kept fighting against each other. Their battle became a battle between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. However, that's not all, as the two brothers kept reincarnating among the two clans and fought each other over the centuries. All thanks to Black Zetsu's manipulation, who desperately wanted to revive Kagaya. That is until, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju and the ghost of the Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, ended the battle between the two clans once and for all in order to achieve peace. They then created a village known as the village hidden in the leaves, Konoha. A village that many clans would come to call home and let its people live in peace. This idea had a ripple effect on all the surrounding nations, and so, more villages came to be. Shisui explained as the scene changed, showing off Konoha when it was first built and still freshly new. Izuku stood there in amazement as he watched an Uchiha kid that strongly resembled Shisui playing with two other kids. One had black hair and we all hate, and the other had brown hair and a considerable number of people hates him too. Is that you when you were a kid? Izuku asked, curious about the young Uchiha's identity. No. That's my grandfather, Kagami Uchiha. Your grandfather, huh? It's certainly weird seeing all of my ancestors like that. But, Izuku paused as he scanned his surroundings. Seeing people who were always at war with each other, living happily like this is so inspiring. Everyone is just smiling and it's beautiful. It's the result of Hashirama's and Madara's hard work. It's a shame it didn't last. What do you mean? While both Hashirama and Madara wanted to achieve peace, their ideologies were different. Madara was skeptical and didn't trust any other village, and so he was interested in submitting other villages through Konoha's will. Whereas, Hashirama sought peace through cooperation and trust of the other villages. But keep in mind that Madara was an Uchiha in solitude, especially after his brother, Izuna was killed. He would then learn about the history of the shinobi, and the seemingly endless cycle of failure, as well as the conflict between Uchiha and Senju that seemed eternal. On the Uchiha stone tablet, originally written by Hagoromo and later on modified by Black Zetsu, Madara saw a life of endless suffering, conflict, and he saw peace that could never be achieved. And so, after reading about the failures of the shinobi, Madara would lose all hope in mankind, causing him to distance himself from his best friend and even his own clan members. Whereas, Hashirama stood as the perfect foil to Madara and highlighted Madara's worst traits. Hashirama was filled with hope and positivity, and especially hope for the new generation, which is why he was chosen to be the leader of the village, the first Hokage. Conversely, Madara was so convinced that the cycle couldn't be broken, so he decided that he wouldn't give the chance for anyone to try to break it, as he was tricked into thinking that true peace could be achieved through the infinite Tsukuyomi. But the infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't achieve true peace. It kills people. Izuku was curious to know what did Madara think that deadly genjutsu would be. A world of only victors, a world of only peace, a world of only love. That was what Madara thought the infinite Tsukuyomi would create after he would trap everyone in the eternal genjutsu. Izuku put a hand on his chin and hummed in thought, I see, he had Konoha's best interest at his heart. His philosophy at its core was to achieve true peace, and that at some point was where his heart was focused. But it turned out he was just a pawn in Black Zetsu's plan. Izuku tried his best to understand the legendary Uchiha. Though I can't understand him because thankfully I've never lost someone dear to me, I think that even if this dream world was true, it would have been just like the name suggests, a dream. And dreams are sadly not true, so it's not true peace. He added. When he was a kid, he had plenty of dreams where he was blessed with a quirk. He would be happy in his dreams, but every time he woke up, he would get sad because none of it was true. Correct. And thanks to his master plan, Madara succeeded, but in the end, he discovered that he was taken advantage of by Black Zetsu and Kagaya was revived. Thankfully though, she was sealed once again, but this time by the latest Asuras and Indra's reincarnations, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Wait a second. How were there more reincarnations if Hashirama and Madara were still alive? Izuku didn't quite get that part. Shouldn't they die first in order to have new reincarnations? Well, about that. Madara and Hashirama were dead but Madara's master plan continued even after his death, and he was then, you could say, revived. What? Revived? How is that possible? Izuku was shocked to hear this, then again, he was just told that dead people can be revived. Well, it's a long story and I guess the shortest answer would be ninjutsu. This is a lot to take in. I never knew that the world's history was this big. Izuku took a deep breath. And the power of ninjutsu is getting more and more incredible. Taking all of this surely wasn't easy, but Izuku still needed more answers. He needed to know how quirks came to be. Even today, the quirk specialists never found out how quirks came to be, so Izuku was definitely excited to learn about that. Alright, continue please. Ironically, Madara did create peace in the shinobi world. Izuku blinked. Through his pursuit of true peace, Madara started a war. A war where everyone was against him. A war that brought all nations together for the first time in history, in order to fight a common enemy, which effectively broke the cycle he desperately wanted to end. And thanks to Naruto Uzumaki this peace was maintained. Naruto and Sasuke were also the last reincarnations, as the conflict between Senju and Uchiha had ended too. Humanity would then focus its effort on fighting the Otsutsuki threat, who were once again the common enemy. But unfortunately, just like Madara anticipated, that peace didn't last and the cycle began once again. With advancements in scientific ninja tools, a conflict rose between those who didn't have much chakra and depended on the scientific tools, and the shinobi who still had chakra and used ninjutsu. The former's objective was to end the shinobi era as shinobi were no longer needed, whereas the second fraction fought to protect what it means to be a shinobi. In the end, the first fraction artificially replicated the divine tree, and modified it so that it would consume people's chakra without killing them and give the energy back to Earth. It essentially modified the human's body structure once again. However, there was one thing they didn't anticipate. Our planet had already adapted and was functioning despite having a large amount of its natural energy consumed by the previous divine tree, and so, the natural energy the Earth consumed was far too excessive, causing the 5 great nations to split, new lands to appear and expand, and more than half of the humans' population death. It was the biggest catastrophe humanity has ever seen. Izuku gasped in both shock and horror by this new information. How humans almost created their own demise was just unbelievable. If anything, this just proved that Madara was right and there was no hope for mankind. But why? I don't understand. Why do people desire peace, yet initiate wars themselves? It's human nature, Izuku. People are greedy, they want power, fame and money. It's embedded in their survival instincts. But hate also played a huge factor. Hate caused countless wars, bloodshed and genocides. Shisui explained with a saddened expression, leaving Izuku quite dismayed. I don't understand. There must have been people who used ninjutsu to create peace, to bring justice and save people like the pro-heroes. But Shisui just shook his head. Back before I left the shinobi life, I always thought that there was no such a thing as justice in the shinobi world. We all fought believing in our own justice, but if the enemy was doing the same thing, then who was right? Izuku was left speechless. He had no response. The two of them came from very different eras, so he had no idea how ruthless the shinobi world truly was. Eventually, I realized what we all should have fought from the beginning was hatred. Hatred was our true enemy. Alas, when I realized that, it was too late to change anything. Don't get me wrong though, you can never get rid of hatred. Hagoromo and countless others have tried only to fail, you can just hope to reduce it as much as you can. Izuku couldn't help but think that Shisui was right. Hatred still existed. He has seen it with his very own eyes. He has seen it in Himiko after all. Anyways, back to the history lesson. Without ninjutsu or scientific ninja tools, humans had to rebuild everything from scratch as all scientific progress was lost. But at least, wars had finally stopped as people were just focusing on rebuilding what was lost. Countries were then formed and once again people lived in peace. But even after hundreds of years, the natural energy the Earth received was still excessive and so, it started to give it back through its soil during the first 50 years of Quirk's appearance. In other words, humans were able to get back chakra thanks to the food they ate, and the next generations just inherited their parents' powers. However, because of their new biological structure, humans gained quirks. A power that is far easier to use than ninjutsu. After all, your friends use quirks without even knowing that their quirk energies are being channeled to do so. And of course, those whose ancestors had a Kekkei Genkai got them back. Kekkei Genkai. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, unfamiliar with the new term. Kekkei Genkai are rare abilities passed down genetically within specific clans. Like our Sharingan. Izuku replied, immediately understanding what a Kekkei Genkai is. Exactly. There are 3 types of Kekkei Genkai, and Dojutsu is one of 3. Another type is advanced nature transformation, like Todoroki's ice quirk. Todoroki possesses a Kekkei Genkai. Izuku repeated, though he didn't understand what advanced nature transformation was. Yes, and it's not only him. Bakugo's explosion quirk is also an advanced nature transformation Kekkei Genkai. Kachan too. Shisui nodded, we'll talk more about this later so that I can fully explain everything in details. The third type of Kekkei Genkai is a type that doesn't have a specific name as it's hard to categorize them, but one thing they have in common, is that they grant the users unrivaled ways of using their own bodies. A good example would be the Dokugan, my wife's Kekkei Genkai. Your wife's Kekkei Genkai. But wait, does that mean? Yes, Izuku. You have the Dokugan as well. Hearing this, Izuku looked at both of his hands in disbelief. I have another power, he muttered before an important question popped in his head. Just how many powers do I have? You would be surprised by the number of things you could do. However, you still need a lot of training in order to learn how to use them. And that's what we will be working on during your internship. I'll teach you everything about your power and be your guide. I see, thanks a lot, Shisui. I couldn't have done it without you. I'll be depending on you from now on. There's no need to thank me at all. I'm just fulfilling my role, and if anything, I'm happy to help my descendant. Before we move to something else, do you have any questions? Izuku paused for a moment. The gears in his head were turning. If people got quirks through food, then how come quirkless people exist? I had a feeling that this was going to be the next question you would ask. If we're talking about the quirkless people who were present during the time the Earth was returning back its natural energy, those people didn't get quirks because their bodies resisted quirks as if they were a virus. That's why quirks were more common in children at first, and as you know, the first person to get a quirk manifested it when he was baby. And even if new children were born without a quirk, meaning that their bodies resisted the natural energy, there was a higher chance that their children would get one as the quirk virus, if that what we'll call it, evolved and got stronger. As for people like you who should have just inherited their parents' quirks, those are just super rare cases where they became quirkless just because of a mutation in their genes. But when you think about it, you're not quirkless. You have chakra. It's not a quirk per se, but it's even better. It's incredible. Izuku excitedly said. During his time as being quirkless, he always thought that he was the unluckiest person in this world, but now, it seems like he truly lucked out. Seeing how happy Izuku seemed, Shisui chuckled. In this world, 90% of the human population have quirks, and 10% are quirkless. But only one person has chakra, and that's you, Izuku Midoriya. Hearing the explanation, Izuku was finally satisfied as he let out a sigh of relief. I think I finally understand everything now. Once again, thank you, Shisui. Don't mention it, Shisui said with a bright smile on his face, but then it quickly vanished as he turned more serious. There's one last thing we need to talk about. Frankly, I don't have much more time, so we should make this quick. I understand, so what is it? I mentioned during the sports festival that One for All and the Sharingan are changing, right? Shisui asked, to which Izuku nodded as he remembered their conversation from the sports festival. Yes, I remember, but I don't know what did you mean by that. Before receiving One for All, you were weak. You couldn't use the Sharingan for a long time, and that's because although you have chakra, it wasn't that much. Your chakra reserves were initially small, very small, however, after receiving One for All, things began to change. The quirk energy of One for All and your chakra began to merge. Remember the ball throw test and how your throw broke the sound barrier? It was because One for All had fully merged with your chakra, becoming part of it and making One for All become much stronger than it was before. Frankly, it was also the moment I was brought here. Wait a second, you mean all that training I did to increase my time limit was for nothing? Not quite. It was helpful, but it was unlocking more percentages of One for All that truly helped because it increased your chakra reserves. It's not your fault really, it's just that you're an Uchiha hybrid. You're not a full blood and none of my descendants are, so your body can't handle the stamina the Sharingan consumes as it should. But you shouldn't worry about that. Having a quirk in training can make a hybrid Uchiha overcome this weakness and use the Sharingan like a full-blooded Uchiha, though not everyone can achieve this. You just need to train and unlock more percentages of One for All to increase your time limit. This is what I would say, but when it comes to you, there's another solution. Another solution. Izuku repeated. He was happy to know that his time limit issue won't last forever, but what could be this other solution? Quirk evolution. Izuku, you have to evolve One for All if you want to unlock your true potential. My true potential. Yes, you haven't even unlocked what would be 1% of your true potential. Shisui pointed out, to which Izuku's eyes widened in shock. All this time, he hadn't even reached 1% of his true power. I'm going to be honest with you, Izuku. A quirk evolution can make most people have the potential to surpass even All Might in his prime. But yours is even more special since you have chakra. Your quirk evolution will not only upgrade your quirk, but also your Sharingan. You will have the potential to surpass even the Otsutsuki. Surpass those godly people. Do I really have such power? Izuku rhetorically asked. It was hard for him to process all of this. Just a year ago, he was completely powerless and now he's being told that he can become stronger than the likes of Hagoromo and Kagaya. It was hard to believe this. Yes, but it also depends on what you'll choose. Shisui replied. The scene then changed to the space, back where Izuku and Shisui first met. Izuku noticed this and the green star that represented One for All. What do you mean by I'll have to choose? Look beyond the green star. Izuku looked beyond the star and saw dozens of galactic pathways. Each pathway had a different color and Izuku couldn't see the end of any of them. As I said, your quirk evolution is very special, and you'll get it depending on which pathway you choose. Shisui explained. How should I know which one to choose? Izuku asked as he finally took his eyes off the pathways. I can't really say. It's your task to make the choice. However, I can tell you that there's one path you should never choose. Shisui continued. Izuku's expression turned serious, yet there was also a hint of nervousness. He knew that whatever this path was, it definitely was bad, very bad. When I told you today about the history of the shinobi, I actually had another goal in mind. Madara, Indra and many other Uchihas succumb to something called the curse of hatred. When an Uchiha's love is replaced by hatred, their hatred and anger consume them and they eventually end up becoming villains. And I know that this may be hard to believe, Izuku, but I'm afraid you're already on such path. WHWH, what do you mean? I don't understand, Shisui. Are you trying to say that I can become a villain? Izuku asked in disbelief. He felt betrayed. How could Shisui think that he would ever fall to the path of villainy? Didn't he prove many times already that he can become a hero? Yes, I believe you could fall down to that path. Remember, Madara's goal was once to achieve peace and look where it led. Shisui immediately replied without any hesitation. Hearing his answer, Izuku grit his teeth in anger and clenched his fists. That's not true. Izuku began but Shisui cut him off. Your evil counterpart. Izuku's heart almost stopped right there, huh? I know you met your evil counterpart a couple of days ago. He's the proof that there's already hatred in your heart. Your evil self is actually the manifestation of the curse of hatred. He represents all of that hatred you've tried to suppress and seal in your heart. I'm sorry, Izuku. I don't mean to upset you, but it's the truth. The sum of the despair of the experiences you faced in your past caused a manifestation of a unique chakra within your brain, not only impacting the optic nerves and creating the Sharingan, but also creating your evil counterpart. This has never happened before to an Uchiha, but it just shows how deep your hatred runs. Just like you have the potential to become the greatest hero of all time, you also have the potential to become the greatest villain of all time. Izuku took a few steps back as he shook his head. This couldn't be real. He is All Might's successor, the ninth user of One for All, the next symbol of peace. There's no way that someone like that could have hatred in his heart or the potential to become a villain. I can't believe you, I'm not that person. I refuse to believe that he exists. All Might chose me, he chose me because of my heroic nature, which means I'm not. Tsubasa. Izuku closed his mouth and was frozen stiff upon hearing that name, letting Shisui continue. If it had been Tsubasa who was captured by the sludge villain that day, would you have saved him like Bakugo? Izuku trailed off. The words he wanted to say couldn't come out of his mouth. Bakugo may have been the leader of the group of bullies, but if someone was really responsible for the hell he went through in his childhood, it was Tsubasa. showing off his quirk to him every day, constantly beating him, threatening him, make him a laughingstock in front of their classmates. Tsubasa was the one who ruined his childhood. It was because of him that Izuku tried to commit suicide. Izuku looked down in shame. His eyes slowly shifted to his right leg. It was the same leg Tsubasa once broke before he left him all alone in the park. Meanwhile, Shisui just stood there and studied his descendant's expression. Shisui knew everything Tsubasa had done to Izuku, and he had to admit, the kid was the worst of the worst, and his crafty nature combined with his twisted evil personality sickened him. Izuku had every right to hate and despise the boy. But if Izuku hated the boy to the point where he would watch him die, then it wouldn't be so heroic of him. Izuku paused as he felt a tingling sensation all over his body. His Saiyan chakra began to engulf him once again, and he had the feeling that this meeting was about to end. Time's up, and with that, Izuku's gaze once again found the ground. In the end, he couldn't say that he would try to save Tsubasa. Izuku, don't try to run from your problems. Accepting the problem is the first step of fixing anything. I believe that you'll come to terms with that fact. Those were the last words Shisui said before Izuku left. I just hope it won't be too late when you do so. Shisui added, and the vestiges of One for All could be seen lurking behind him. When Izuku opened his eyes again, he finally saw the ceiling of his house but squinted his eyes as the faint light of the sun shined on them. He has finally woken up, and he had to prepare to go to Ua. He got off the sofa, and went to take a shower. After finishing his shower, he ate his breakfast and put on his Ua uniform. Izuku then took a good look at himself in the mirror before he slapped his cheeks. There's no way I could succumb to the curse of hatred. All Might told me I can become a hero and many people support me now. I have to meet their expectations. I can't fail them. Izuku was now ready to go, but there was one more thing he had to take care of. Knock knock. Izuku knocked on the door of Himiko's room before he entered. She was sleeping. Himiko, Izuku whispered as he gently shook her. Ah, Izuku. Izuku chuckled at the half-asleep Himiko. Good morning, Himiko. Sorry for disturbing you, but I'm going back to Ua today and I don't think I'll be able to come back here until tomorrow. So, I thought I had to give you my blood before I leave. Hehe, talk about having breakfast in bed. Izuku decided not to comment on how Himiko just described his as a meal. It wasn't until Himiko sat that Izuku spoke. Wait. Is that my shirt? I've been looking for that shirt since last month. Himiko just looked at the shirt before her gaze switched to Izuku. I didn't have any pajamas when I first came here, so I borrowed this one, and don't think I'll give it back. Izuku muttered under his breath on how you should ask someone for something before borrowing it, else it counts as stealing. It was also one of his favorites All Might shirts too. He sighed. Fine, you can have it. It's not like I have an option anyways. Izuku said, to which Himiko just giggled. Izuku then sat on the bed, exposing his neck before Himiko's canines sank in. Once she drank his blood and was satisfied, she retreated under the covers. Thanks for the meal. She giggled again. You don't have to act all cheerful about it when I'm around. I already know that it makes you sad and feel guilty. Izuku commented, not wanting Himiko to force herself to put a tough act around him. I know, but I'm actually doing it for myself. She replied. She was actually acting like this in order to hide the guilt she felt every time she drank blood, and trick herself into believing that it was okay. Izuku hesitated for a moment on what to do. He knew that Himiko's trauma was something that would take quite some time before she could recover. But there was also the possibility that she would never will. In the end, he reached out with his hand and patted her head. I'll be back tomorrow. Take care of yourself and mom. Izuku said, making Himiko blush and hide her face in her pillow. Seeing this, Izuku smiled and decided to leave the room. Do your best, hero. Himiko said as Izuku was holding the door handle. Yeah, you can count on me. And with that, Izuku left his house with his bag. Ua High School. All Might had just arrived at Ua with his car. He turned off the engine, unfastened his seat belt, and turned off the AC. But when he looked at the rearview mirror, he saw Izuku sitting in the backseat. Good morning, All Might. Ah, young Midoriya, you startled me. All Might panicked and flinched in his seat. Was his successor planning on giving him a heart attack or something? Sorry about that, All Might, but you and I need to talk, or should I call you, Toshinori? Young Midoriya, please, this is just a misunderstanding. Your mother invited me over for dinner to talk about your quirk and to get to know me. Izuku squinted his eyes. To get to know you? He asked in a dark tone as he held the knife he stole from Himiko to All Might's throat. As your mentor. Then why is she calling you, Toshinori? I ask everyone to call me by my first name, remember? You call me Toshinori-sensei, too. I got used to it after going to America. That's a valid point, and in your defense, you kept calling her Mrs. Midoriya. All Might successively nodded. Yes, so could you please put the knife away and let me go in peace? He said as he was holding his successor's hand, trying to keep the knife away from his throat. One final question. Are those your true intentions with my mother, young Yagi? I think that you and I both know well that I'm far older than you, young Midoriya. All Might noticed Izuku activating One for All to get the edge over him. I mean, yes, sir. Izuku sighed as he stopped powering up and pulled the knife back in his pocket. Wow, having a knife in your pocket sure is empowering. Is that how Himiko always feels? Young Midoriya, if you're ever blessed with a daughter, I pity whoever will try to ask her out. All Might was trying to take his breath and calm his poor heart that almost stopped there. His heart was still racing after coming so close to death. Sorry about that, All Might, I just wanted to make sure you're not trying any funny business. What, you think I'm young Mineta or something? All Might was baffled by the accusation. No. If it was Mineta, I would have not bothered talking with him like that, instead, the knife would have been the one to do the talking. All Might was frightened to hear that his student had no problem murdering one of his classmates, but then again, it's Mineta. It would make the world better. Still, All Might should count himself lucky. Anyways, sorry for startling you again. You can forget that this ever happened. I'll see you later. Oh right, before I forgot, Todoroki is stalking us. If you want him to stay away just call me. I didn't see him yet, but I'm sure he'll appear. Izuku was cut off by the sound of a camera taking a picture. Both master and student jerked their heads to see the culprit, who was none other than Shoto Todoroki. The boy was currently hiding in a bush and taking a photo of Izuku and Skeleton Might with his phone. Oh, I forgot to put my phone on silence. Shoto pointed out before he disappeared in the bushes. What the hell is wrong with my class? All Might said in his mind. Perhaps he should ask Nezu for an early retirement. All Might then remembered something important. Have you seen young Iida today? Izuku shook his head. No, why? He asked. It was unusual for his mentor to take an interest in anyone except for him. Wait a second, isn't that called favoritism? You don't know what happened to his brother? All Might asked, leaving Izuku a bit confused. No, I didn't, Izuku replied. He has been busy with Himiko's problem for the past 2 days, trying to think of what he should do about it. It doesn't help that Tenya didn't respond to his messages when he asked him about the family issue he had. His brother got attacked by the hero killer Stain. Ingenium got crippled and can no longer do hero work. All Might said in a saddened tone. No way. I have to go and check on him. School is starting soon too. I'll see you later, All Might. Izuku sped out of the car in order to check on Iida. He knew how much the boy admired his older brother, so he wanted to make sure that his classmate was okay. Class 1A. Izuku found Tenya in their class. Since Tenya was a diligent student, Izuku was sure that he would find him here, 10 minutes early before the first bell rings. Midoriya. Tenya greeted the Sharingan user. Iida, Izuku began but Tenya cut him off. If it's about my brother, there is no need to worry. I apologize for worrying you needlessly. It wasn't that hard for Izuku to notice that Tenya didn't want to talk. The topic was still sensitive to the young speedster. So instead, he decided to give his classmate some space and not pry about it. But it doesn't mean that he didn't have his worries. Soon the students began to fill the class. They were all happy to see each other again, and began to talk about how people recognized them from the sports festival and such. Meanwhile, Izuku was busy writing in his secret hero analysis journal everything he learned about chakra, the history of the shinobi and quirk evolution. He didn't know a lot about ninjutsu or quirk evolution and how they're related, so he left a few pages empty for that. Good morning, Izuku. Momo greeted the young Uchiha. On reflex, Izuku quickly closed his secret hero analysis journal and put it aside. Good morning to you too, Momo. He said with a sheepish smile as he rubbed the back of his head. What were you just doing? Momo asked, curious to know about what was Izuku writing in his notebook, causing the boy to sweat nervously. Homework. Yes, I was finishing my homework. Izuku nervously said, his sheepish smile still present. Momo tilted her head, you didn't do your homework during break. She didn't expect an exceptional student like Izuku to be doing his homework right before class. Well, you see, I was very busy during the break, so I didn't have any time to do it. Momo nodded, I see. I can get out my homework and help you if that's the case. She said, already opening her backpack and searching for it. No, it's okay. I already finished it. Thanks for the help though. Izuku stopped her. Momo gave him a nod before she closed her backpack again. Wait a second, did I really try to give him my homework and let him copy my answers? But that counts as cheating. How did I allow myself to suggest something like that? Shame on you Momo, you're a recommended student, you should act more like one. I wonder what Izuku thinks of me now. Wait, why am I even thinking about what he thinks of me? It shouldn't really matter, right? Right. Momo was immersed in her thoughts and the new emotions she had. She looked at Izuku once again and blushed. She didn't understand what were these new emotions. Just then, the class's door opened and Aizawa entered. Morning. Aizawa greeted his class. Good morning. Today we're having a special hero informatics class today with 1B, so we'll be meeting in a larger classroom. Meet up at 2A in 5 minutes. Grab your bags. Aizawa exclaimed in his usual monotone voice. What about the 2A students? Where will they go? Denki asked. There's number 2A students. I expelled them all during their first year. With that, Aizawa waltzed out of the classroom. The students were shocked to hear that their teacher expelled an entire class before, and were once again reminded of how strict he is. Fearing that he would expel them, they quickly grabbed their backpacks and speed walked to 2A, a classroom meant to hold at least 2 classes at once. Class 1B soon joined, and hastily entered, grabbing seats wherever they could. I hope it's not a quiz. Denki nervously whispered to which Awase nodded. If it's related to hero laws and stuff, I'm screwed. Kirishima joined. Please don't let it be something serious. Mina added with a hint of fear. She was so preoccupied by the sports festival that she hasn't been keeping up with her studies. Code names. Aizawa begun. You'll be coming up with hero names. We're going to do something exciting. The whole class cheered, only for Aizawa to activate his quirk in order to intimidate and silence them. This is related to the pro hero draft picks I mentioned the other day. The draft begins in earnest in the second and third years, after students have gained experience and can become immediate assets to the pros. Aizawa began explaining. In other words, for them to extend offers to first years like you shows that they are interested in your future potential. These offers are often cancelled if that interest dies down by graduation. Vlad further explained. Adults are so selfish, Mineta commented as he slammed his desk. So we'll have to prove ourselves once we get picked, huh? Toru asked. Yes, and here are the totals for those with offers. First year students number of offers. Midoriya, 5,519. Todoroki, 5,123. Ojiro, 4,638. Bakugo, 3,850. Tokiyami, 720. Uraraka, 543. Yaoyorozu, 400. Shiozaki, 360. Iida, 301. Kendo, 130. Kirishima, 68. Siro, 14. In other years, it's been more spread out, but all eyes were on these four this year. Aizawa pointed out. 5,519. That is too high. Izuku freaked out in his mind. He was astonished by the number of offers he received. I can't believe it. This is so unfair. Class 1A has at least 20,000 offers more than Class 1B, those pro heroes are biased. Monoma shouted, but Abara was quick to smack him with her vine. For once, she didn't fucking smack me. Awase thought to himself, only to get smacked a second later. Hey, what was that for? The angels told me about your vulgar thoughts. Abara replied. Those pros don't know a good thing when they see one. Aoyama commented, fuming. Ojiro got 800 more offers than Bakugo despite both of them coming in third place. Kyoka added. You're right, there's really such a big difference. Kirishima agreed. Some people are too scared to ask a guy who's violent and whose most of his matches were very brutal. Siro whispered to them. What's the pros scared of? Bakugo shouted with a scary face, showing exactly the pro hero's point. Momo gasped in shock. She definitely didn't expect to receive so many offers, considering her performance during the sports festival, so she was delighted. She looked at Izuku, who just gave her a thumbs up. It was just as he told her, the pros scouted her. Itsuka had mixed feelings. She got so little offers compared to the others, but she still got some offers after her humiliating to defeat. She didn't want to complain, but seeing the other numbers still hurt her. Wow, we got offers. Ochako half shouted excitedly as she shook Tenya back and forth, the latter replying with a bunch of yeses. Midoriya, how did you get so many offers? Are there even that many hero agencies in Japan? Mineta said as he also shook Izuku back and forth. Keeping these results in mind, whether or not anyone asked for you, you will all be participating in internships with pros. Vlad announced. Huh, we're all going on internships? Izuku asked. As the class representative, he already knew that they were going to go on internships, but he didn't expect everyone to go on one. Yes, at USJ, you already got to experience combat with real villains. But it will still be meaningful training for you to see pros at work firsthand. Aizawa replied. So that explains the hero names. Sato commented. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun. Ochako excitedly added. Well, those hero names are still temporary, but if you're not serious about it, you'll have hell to pay later. Midnight finished Aizawa's sentence as she entered the class, making many of the guys blush and gawk at her beauty. Because a lot of hero names used by students become recognized by society, and they end up becoming professional hero names. Midnight continued. Midnight. The students cheered. Well, that's how it is. So Midnight and Vlad will be making sure your names are okay. I can't do stuff like that. Aizawa said before he took out his sleeping bag, prepared to take a nap. When you give yourself a name, you get a more concrete image of what you want to be like in the future, and you can get close to it. This is what it means when they say, names and natures do often agree. Like All Might, for example. With that, portable whiteboards and markers were passed out among the class. Each student had to write down his hero name on the whiteboard and go present it in front of the class. Hero name, a name for what I want to be like in the future, huh? Izuku thought before memories of the time when he used to play at being a hero with his mother flashed in his mind. He remembered how he always pretended to be All Might as he wore his All Might onesie, and smiled. You can become a hero. Izuku remembered All Might's words. He was chosen as All Might's successor. He's the one who's going to pick his mantle. He has already shown the world that he is here in the sports festival. This should be easy, Izuku said in his mind as he began to write the kanji for All Might. He was going to inherit his mentor's hero name. The sum of the despair of the experiences you faced in your past caused a manifestation of a unique chakra within your brain, not only impacting the optic nerves and creating the Sharingan, but also creating your evil counterpart. This has never happened before to an Uchiha, but it just shows how deep your hatred runs. Izuku immediately stooped writing as Shisui's words came back to his mind. He shook his head, trying to brush off those thoughts. Meanwhile, many people had already presented the hero names they chose for themselves.
Some got immediately accepted like Froppy for Suyu, Battle Fist for Itsuka, Red Riot for Kirishima, Weld for Awase Uravity for Ochako, and Krita for Momo. Whereas others got rejected like Alien Queen for Mina, and King Explosion Murder for Bakugo. And then some were modified like Aoyama's going from I cannot stop twinkling, to can't stop twinkling. The hero of the spirit of youth, Tailman. Ojiro said, making Midnight squeal as it was obvious that she liked the name. However. No. Everyone rejected the idea, especially Itsuka. Suddenly though, Aizawa came out of his sleeping bag with a marker and began to write something on Ojiro's board. The unbreakable hero, strong-willed. Ojiro read the name, and this time, everyone liked it as he earned lots of, ooh, and, wow. During the sports festival you showed us all that not only do you have a strong will, but also a strong heart. No matter who was your opponent, you fought and kept standing till the very end, and you never thought about giving up. Even though you were unconscious, you were still standing on your feet. Never have I imagined that I would ever come up with a hero name, but Ojiro, this is the only name that I think truly fits you. Aizawa explained. Aizawa-sensei, Ojiro was stunned to hear all of this. He never heard Aizawa praising someone before. I shall take that name with great honor, and wear it proudly. Wow, I never thought I would ever hear you praising a student. Midnight commented. Tisk, I just had to intervene because you're not doing your job properly. Aizawa said before slipping again in his sleeping bag. At this, Midnight smiled. Let's keep going. Shoto Todoroki decided to go with his first name, as he had still yet to find his own hero way. Your first name? Are you really sure about that? Midnight asked, to which the bicolor-haired teen nodded. The copycat hero, Phantom Thief. Monoma said in an elegant fashion. Midnight smiled. I like it. Midnight-sensei, the two of us decided what our hero names would be. Setsuna said as she and Mina went in front of the class together, grinning. Pinky, and Lizardy. The two girls excitedly shouted, causing Midnight to squeal like a middle school fangirl. Those two really vibe, Awase commented. Tsubasa. If it had been Tsubasa who was captured by the sludge villain that day, would you have saved him like Bakugo? More words kept coming back to Izuku's head. That question from earlier. The one he couldn't truthfully answer was haunting him. He knew that if it was All Might, he would have said yes without missing a beat. Choosing hero names is going more smoothly than I thought it would. All that's left is Bakugo, who needs to rethink his, and Iida. And Midoriya, right. Midnight pointed out as only those three students had yet to choose a name. Just like you have the potential to become the greatest hero of all time, you also have the potential to become the greatest villain of all time. After remembering those words, Izuku completely erased the name he had written on his board. He couldn't inherit All Might's name, not now at least. Meanwhile, Tenya was having a similar issue. At first, he wanted to inherit his brother's name, Ingenium, but he also thought that he wasn't ready to carry his brother's mantle. Tenya stood up and walked up to the front to present his name. He decided to go with Tenya. Right after him, came Izuku. He, too, had decided to go with his first name, much to everyone's surprise. You're going with your first name, too? Midnight asked in surprise. Yes, I'll need more time to think about my future hero name, sorry. Izuku said with a hint of sadness. In the end, he couldn't inherit his mentor's name and went with his first name. Bro, are you sure about that? Kirishima asked. Yeah, man, you're already strong and cool, you should have a cool hero name too. Awase commented. Are you really okay with that? Denki asked. I mean, I can think of something cool for you. Midoriya, you can have Phantom Thief number 2 and then we could truly become the copycat duo. Monoma exclaimed, eager to make Izuku join him. Thanks guys, but I have to refuse. This is what I'm going to stick with. I just need more time to think about it. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone call. All Might was currently in the teacher's office when he got a phone call. Toshinori, a voice that sounded like an old man called. Oh, no. All Might felt his whole body start shaking. Why is he calling me? Brat, I know you can hear me. The voice said in a slightly irritated tone. Yes, sir. All Might jumped out of his seat. Why would someone as important as you bother to grace me with this call? All Might asked, to which the voice just scoffed. Don't think highly of yourself, you good-for-nothing student. Izuku Midoriya is why I'm calling you. I saw him at the sports festival and I want to train him during the internship. I'm deeply sorry, I'm sure it's because you couldn't just stand by and watch my inadequate teaching. If you went as far as to come out of retirement, then it must be because I'm doing a terrible job as a teacher. All Might said as he was sweating buckets. Of course, you're a terrible teacher. I almost pity the boy for having you as his teacher. However, I'll admit you're doing a better job than I expected. Thank you so much, sir. It's the greatest honor to be praised by someone of your caliber. All Might nervously said. I'm deeply sorry to say this though, but Enji has already decided to take the boy during the internship. All Might continued, to which the voice scoffed again. Look at the both of you, playing at being teachers. Even after all these years, you two are still causing me trouble, dumb students. The voice insulted both the current number 1 and number 2 hero like it's nothing. Whoever he is, he definitely is an imposing character. Fine with me, but I think that having someone there who knows about Izuku's quirk would be much more helpful, so tell Enji that Gran Torino will be joining you. And if he has the balls to protest, tell him that I'll make him my personal lighter. The man identified as Gran Torino said. I'll make sure to tell him, sir. All Might then turned more serious. I'm going to tell young Midoriya about his grandfather and grandmother. Gran Torino remained silent, letting All Might continue. I'm also going to tell him the truth. I'm sorry, I know we've agreed not to tell him about that, but you don't want to see him get hurt like you once did. Why yes. All Might replied in a saddened tone, as bitter memories were being dragged to the forefront of his mind. Gran Torino sighed, he'll know one way or another, and you're the closest one to him. You should be the one to tell him. Is this the best solution? I don't know. But if you believe that it'll help the boy, then go for it, Toshinori. Back to Izuku. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we'll go back talking about the internships. Aizawa began explaining, finally awakened from his nap. They will last for a week. As for where you'll have them, those who had offers from pros will be given your own lists, so you can choose from those yourself. Those who didn't have the offers will choose from among 40 agencies around the country that will be accepting interns. They all work in different places and have different specialties. Aizawa continued. For example, 13 would be focused on rescues from accidents and disasters more than fighting villains. Midnight clarified in order for the students to understand better. They had to choose an agency which would show them more about the specialty they want to work in when they become pros. Think carefully before you choose. Vlad added. Yes, sir. The students replied before the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The students then began to chat among themselves about what type of agency they would like to intern with, and what they hope they would do there. Turn in your choices before the weekend. Aizawa added. We've only got 2 days. Zero asked, thinking it was a short time to choose an agency. Make your decision efficiently. Dismissed. Aizawa continued as he left with his precious sleeping bag. It was time for another nap. Shoto was holding a paper that showed the names of some of the agencies that sent him an offer. He already knew well who he was going to intern with. He had to learn how to control his fire side, and no pro hero would be better at teaching him that than his father. His eyes finally landed on Endeavor's hero agency. This was it. Even during lunchtime, the students were still trying to decide which agency they should go to. Some had already decided, but most of them were still taking their time. There are 5,519 heroes that will take me. I still have to look up their specialties and split them into groups, Izuku was muttering, trying to figure out what will he do about all these offers. It's practically an art. Ochako, Ojiro, Mina and Mineta said in unison. Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought, Izuku said in embarrassment. Maybe he should choose a hero agency that would help him stop muttering. You're really thinking carefully about this, huh? Suyu commented, seeing how hard the boy was trying to choose an agency to intern with. Actually, I've decided. Ochako pointed out excitedly. Really? Mina asked. Where? Ojiro added. Battle Hero, Gunhead's agency. Ochako replied. Huh, Gunhead's a huge battle type. You're going there, Uraraka? Izuku asked while also showing a bit of his hero fan knowledge. Yup, I got an offer from them. Ochako excitedly said as she pumped her fist. Really? I totally thought you were trying to be a hero like 13. Izuku commented, surprised about Ochako's choice. From the little time he knew her, the girl wanted to become a rescue hero. Combat wasn't her thing. So, what could have stirred that change? Ultimately, yes. But fighting Bakugo at the sports festival made me think, she began, striking a battle pose. The stronger I get, the more possibilities I'll have. If I only do what I want, I'll have a narrower perspective. I see. Izuku replied. Ochako's way of thinking couldn't be more right. Aizawa-sensei even once told him that you can't become a hero with one trick. I also hope they could help me use that power I used at the sports festival again. If I learn how to control it, I'm sure I'll be able to be more helpful and save more people. It's true. That power she used at the sports festival was far more powerful and versatile than her normal quirk. Could the upgrade she's trying to achieve actually be a quirk evolution? Izuku thought, thinking back to the power Ochako displayed in the sports festival. However, he couldn't be sure of anything until his next meeting with Shisui, that was in 3 days, and the two of them didn't have the best partway this morning. More importantly, this has been bothering me for a while, but, her gaze switched to Izuku. You're trembling, aren't you? Oh, this. It's the air chair exercise. Izuku replied, shocking everyone around him. Air chair. Don't tell me you do that all through class. Ochako cried out in surprise. There's no way. Mina added. That's such an old-fashioned exercise. Mineta commented. What are you saying? The isometric muscle contraction of the air chair means it's an easy way to train without moving. I shouldn't have expected anything less from you, Midoriya. This is the spirit of youth at its finest. From now on, I shall do the same. Ojiro excitedly said, moved by Izuku's diligence in training before he sat in the seat next to him and started to exercise too. Shut up. Bakugo shouted. The explosive teenager couldn't choose an agency from all noise around him, earning him apologies. I can't stay the way I am. If I want to improve my Sharingan and get stronger, I need to be able to control my quirk more. Midoriya. Izuku turned around to see Shoto. Todoroki, what's wrong? Endeavor told me to tell you to come to his agency. He mentioned something about our quirks evolving, and that you and I should train together. That's all. The bicolor-haired teen delivered the message he has been asked to deliver. Hearing this, Izuku was surprised to see Shoto choosing to intern with his father. Did something happen between those two? Izuku was also skeptical about this considering what happened during his last encounter with Endeavor, but he had to admit. If Endeavor managed to notice the fact that his quirk was evolving, then the number 2 hero was much smarter than he gave him credits for. Wait, did Todoroki say our quirks are evolving? As in him too? Alright, thanks for your offer, Todoroki. I'll think about it and tell you later. Izuku said, to which Shoto nodded before he left. Soon the school day came to an end, and the students began to leave. Many students had already submitted their choices, and in the case of Tenya Iida, he chose an agency in Hosu City. Deku, let's go home together. Ochako approached the Sharingan user, to which he accepted. Iida, you too, she began only to find his seat empty. He probably decided on where he wants to do his internship and went to turn it into the staff room. Izuku said as he opened his class door, but quickly gasped as he was startled to see his mentor suddenly being summoned out of nowhere and in a weird position. I'm here. In a bizarre position. What's the matter? Izuku asked with a hint of worry. Why are you in such a hurry? Come with me for a moment. All Might replied. Right, it didn't take more than a second for Izuku to figure out what All Might wanted from him. They were going to have the talk. Teacher's lounge. Have a seat, young Midoriya. Not wasting any time, Izuku sat down. However, he couldn't help but feel nervous at the growing tension filling the room. In all his life, he has never seen All Might as serious as today. Before I say anything, I want you to know that you can be absolutely honest with me as I'll be with you, and that I'll support you in whatever decision you'll take. All Might nervously said, worried about how Izuku will react to all of this. Why are you nervous, All Might? ICA. All Might cut him off as he wanted to get straight to the point. Your real name isn't Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stared at All Might in complete surprise. What was All Might saying? His real name isn't Izuku Midoriya. Then what's his real name? Your real name is Izuku Uchiha. And you're not surprised. All Might raised an eyebrow. Sorry, I already know that. Izuku replied with a sheepish smile. You know, I should have suspected this ever since you asked Nezu to add the Uchiha emblem on your PE uniform. Anyways, how much do you know about the Uchiha? More than you probably know. Izuku replied, having gained a vast knowledge about the Uchiha this morning. All Might hummed in thought, how about we actually start with what you know first? Surprised by this, Izuku began to recall what happened earlier. I woke up in the past and saw a giant tree, so I went closer but then found 2 aliens. One of them was a man and he was dying, the other was a woman. Apparently, she betrayed that man and killed him because he wanted to harm our planet. But then the woman was being chased by an army, so she ate a magical fruit from a tree and became a bunny goddess and unlocked the 9-tomo Sharingan. After that, she became evil and killed the entire army. She also gave birth to Jesus and his brother, who years later found out how evil and twisted their mother is, so they decided to fight her. And then the giant tree transformed into a giant monster before everything went boom and whoosh. Then, Jesus and his brother did something and everything started to get pulled towards Bunny Goddess, turning her into a satellite. And not just any satellite, All Might. She turned into the moon, All Might. The actual moon. No wait, I forgot to mention that I met my ancestor Ao. Izuku muttered at a great speed, leaving All Might with confusion and a headache. Shut up. Thankfully, before he can continue, All Might gave him a light chop on his head. All Might then sighed. Each time All Might thought that Izuku's muttering couldn't get any worse, he proved him wrong. Okay, young Midoriya. There's no need to hurry. Just take a deep breath. Try to collect your thoughts, and tell me everything you want to say without forgetting about punctuation or breathing, please. And no gibberish or stuff I can't understand either. Izuku took a deep breath. He was going to tell All Might about everything. The meetings, visions, shinobi, chakra and even quirks and quirks evolutions. He was, however, going to leave out the curse of hatred part. He wasn't ready to tell All Might about that, as he himself hadn't accepted it. I can't believe this. All Might pointed out. I know it's unbelievable, but it's the truth, Toshinori-sensei. No, I mean, I don't understand how the origins of quirks and everything came from an alien woman after she ate a fruit. All Might clarified while Izuku just gave him a flat expression. What's wrong, young Midoriya? You're talking as if we didn't get our powers by eating a piece of hair. You know what? You do have a point. That was pretty stupid of me. Honestly, considering everything I've just told you, you're doing pretty well, better than I even thought. All Might sighed. Actually, I do have a lot of things on my mind now. For one, the fact that you have multiple powers, quirks, I don't even know what to call them at this point. Remind me again, what was the name of that new power you inherited from your ancestor? The Dokugan. And I don't have multiple quirks. I have chakra, and it's thanks to it that I can do multiple stuff. I wish he could have told me at least how to unlock my mhaXnaruto Sharingan. All Might spat some blood. Wait, what did you say? Do you know about the mhaXnaruto Sharingan? Izuku asked, causing All Might to sweat nervously. Well, I mean, yes. It will come during our conversation. Anyways, did he tell you what is the Dokugan or how to use it? All Might asked. Izuku shook his head. No. He just said our training will begin during the internship. He'll teach me more about chakra, so that I can use ninjutsu. I don't know what will I learn exactly, but I think that there's a lot to learn. I see, so at least 3 days from now. All Might put a hand on his chin, immersed in his own thoughts. For now, I want you to keep everything you've just told me a secret, until we figure out how we will approach this and learn more about chakra. Todoroki told me that Endeavor also noticed that my quirk is evolving, and he thinks that Todoroki's quirk might be evolving too. And from what Shisui told me, anyone can use ninjutsu with the right training. I've been thinking about it, and I think that Todoroki's ice clone technique is a jutsu, just like my Chidori. He told me himself that he channels his quirk energy to use it, so it must be. Izuku gained a thoughtful look. If one thing he didn't understand, it was how he and Shoto were using ninjutsu without hand seals. Was it because they had quirks? But, his evil counterpart used hand seals. I know. He told me the same thing. All Might replied. Huh. All Might then took a deep breath. It was his turn to speak. Firstly, I want to thank you for what you said to Endeavor. Wait, you know? Izuku asked, surprised to know that his mentor was familiar with the Todoroki's family issues. No. Endeavor told me himself yesterday. I was shocked, very shocked. I never imagined that someone like Endeavor could ever stoop so low. I was naturally angry and disappointed in him. However, it's thanks to you that he found himself again, and decided to go on the path of redemption. Seems like I ended up burdening you with my problems, sorry. All Might, you don't have to apologize. I did what I did because I wanted to. Help young Todoroki, I know. I finally understand now why young Todoroki had never used his fire side until your match. He was rebelling against his father, especially after what happened to his poor mother. All Might finished Izuku's sentence. Seems like he truly knows everything about the Todoroki now. Why yeah, that's about it. He was so fixated on the idea that using his fire would mean becoming his father's tool. Hating a part of yourself and trying to reject it to the point where the only person you're really hurting is none other than yourself, is something that I know too well. He looked so sad, that I couldn't help but meddle when I didn't need to. I wanted him to be free, but, should I have really stuck my nose where it didn't belong? Izuku frowned, thinking he might have overstepped his boundaries. All Might hummed to himself. I believe that you did the right thing, young Midoriya, because you know, meddling when you don't need to, is the essence of being a hero. All Might replied with a smile. You're right. After all, Todoroki also came to me today, asking me if I would join him and go to the Endeavor's hero agency. Yes, about that, I suggest you do. Really? Yes. We were thinking that the evolutions of both of your quirks might be related, and now that you told me about Quirk's evolutions, I can see that Endeavor was right. If you and young Todoroki could train together and learn more about Quirk's evolutions from your ancestor, I'm sure you'll get much stronger when you come back. All Might explained, voicing his opinion. I see, but what about One for All? From my encounters with Endeavor and Todoroki, I can assume that they know nothing about it, right? How am I going to explain it when I suddenly learn everything I need to learn from Shisui? Wouldn't that cause suspicions? Izuku asked, voicing his concerns about the secret of One for All. All Might put a hand on his chin, thinking about the matter. Shortly after, Izuku noticed All Might's legs trembling. Getting straight to the point, there's actually going to be another hero joining Endeavor and training you. His hero name is Gigi Gran Torino. He was a teacher at UA for only 1 year. The man who was Endeavor's, your uncle, Hiyashi Midoriya's homeroom teacher as well as mine. And to go with that, he also trained your father before he enrolled in UA. Wait a second, I have an uncle. My father went to UA. How do you know the both of them? Izuku began to bombard the pro-hero with multiple questions. The new information left him stunned and surprised. But All Might quickly put a hand on his mouth, stopping him. Hold your horses, kid. I'll get back to that in a second. Anyways, Gran Torino also knows about One for All, so him joining you would make things easier. I can't believe it. Someone so amazing is going to train me. But wait, so someone else knows the secret of One for All. Also, why are you trembling? Izuku asked before All Might put both hands on his shoulders. Izuku noticed that his hands were shaking, intensely. Young Midoriya, it was nice knowing you, I wish I could help you, but he's too scary. All Might said with high-pitched voice. Seeing this, Izuku gained a horrified expression on his face. All Might looks like a PTSD victim, and now I'm scared too. Listen young Midoriya. If you really want to survive, just do your best no, even that won't be enough, it was never enough. All Might added as he just kept trembling. Just how scary is that guy? Izuku screamed in his head. He didn't dare and ask if his training was harsher than Kurogane-sensei. He was too afraid to know the answer. After a brief moment, All Might had finally calmed down. He took a heavy breath. This was the moment. No more playing around. Listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. One for All is a very special quirk, more than you think. And now, I'm going to tell you how it came about. All Might began and Izuku's expression turned more serious, matching his mentor's. One for All was derived from a certain quirk that existed in the past. A quirk that existed in the past. Izuku repeated, to which All Might nodded. The name of that quirk is All for One. A quirk that could steal quirks from others and make them the holders, and one that could give those quirks to others. All Might continued as Izuku gained an uneasy expression. Everything for one person. He didn't like any of this. This was when superpowers were first showing up, before society had figured out how to deal with the changes. With the appearance of quirks, what made someone a normal human crumbled away. With just that, laws lost their meaning, and the progress of civilization stopped. It was literal decay. All Might further explained. If superpowers had never appeared, then humans would be taking interstellar holidays by now. Someone important said that in the past. Izuku commented. That's right. During that chaotic period, there was someone who was the first to unify all the people. I'm sure you've also heard of him. He stole quirks from people and with his overwhelming power, he spread his influence. He moved people in a calculating way, committing evil acts to his heart's content. In the blink of an eye, he became the leader of the evildoers and ruled over Japan. Hearing all of this, Izuku clenched his fists. I often see rumors about this online, but isn't this a fabrication? He expressed his concerns. Izuku believed that these were rumors because his history classes never mentioned it despite it being important. It's not in the textbooks or anything. They can't put secret dealings in textbooks, can they? If people get powers, they look for places to use them. All Might replied, making Izuku gasp in shock. It was disturbing to know that someone with the power to take and transfer quirks existed in the past and used his powers for evil. How does this relate to One for All? Izuku asked. I said that All for One could give quirks to others, right? He made others trust him or surrender to him by giving them quirks. But apparently, there were many given quirks who could not bear the burden and became like living dolls who couldn't speak, just like the Nomus. Izuku's eyes went wide. Could it be that this person was still alive? But it's impossible, right? He should be dead by now. Meanwhile, there were also quirks that changed or mixed once they were passed on. He had a quirkless younger brother. His brother was small and sickly, but he had a strong sense of justice. It pained him to see his older brother's deeds, so he kept resisting him. He forced a quirk that could stock power onto his younger brother. At this point, it is impossible to know if that was out of kindness or to force him into submission. Don't tell me. Yeah, he was thought to be quirkless, but there was something inside him. Something that neither he himself nor those around him noticed. All Might spread his arms apart. He had a useless quirk that could pass on quirks. The quirk to stock power mixed with the quirk to pass on quirks. That was the origin of One for All. All Might finished explaining the origins of One for All. It's ironic that justice always comes from evil. First with your chakra, now with One for All. Hey, why? Izuku stuttered. I understand how that came about, but why are you bringing up an evildoer from so long ago now? Izuku asked with a hint of worry. He can steal quirks, you know. Anything goes. A quirk to stop aging, he probably stole something like that. The symbol of evil was pretty much immortal, with the huge difference in their combat abilities and the state of society at the time. The defeated younger brother decided to entrust his quirk to future generations. He believed that even if he couldn't win then, if he slowly cultivated the power, then one day, it would become strong enough to stop his older brother. However, even after 6 users, it was still not enough to defeat the symbol of evil who had proved to be invincible, that is until, the symbol of justice, the strongest hero to ever exist, Hajime Midoriya appeared. From the moment he defeated his younger brother, All for One had always targeted the Uchiha for some reason, killing them one by one. However, Hajime proved to be even stronger than the symbol of evil. When he was young, he met my predecessor, the holder of One for All at the time, Nana Shimura, and they gathered a team of the strongest heroes at the time. Sorahiko Torino, Daisuke Kendo, Hayato Mori, Sakanji Kurigane, and his younger sister, Hiyari Midoriya. Together, they formed Team Hajime and were able to defeat more than half of All for One's henchmen and eventually took down All for One. With All for One defeated and imprisoned, all that was left was to take care of his henchmen. Unfortunately, they didn't know that it was all part of All for One's plan. After Hajime Sensei and Nana Sensei got married, they got 2 kids. The older brother and my best friend, Hiyashi Midoriya, and the younger brother, Hisashi Midoriya. All Might began to tell the story of Hajime Midoriya's legacy. Wait, my grandmother was the 7th user of One for All. And my grandfather was the strongest hero of all time. Why did no one ever tell me about that? Izuku asked. He felt a bit betrayed knowing that all of this was kept a secret from him. Look, I have a good reason as to why I didn't tell you, but just bear with me for a second. It was during my 2nd year at UA that All for One broke out of prison and made his return. All Might gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in anger. He always blamed himself for what happened afterwards. Without One for All, my predecessor stood no chance. She and your grandfather's sister died. You asked me how I knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Well, it was thanks to this traumatic experience that Hajime awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Gran Torino then began to teach at UA, in order to train the next generation of Team Hajime, and after that, I was sent to the USA because I was All for One's target. I was ordered to train and become stronger than ever, so that I could return one day and put an end to All for One. But Hajime Sensei knew well that it was going to be impossible, so he decided to end things himself. Despite being old and past his prime, he mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan and became the strongest hero of all time. He then went and faced All for One in a final showdown. A showdown to ensure the next generation's safety. Hajime put everything he had in that fight, and proved to be stronger than the symbol of evil with his own power. He showed him how strong an Uchiha can truly become and won, but at the cost of his life, All Might continued with a pained expression on his face. That can't be, Izuku said in a sad tone. How could things have ended this way? We all thought that All for One was dead. Kendo Sensei saw All for One dying with his own eyes before his henchmen took him, but he survived. That bastard survived, but forever weakened and no longer as powerful as he was back then. All thanks to Hajime Midoriya. But once again, he returned. His next target was Izuku Midoriya, who had unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew beforehand that he shouldn't underestimate an Uchiha, and unlike Hajime-sensei, Hiashi was in his prime, so All for One played dirty, damn that bastard. All Might slammed the table with his fist, startling Izuku. Thankfully he was in his weaker form, so no damage was done. He took some heavy breaths before he calmed down, but Izuku could swear that saw tears swelling in the corners of All Might's eyes. Sorry about that. When they found Hiashi, it was a terrible sight. I've been told that the blood of him and his wife covered the entire bedroom of his house. When they first found them, they couldn't even recognize them, but worst of all, Hiashi's eyes were missing. And once again, I wasn't here to stop it. All Might muttered that last part under his breath, and wiped the tears from his eyes. He took his Sharingan. Izuku muttered as he brought his hands close to his eyes. He feared the idea of having his eyes taken, and was utterly disgusted by how evil and twisted All for One was. 4 years later after this incident, I had completed my training and reached my peak. I decided to come back and face All for One myself. I decided that I wasn't going to wait any longer until he takes everyone precious to me. But when I came back, I saw your father leaving with Hiashi's daughter, Izumi Midoriya, who had been in Hisashi's care ever since she was born. When I asked him what was that all about, he said, "Give up. You won't be able to defeat All for One. I'll leave Japan and train Izumi to become the next successor of One for All. That girl has the potential to surpass all of her predecessors and put an end to All for One." I was stunned to hear this. I didn't know how to respond. I hadn't seen him in years and that was the first thing he told me. Before he left, he told me, All Might trailed off as he grew nervous. All Might didn't want Izuku to hate his father or anything, but he had to tell him. At the very least, so that he doesn't end up broken like he once did. Izuku's eyes furrowed in confusion. What did he tell you, All Might? All Might faltered a bit, indicating to Izuku that he didn't actually want to reveal that information. Izuku felt a pit forming in his stomach. Whatever his father told All Might that day, it was definitely something that he wasn't supposed to know. All Might, please tell me. All Might hesitated for a moment, debating whether to respond or not. Screw it, I'll just tell him. He sighed. He told me. Ink told me today that Izuku was quirkless. I don't want him or his mother to get involved in this. Tell the elders to make sure that they're always safe without getting involved with them too. I want Izuku and Inko to live their life normally, away from all of this. But most importantly, I want Izuku to never become a hero. He'll never be able to become one no matter what because he's not the chosen one. And don't you dare give him One for All. All Might finished. When he looked back at Izuku, he saw him looking down at the floor. He could tell that his successor was hurt and disappointed. Young Midoriya. All Might called him, but was met with silence. The pro-hero remained silent, not knowing how to interact with the boy. All Might, how did I forget about all of that? Izuku quietly spoke. Seeing that the truth was already out, All Might decided to reply. Because he put both you and your mother in a genjutsu, making you forget all about Izumi, and making you believe that he was just a regular guy with a fire-breathing quirk, who went to work overseas to support his family. All Might finished and was met with silence once again. Honestly, you disgust me. How can't you be ashamed of yourself when it's because of you that your father left your mom? Man, I'm sure he was disappointed when he learned that his son is quirkless. Explains why he never comes home to visit. It's because he doesn't want to have anything with you. There was a deafening silence as Izuku remembered Tsubasa's words. He bit his lip and clenched his fists as hard as he can. How could his father say that? Why did he try to crush his dreams like that? Why did he leave him? Because he wasn't the chosen one. And, wait, did All Might tell him that he can't become a hero because his father told him to? He was utterly furious but also broken heart. Suddenly, his Sharingan activated. Young Midoriya, are you okay? All Might raised an eyebrow. He could tell that something was wrong. Inside his mindscape, the green star representing One for All was flashing red with red lightning sparking around it. The scene then shifted to a dungeon inside the star representing One for All. Evil Izuku could be seen chained up. His feet and hands were cuffed. But when he looked at one of the chains binding his right hand, it was slowly breaking. Sorry but not sorry for giving you guys another nasty cliffhanger. I actually wanted to write more, but the chapter was already long enough. I mean, it's 16k words after all, longest chapter I've ever written. For anyone who was displeased by the length of the chapter, I'm really sorry about that. This chapter is one of the most important chapters in the story, so I couldn't afford to rush anything. As you all saw, it's compacted with lots and lots of info, and there are even more info to be revealed during the internship. Also oof, we've reached 1500 followers, that's crazy. Thank you guys for your amazing support, you guys are the true heroes. Even Stain would agree with me on that. And for that, be sure that I'll always do my best to surpass your expectations and even more. Small note, the Dokugan is an original Kekkei Genkei, belonging to Shisui's wife's clan. And if you didn't know, we're going to touch on Shisui's life after he jumped in the river in one of the story's chapter. One more thing, bear in mind that this is not an OP Izuku fanfic, meaning that him having chakra and OFA won't make him OP. And Shisui said that anyone could use ninjutsu, and that getting your quirk evolution could potentially make you stronger than even Prime All Might as it unlocks the true potential of your quirk. However, you're still required to train in order to fully use and master that power. It depends on your quirk tbh. Quirk awakening is still a thing by the way. End of the story. Izuku is definitely op though, which is natural. Finally, the conversation between All Might and Hisashi didn't end up like that. More stuff happened after Hisashi told All Might that last sentence. Chapter 29. The internships begin. Chapter 30. Reaching new heights. Comments replies. Nexus 240. I'm glad you're enjoying the story, and I guess this chapter answered most of your questions. But again, I'm dodging anything concerning Boruto. Ninja Fang 1331. Thanks dude, glad you've enjoyed the chapter. Megacdre 100. Haha, well this chapter showed you that you shouldn't underestimate the power of quirks. Their potential is crazy here, which is natural considering the fact they came from chakra. I didn't see Joy Seeker, but I could give it a look. SMASHTON 2741. Thanks bro, hope this chapter met your expectations as well. Anime Fan 13579. Lol. Should I make my own Sunset of Youth and add Ojiro and Daisuke? Hirohiko Baltazar. Yes sir, there are Senju survivors here, and Izuku is definitely torn between Will of Fire and Curse of Hatred. What will he choose? Only time will tell. Kisame Hoshigaki. Yes I love this version of Himiko too. Her blood addiction here is much more complex and there's more to her character. LMAO, how about Izuku kills Mineta and Himiko hides the body instead? Abdeltfs Lama. Yeah, sorry about the long wait. I've been really busy. Hope you've enjoyed today's chapter, and I guess you hate Hisashi more now. Terralinal, who said Hisuna is evil. Her secretary is the one working with AFO. Fangirl 666, me too. I hate myself for doing that to her, but it adds a lot more to her character. Buchio, man I honestly love how your chapter analysis are almost right on the spot. It shows how much you give attention to each chapter, and I truly appreciate it. For that, you have my thanks. Stain is actually an Uchiha, and I'm sure that if it's anyone, you're the one who'll be able to uncover the identities of his parents. And yes, Hisuna truly gives those vibes. She's actually one of my top 3 fave characters in this story. Thanks for your support, and I hope you've enjoyed today's chapter. Sonic Max. No. Izuku is his own person. He's the weakest Uchiha in history who will become the strongest with his own power, and through harsh training. That's it and that's all. I was actually one of those who didn't like the reincarnation thing in Naruto. Major Crazy 39. Thank you so much my friend, and I'm glad you've enjoyed the last chapter. Hope you've enjoyed this one too, and I hope it helped explaining anything you didn't understand from the last chapter. Wish you could also reach 1500 followers yourself and even go beyond. Plainer Walking Entertainment. His hero costume doesn't have Obito's fan. I was using the word fan to describe how the Uchiha emblem looks like. And about who's Izumi, I guess you have your answer now. Okay, so in this section I'm going to briefly talk about Izuku's character as well as his character development. I'm writing this so that we can all be on the same page before we really dive into the Hosu arc Izuku vs Stain. I'm also writing this for anyone who wants to understand Deku the Sharingan hero Izuku better. I'm sure that many of you guys think that Izuku is the perfect character or a Gary Sue. Some might even go and say that he has no character development at all or that it was rushed, etc. You guys aren't entirely wrong because I'm the one who made you believe that. But I know that some people among you will say otherwise. The truth is that Izuku isn't perfect. He has his own weaknesses and flaws. Origins. Before we dive into his character, we first need to look at Izuku's past in order to understand the current Izuku. The past few transition chapters 24 to 28 highlighted how unpleasant Izuku's childhood was. It even goes without saying that it's worse than canon. After all, chapter 27 confirmed that Izuku has tried to commit suicide. And the reason why I didn't show it to you yet, is simply because Izuku himself is trying to keep it under key and lock, but it won't stay that way. No matter how hard a man tries to run and hide from his past, it will always come back and find him again. So, as I've been doing lately, only bits and bits of Izuku's past are going to be revealed during the Hosu arc chapters, slowly creating a puzzle of some sort. But even with that, Izuku will still try his best to hide it because if you guys haven't noticed, Izuku is trying to hide his past and just forget it. They are bitter memories that Izuku wish he could just forget and be done with, which is normal. We all have things we just wish we could erase or undo and that we don't like to talk about. You, the readers, will get to see Izuku's past before the final arc of this book because this book mainly covers Izuku's past, insecurities, troubles, etc., and how he'll confront them. Anyways, you'll see for yourself. Izuku the next All Might. Okay, since we've established how horrible Izuku's past was, let's now talk about the current Izuku. I threw lots of hints about this in the story, but now I'll come out and say it. Izuku doesn't want to become Izuku the number one hero or Izuku the symbol of peace or whatever. He wants to become All Might the number one hero. Yes, you guys heard me right. He doesn't fully realize it, but this is basically where he's going. Because of his childhood, Izuku doesn't believe that Izuku Midoriya is worthy of being All Might's successor, and that's why he's trying to become All Might himself. Mimic speeches, catchphrases, attitude, and even in this chapter, he was willing to go with All Might as his hero name, something I'll get to in a second. This is natural considering how he has always been told that he cannot become a hero by everyone around him, in many cases beaten into submission and forcing the words out of his mouth. At some point, he just stopped believing that he could. He believes that he only got the chance to become a hero thanks to All Might's support and One for All, which is why Izuku will always try his best to meet All Might's expectations, but he himself has no expectations for himself. His worst fear is to fail All Might, and have that one chance he found at becoming a hero stripped from him. Izuku was a kid who didn't believe that Izuku Midoriya could become a hero. And now, he has to become the number one hero, a big jump. It's embedded in his mind since his childhood that Izuku Midoriya can't become a hero. But it's not like Izuku himself doesn't want to become one. When the opportunity was presented to him by All Might, he immediately seized it because somewhere in his heart, he still wants to become a hero, not as All Might, but as Izuku. Another thing that caused Izuku to become Might Jr. was the time he spent with Daisuke, Mori, Itsuka and Ojiro. I'm not going to go into details because I still have more stuff to say, but these four, mainly Daisuke and Mori, were responsible for Izuku losing, at least he tries, some of his habits like stuttering, being always nervous and jumpy around people, you get it. And while it's not a negative thing, Izuku only got rid of most of these habits in order to become worthy of being All Might's successor, and not for himself. And he does that thanks to the new All Might persona he created for himself. Kinda like how he starts swearing and becomes more Bakugo-like whenever the feeling of I have to beat you, I have to save you. It's honestly ironic how he told Endeavor that Shoto isn't him or his tool, while he himself made himself into All Might's tool. He just doesn't realize it. In the end, what Izuku is doing now, is no different from what people did to him. He's shunning himself and his potential. And it's not as though what I'm saying is crazy. Go back to the episode where Canon Izuku was choosing his hero name. He said that he's not worthy to take All Might as his hero name because he lost in the sports festival. He couldn't tell the people I'm here. But this Izuku, won. He told the world, I'm here. Izuku proved to the world that he's the next All Might. But after facing the dilemma Shisui presented to him, and failing to uphold the All Might persona, things changed. Izuku began to think that he's not worthy yet, and that he first needs to become more like All Might before inheriting his hero name. We've seen this Izuku when he fought the League of Villains at the USJ. He didn't fight them as the hero in training, Izuku Midoriya. He fought them as, the All Might wannabe, as Shigaraki called him. That's why he did not win. Ojiro got hurt a lot, and was 1 inch away from death when Shigaraki started to decay his tail. All Might got hurt too and his hero form time limit got shorter, and Izuku himself could have died. What did the League really lose? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Those two Nomus are just prototypes and as far as All for One is concerned, they're just dispensable puppets. Believe me, he has better Nomus than these two. The hero in training, Izuku Midoriya. Now, it's not as if Izuku is always in his All Might persona. As noted by Itsuka when she talked to Setsuna about Izuku. She said that he's different, but sometimes I can still find that old Izuku I met last year. This shows that the All Might persona just acts as a shell or barrier to hide Izuku's fears, insecurities and of course his real self. However, in some occasions, Izuku drops the All Might persona and acts like himself. Now this Izuku is the same one we all know and love from canon, although slightly bolder in order to keep his All Might persona to some degree, and because power-wise, he's much stronger than canon Izuku. If one thing Izuku has confidence in, it's his power and abilities. We've seen Izuku being himself during his first match between Izuku and Bakugo, where Izuku wanted to prove to himself that he's no longer afraid of Bakugo and that he could fight him head-on. That, and he also wanted to teach Bakugo a lesson about humility, by only using his Sharingan, his own power. Somewhere in his heart, he wanted to show himself that he can beat Bakugo using his own power because we all know that Izuku considers One for All a gift. And, he bore some resentment towards Bakugo at the time, so he wanted to make the lesson harder. But of course, Bakugo lost because he knew nothing about Izuku's power, whereas Izuku has been on the bitter end of Bakugo's quirk for 11 years, and he has his hero journals. Ironically, in my opinion Bakugo was the one who truly won something from the battle. He no longer sees himself at the top, blind to those around him. He now knows that he's not the only one aiming for the top, and that he should put more effort and not dismiss people as extras. Whereas Izuku got over his fear of Bakugo and showed that he's no longer a pebble but a threat. Unfortunately, however, the win itself didn't give Izuku the necessary confidence in himself he gets like in canon. Instead, it gave it to Izuku the next All Might. It was shown after Izuku activated his full cowl and used All Might's catchphrase after defeating Tenya. We then start to see Izuku being himself once again, after the second event of the sports festival. After the crowd started to cheer for him, a new hidden desire that was hidden behind, I want to win and show the world that I'm the next All Might, made itself known. The desire to be acknowledged by people, something that Izuku always wished for. Remember, he desperately wanted anyone to tell him that he can become a hero before All Might told him these words. This desire became even stronger during his match with Bakugo, the person who Izuku has always followed and desperately wanted his acknowledgement. Honestly, in terms of power, both are relatively the same. Bakugo even had an advantage because of his new move. But Izuku's desire to win, to beat Bakugo fair and square and be acknowledged was much stronger. Izuku was willing to win for himself, to win as Izuku and not as Might Jr. His will was so strong that it forced One for All to negate the effects of Bakugo's attack on the Sharingan, and also summon the vestiges. We even see how Izuku is so driven to defeat Bakugo with his own power, that he refused Shisui's help. Both fighters wanted the same thing. Each one wanted to prove to the other that he's stronger. Izuku was more stubborn than Bakugo, and that's why he won. Finally, we yet again see this Izuku with Endeavor and Shoto. Of course there are more moments, but I don't want to make this too long. One of the key things that defines Izuku among everyone else is his desire to save people. I didn't talk about it in this segment because I'm sure we all know about it. It's the reason why he wanted to become a hero to begin with. So, what would Izuku choose? Save Shoto and lose the match, or fail to save Shoto and win the match? In canon, Izuku chose to save Shoto, which is why he saved Shoto and lost the match. Whereas Bakugo wanted to win, so he won, but didn't make Shoto use his fire. Izuku here would choose to do both. Win to save and save to win. It's the finals. Izuku is close to his goal, getting acknowledged by everyone. The winning mentality of Bakugo rubbed off on him as he promised Bakugo to win. But he also wants to save Shoto. Without even knowing, Izuku just did what he'll have to learn later on. And that's why, Izuku was able to go beyond his limits and reach new heights that he has never reached before. So, what now? Well, I think we can all agree that it's time to get rid of Izuku the next All Might and have Izuku leave All Might's shadow. He needs to grow and understand that one for all isn't a gift from All Might to become the next All Might, but a tool, like Aizawa-sensei likes to say, for him to achieve his dream. That's why he'll need to face a challenge. For his character development to be more apparent, you could say. Izuku needs both a mental and physical challenge, something that none of his past opponents were able to provide. And there's no one better than Stain to be the first obstacle. Someone who admires All Might like Izuku and is also an Uchiha. So, you guys can expect a battle of ideologies, which is why Stain is far more important here than canon. Of course, Dark Izuku is also going to be one of Izuku's toughest challenge because sometimes your greatest enemy could be yourself. I know I've been introducing a lot of stuff during the past few transition chapters, but trust me, it's all for Izuku's character growth and for him to unlock his true potential. Small hint, Quirk Chapter 29, First Step into Darkness. I'm sorry, Izuku. Your father won't be able to come again this year because he's busy with his work. Inko told her son the same phrase she has been repeating for the past 6 years on his birthday. But truth to be told, she didn't know. This year Hisashi didn't call her to tell her if he's coming or not. Mom, did Dad leave us because I'm quirkless? Kid Izuku asked in a sad tone. He noticed over the years how his father's messages became less frequent, and he never came to visit. The boy couldn't help but think that his father really left him, just like Kachan. Everyone leaves him because he's quirkless. Inko frowned. Of course not, Izuku. Your father is working very hard to provide us the money we need to live. What made you think that? Did someone tell you something else? Inko asked. She knew that Izuku was getting bullied at school even if he tries to hide it. Every day he would return from school, she would notice how dirty his clothes were as well as the bruises covering his body. Unfortunately, however, because Izuku keeps refusing to tell her who's the person who bullies him, she couldn't accuse anyone. And when she went to directly talk with the school's principal about it, he said that he hasn't heard of such thing happening on the school's grounds. And no one told me anything, lies. Kid Bakugo told him that, and Kid Izuku was starting to think that the ash blonde boy was right. Inko frowned again, she didn't know what to do. She wanted to transfer Izuku to another school, but the nearest school he could go to was just too far away. There was also the money issue at hand. She was tired. Every time she looked at her son's eyes, she found them empty with no life in them. But she had to smile and put on a brave face for her son. Although, she didn't know how long she'll be able to keep that face. Anyways, look Izuku. For your 10th birthday, I got you the new limited edition All Might action figure. Aren't you excited? Izuku's eyes sparked a little. He took the gift in appreciation and smiled a bit at what represented whatever hope he had left, All Might. One day, he will surely become a hero just like him. He'll save people with a smile just like All Might. Izuku clutched his head in pain as different memories came back to his mind. All the memories had something to do with his father. The memories just kept going back and back, until young Midoriya. Kid Izuku looked at his father with tears in his eyes. The older man was holding a bag in one hand and Izumi in the other. Dad, please don't go, don't leave. Goodbye, Izuku. The man only replied before he activated his Sharingan. After that, everything went black. Izuku winced and cried out in pain as he started to remember everything about his father and Izumi. Young Midoriya, I'll get you to recovery girl. Just hang in there. All Might said in worry. He stood up and was preparing to power up to his muscle form, but Izuku raised a hand, stopping him. I'm okay. Izuku tried to catch his breath. I remember everything now. Young Midoriya, are you sure you're okay? We could go to recovery girl if you like. Yes, I think that this was just an effect of breaking the genjutsu. It was truly quite a strong one. All Might still had an uneasy expression on his face, but he sat down on the couch again. I'm sorry. I didn't know that this would happen. No, All Might. I'm glad you told me the truth. Izuku trailed off as he debated whether to ask All Might about why did he tell him that he can't be a hero the first time they've met. Young Midoriya, you don't need to act tough. If you want to talk about it, I'm here to listen. At that, Izuku smiled. There's no way that All Might told him that he can't become a hero because of what his father told him. He was an idiot for doubting his mentor who has been by his side ever since he became his successor. Thanks All Might, but my father has been nothing but a stranger to me for the past few years. It doesn't really change anything. All Might sighed. If his successor insists that he's fine, then he won't push the subject. Anyways, to finish the story I was telling you, I fought All for One 5 years later. I wanted to show your father that I haven't been idly sitting in America doing nothing. I defeated him. I managed to defeat All for One. At least, that's what I thought, but he survived and has started moving again as the brain behind the League of Villains. Is that how you got your injury? Izuku asked, to which All Might nodded. Unfortunately, you might have to carry my own burden and fix my mistakes because by giving you one for all, on top of your Sharingan, I've painted a huge target on your back. He'll come after you for being an Uchiha as well as the current holder of one for all. This means that you'll potentially have to fight that great evil someday. All Might stood up and walked to the window. I'll understand if you're afraid. The guy murdered most of your family, and know that if you no longer want to carry one for all, I would. I'll do my best. Izuku cut off his mentor. Huh. I'll fight All for One. I'll do whatever you ask of me, no matter what it is. With my chakra and one for all, and as long as you're with me, I can do anything. I might not have been chosen by my father, but you chose me, so I'll do it. We can do it, Izuku said in determination, showing undying resolve in his eyes. Hearing his answer, All Might only frowned. Tell him, All Might. You must. All Might trailed off and Izuku noticed the uneasy and painful expression covering All Might's face. That's not it, young Midoriya. Thank you, All Might calmly said. And with that, Izuku left the teacher's lounge. That's not it, young Midoriya. Probably, by that time, I won't be able to be by your side anymore, All Might thought as he watched his student from afar. League of Villains. Kurogiri, hand me a drink. Stain ordered as he sat there with a book in his hand. Kurogiri handed the hero killer his drink, and kept staring at him for a while. For some reason, Kurogiri found the Uchiha interesting. Why are you staring at me? Stain asked, his eyes still fixed on the book. Nothing. Kurogiri immediately replied and looked away, not wanting to upset the villain in any way. May I ask, what are you reading? Your master gave me a book about my ancestors. They're called the Uchiha and I'm learning about their history from this book. That means that this Midoriya kid is also an Uchiha. Kurogiri deduced. He remembers well how he has been bested by the Sharingan twice and was sure that all of the Uchiha possessed those eyes. Say, how closely are you related to Izuku Midoriya? Very close. Stain gave Kurogiri a vague answer, but the mist villain kept staring at the Uchiha. Stain sighed, his father and I are cousins. Can't say anything more than that. But suddenly, Stain felt a very dangerous presence behind him. Nonetheless, he quickly unsheathed his sword, turned around, and brought his sword to said presence's throat. When he took a closer look, he saw an orange-haired woman wearing a Baroque Volto mask. She was also wearing a small and tight pinstripe-fitted blazer that slightly revealed her belly and hugged her curves while also showing how well developed her bosom was. She had a white shirt underneath the pinstripe, a black long-line faux wool coat with faux white fur collar hanging on her shoulders, black pants, belt, and heels. You have great reflexes, hero killer Stain. I must say, you truly live up to your reputation. The woman commented. Stain scoffed, you don't want to test me. Are you sure about that? Stain looked closely and noticed the kunai aimed at his heart. What the fuck? When did she have the time to grab a kunai? He said in his mind. The woman chuckled at his confusion before she pulled back her kunai. Never let your guard down, Stain. You never know when the enemy could strike. Stain sheathed his sword back, and who are you? An enemy or an ally? Stain asked with a hint of annoyance. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Adohira and I'm the war chief for our Hosu attack. I also have to say that I'm quite honored to be given the chance to work with you, hero killer Stain. And what's your goal? My goal is none of your business as yours is not mine. I'll do my part and you'll do your part. Okay, Stain really hated that woman. Not as much as Shigaraki but close. She giggled, please don't think of me as rude or anything. I just have my own secrets like any woman does. As if you're like any woman. Stain thought. I'll tell you more about the plan after I discuss it first with Master, Kurogiri, take me to Master. Yes, milady. Kurogiri bowed before he opened the portal. Adohira walked in before the portal closed behind her. And there was All for One, sitting on his comfy chair with medical equipment connected to his body. You're late, All for One pointed out. I had a lot of work to do for the past 2 days, she studied the figure in front of her. You seem to be doing much better now since the last time I've seen you. Adohira replied before she dropped a file with the name Izuku Midoriya on it and took a seat, crossing one leg over the other. Still, this body will soon be defective thanks to Hajime Midoriya. Because of him, I've lost all of my healing quirks. If we hadn't found super regeneration after my fight with All Might, I would have been dead. One would normally expect All for One to be angry or annoyed when speaking about the two individuals who rendered him in such state. However, it was the contrary, he was casual and smiling, showing no signs of any ill feelings towards the two heroes. Anyways, tell me what makes you think that Izuku Midoriya would be a much better successor than Tamura, and what exactly are you planning to do in Hosu? Everything that will aid our plan is here. I know the doctor will give Tamura 3 nomus, let them be the distraction. Meanwhile, he'll prepare 3 other nomus for me, I don't care who he chooses as long as they're durable and have no eyes. So, you want nomus from the Project UCNG-1? Yes. However, I want the third one to be from the new Project UCNG-2. Adohira replied. All for one hummed and thought. The Nomus from that project haven't been tested yet, so it could be quite risky to use one of them. But at the same time, it would be splendid to test one of them against an Uchiha as the UCNG Nomus are specifically made to fight the Uchiha. He didn't like the idea of testing it against Izuku as he's a valuable piece in his plans, but Adohira seems to know what she's doing. Your request is accepted. Which one do you want? I want NMTW specifically. None others can do. If all goes well, I assure you that your valuable piece will only get promoted and become the one and only king. At that, All for One raised his invisible eyebrows and smiled, consider it done. Now, tell me everything you know about Izuku Midoriya. It's true that what All Might and Shisui told me was mind-blowing, and I'm finally starting to connect the dots and understand everything. But in the end, what I need to do hasn't changed. I'm going to become the next symbol of peace, and, Izuku paused as he remembered everything he has been told about his father and frowned. I'm going to prove to him that I can be a hero too. Izuku thought, though he was still sad about what he has learned. No matter how hard he tried to brush it off, the depressing thoughts came back to him. Izuku just kept walking until he remembered something important. I forgot my secret hero analysis journal in class 1A. It's under my desk. He panicked before he ran straight to his class. When he opened the door, he expected the class to be empty. But instead, he found Momo and Itsuka. What were the two of them doing here? Izuku mentally groaned because he now has to wear a fake smile. An art he was very skilled at. But what can he do? He can't really tell them what's bothering him. Izuku, you're still here. I thought you went back to the dorm with everyone. Itsuka said. I had something to take care of and then I forgot my notebook, so I came back to get it. Izuku said as he tucked his notebook in his bag. What are you two doing here? Oh, Izuku, well, you see, we both decided to intern together with a pro hero who happened to send offers to the both of us. Momo cheerfully said as she brought her hands together. Itsuka jerked her head towards Momo. She never got to know how Izuku and Momo are now on first name basis, and she also noticed how Momo seemed kinda close to Izuku, closer than usual. It left her with a weird twinge in her chest. So you two are going to intern with the same pro hero, too, huh? Izuku replied. Two. Both girls asked at the same time. Yes, Todoroki and I are going to intern with Endeavor. Wow, you got an offer from the number 2 hero. That's amazing. Itsuka beamed at him, happy for her crush. That's really impressive, Izuku. To be able to catch a top hero's interest while you're still a freshman. You're really something else. Izuku smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head, it's nothing really. You two were also scouted by that amazing hero you'll intern with. Who is it by the way? Uwabami. The two girls replied. Izuku blinked. He thought he would be happy to see that Itsuka and Momo found an offer they liked, but Uwabami, was there no better offers? Uwabami. Are you girls sure about this? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, you see, I was happy to find that a popular hero like her sent an offer for pathetic little me, Momo began while Izuku frowned. He wasn't happy hearing Momo downplaying herself like that. I thought I wouldn't get any offers to begin with after my terrible performance during the sports festival, so I was moved when I saw that she sent an offer to someone like, Itsuka added but was cut off by Izuku. Stop it you two, don't you remember what I told you in the sports festival? Why you're an inspiring person, Itsuka. And I've always admired your confidence, so much that it eventually rubbed on me. Momo, while I haven't known you as long as Itsuka, you haven't been anything but amazing. I'm sure I'm not the only one who sees that. We can ask any student from class A or B and they'll say the same thing, so stop talking like that, you two. Did you even look at any other offers? Realizing what he just said, Izuku blushed a little. Both girls looked at each other before turning back to Izuku. Both seemed uneasy as they were avoiding looking in his eyes and fidgeting in their places. Momo looked away, blushing, I didn't. Itsuka looked down, also blushing, me neither, but why are you so against Uwabami? Uwabami won't really help you improve if that's what you're looking for. You probably won't get to see her do any hero work that you two will be interested in either because she is a very commercialized hero. And because I'm so invested in heroes, I saw many of her ads. She usually brings upcomers too, and it's always someone who ranked pretty high in the sports festival or pretty girls, usually the latter. I assume she sent the two of you offers for the same reason. That bad? Itsuka commented to which Izuku nodded. The two girls then began to shuffle through their sheets of paper, looking for other offers. They were happy that Izuku was there once again to push them on the right track. He saved them from what would have been a horrible internship. But they were also happy that he accidentally calling them pretty. Izuku also took a paper from Itsuka's sheets and started to look at the different offers, hoping to provide some additional help. He kept searching through the names until Izuku's eyes widened. Itsuka. Yes. Izuku smiled, knowing how happy Itsuka will be once she sees this. I know who you're going to intern with. He showed both girls the paper, the number 4 hero herself, Maruko. Itsuka gasped in shock upon seeing the top hero's name. No way, she thought. Maruko. The Maruko herself. Her idol sent her an offer, and she almost missed it because of her stupidity. Itsuka snatched the paper as she took a closer look, trying to double check and see if her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. It was true. The rabbit hero, Maruko sent her an offer. It's true, Izuku, it's true. She excitedly said. This means I'll finally meet Maruko. Itsuka hugged Izuku and started to jump up and down, surprising the Sharingan user. He has never seen Itsuka get this excited. Momo pouted and decided to look through her offers. For some reason, she didn't like seeing Itsuka clinging to Izuku like that. Realizing what she was doing, Itsuka stopped and stepped back. I'm sorry, I got overexcited. She looked down and heavily blushed, causing Izuku to laugh out loud. Stop laughing. She covered her face in embarrassment. She didn't want Izuku to see her act so childish like that. Ha ha ha, you should have seen yourself. Izuku continued, unable to stop laughing. He even completely forgot about his problems with his father and such. But he stopped laughing once he heard Momo gasping in shock. No way. Why would he of all people send me an offer? Momo asked herself. Who is it? Izuku asked. Judging from her reaction, he knew it would have to be an amazing hero. The number 5 hero, Edgeshot. Momo said in disbelief. The number 5 hero sent her an offer. He wants her to come and intern under him. No, there has to be some kind of mistake. Momo couldn't simply believe that such a popular hero and one of Edgeshot's caliber would send her an offer, especially after her humiliating defeat against Todoroki. She looked over to Izuku. I think it's some kind of mistake. Maybe he meant to ask for you, but the requests got mixed. Izuku shook his head. No, I already saw his name among the offers I got. He opened his backpack and pulled out a stack of sheets. He had put the paper with Edgeshot's offer at the top because he was considering taking his offer at first before choosing endeavors. See, this offer is for you, Momo. We're all going to intern with top heroes, isn't that great? Itsuka said, still excited about interning with her favorite pro hero and idol. Izuku nodded his head at her. I'm certainly surprised that Maruko sent an offer to you. From what I know, she has never shown any interest in taking students for an internship and she doesn't like to work with other pro heroes. That means you're the first student to ever intern with Maruko. Izuku explained, causing Itsuka to smile brightly. If Maruko chose her specifically, then whatever confidence issues she might have had after the sports festival were gone now. Izuku then put a hand on his chin, his thoughts turning to Edgeshot. Edgeshot is a calm and focused individual. He's able to maintain a level head even in crisis situations and encourages his teammates when they begin to panic. Maybe it's why he chose Momo. Because her quirk requires her to be calm in any situation in order to know what to create. Izuku deduced, hitting the nail on the head. I also heard that he embraces the nature of the shinobi. Wait, could he possibly know about them? But that's unlikely. I assume the shinobi era ended more than 500 years ago at the very least and the knowledge left behind by them is lost, or is it really? Okay, now I'm curious. Momo, Izuku called the raven-haired girl, catching her attention. You told me you'll find a way to repay me, right? And no matter how much I refuse, you'll still do it. Izuku asked, to which Momo nodded firmly. Yes, I believe I told you that. We'll start our training after the internships are over. In exchange, I want you to teach me everything you will learn at Edgeshot's agency. Wouldn't be easier for you to intern with him. Not that I'm against the idea of teaching you something, of course. I can't. I really have to intern with Endeavor because I have so much to learn from him. Apparently, Endeavor met someone with a quirk similar to mine many years ago, and I think he might be able to help me improve. While he didn't technically lie, Izuku also didn't blur out the whole truth. But I also wanted to intern with Edgeshot, so can you please grant me that favor? Momo's eyes lit and she gained a smile on her face. Yes, you can count on me. She was happy to know that she can finally repay her debt. Izuku felt someone tugging on his shirt and when he looked beside him, he saw Itsuka with a frown on her face. Is something wrong, Itsuka? Nothing. I'll just go and hand over my choice to Vlad-sensei. She said with a hint of annoyance before leaving the class. He never offered to train me, yet he offered Yaoyorozu who he has only known for a month or so. Idiot. I think we should also go to Aizawa-sensei and hand over our choices. Izuku said as he circled Endeavor's offer. The class representative and vice representative of Class 1A left their classroom and headed to the staff room where they saw Itsuka handing her paper to Vlad. They then noticed Aizawa, being Aizawa and sleeping in his sleeping bag. Aizawa, your students are here. Vlad woke him up. What do you want, problem child? Aizawa asked in his usual monotone voice. School day ended a while ago, why are you three still here? We came here to submit our choices for the internships. Izuku replied, to which Momo nodded. Aizawa groaned as he got out of his sleeping bag. Let's see, Edgeshot and Endeavor. So, you'll be doing your internship alongside Todoroki. Yes. Very well, then that makes it 7. Aizawa put the 2 papers on his desk. Izuku took a small peek, wondering what his classmates chose. Kachan chose the number 6 hero, best genist, and Iida chose manual. Wait, who's manual? I don't think I've heard of him. Izuku looked closer, hoping to find any hint until his eyes landed on the location of the agency, Hosu. If he remembers correctly, the hero killer was last spotted in Hosu. Izuku's eyes widened. He had a bad feeling about this. No way, Iida would never face Stain on his own, right? Iida is a diligent student, so why am I having this feeling that something bad will happen? If you have nothing else to do, then hurry up and get out. Aizawa said as he slid back in his sleeping bag. Yes, sir. Both Izuku and Momo replied before they and Itsuka left the room. Momo was very excited and happy. In just a few days, she'll be interning with Edgeshot. He'll be able to show her what it's like to be a pro hero from a front seat. The number of things he could teach her was just incredible. The more she thought about it, the more she got excited. And to think that she was going to miss such an opportunity. She was glad that Izuku stopped her from what would have been her most foolish mistake. He opened her eyes and gave her the wake-up call she needed. Yes, it was all thanks to him. Izuku. Yes. Would you like to go out with me and go to a restaurant right now? At that, both Izuku's and Itsuka's eyes widened in shock. Itsuka couldn't believe this. Did Yaoyorozu just ask Izuku out on a date? It's true that they seemed pretty close since this morning, but were they really that close? Meanwhile, Izuku activated his secondary quirk, Lego Brick. He was completely frozen stiff. His mind was racing with questions. Going out alone with a girl. Is that a date? Did Momo really just ask me out on a date? No, that's impossible. A girl like her would never ask a guy like me on a date. Then why would she say that? Of course, you're invited as well, Kendo. Momo added, snapping the two teens out of their thoughts. Me too. Itsuka questioned. Yes, my parents and I were supposed to go to a small restaurant today. We even made reservations, but they sent me a message a few minutes ago, telling me that they won't be able to come because of work. However, they told me that they didn't cancel the reservations and asked me if I wanted to go with some friends instead. So, how about it? Of course, it's not a date. Just what was I thinking? Izuku thought as he relaxed and deactivated his Lego brick quirk. Thank you for your offer, Momo. But I'm afraid I'm a bit short on money right now. Izuku sheepishly exclaimed. Same for me. Itsuka sheepishly added too. At least she was glad that the two of them were not going on a date or something. There's no need to worry about that. I'm going to pay for the three of us. You don't need to go that far. We don't want to trouble you. Both teens tried to protest, but Momo was having none of it. I insist. Please, I've been enjoying your company so far, and I just want to spend more time with the two of you. Momo said while seemingly having a bright aura of innocence around her. Izuku and Itsuka felt like the girl could end up heartbroken if they were to refuse her offer. I'll go. Izuku hesitated but ultimately made his choice. Yeah, me too. Momo's face lit up and brought her hands together. Perfect. I'll call my chauffeur and let him know that we'll meet him at the gate. And with that, she picked up her phone to call him. Chauffeur. Itsuka thought, realizing that Momo must be a rich girl. The three students decided not to change their clothes as it would lead to them missing the time of the reservations, so they went out in their school uniforms instead. Once they've arrived to the gate, they were met by a limo, waiting for them. Izuku outstretched his hand in order to open the car's door, only for an old man to beat him first and grab the door's handle. He opened the door. Please, go in, sir. Izuku blinked, definitely not used to that treatment. Midoriya is fine. Itsuka got into the car, followed by Momo then Izuku. The two martial artists were definitely surprised by how spacious the car was. The driver already knew where the restaurant was, so once he got into the car he began driving. So, Izuku, I've actually tried to find any book about quirk energy ever since you've mentioned it a few days ago. Momo decided to start some small talk. Really? Did you find anything? Izuku asked, faking ignorance. Momo's eyebrows furrowed. Surprisingly, no. I've tried to look it up on the internet, but I got no results. You mean only Izuku and Todoroki know about it and can use it? Itsuka asked, to which Momo confirmed by nodding. I don't know how Todoroki learned about it, but I came to learn about it when I started to see it. And after watching how you guys were channeling it during the quirk apprehension test, I decided to do the same. Then it turned out that you can do different things depending on how you channel it. I've been thinking about it for a while now, and I think that it's not that you guys can't feel it, you just forgot. Izuku watched as Itsuka and Momo gained puzzled expressions on their faces. What I mean is, you guys don't think when using your quirks. It's like breathing to you. But that wasn't the case when you were kids, you had to learn how to use your quirks at first and grasp the feeling. I'm a late bloomer, which is why I'm able to sense it. I need to think and channel my energy before using my quirk. How do you do it? Momo asked. I mean, what does it feel like? Todoroki and you can use it to do stuff that look like extra abilities of your quirks. How do you guys do it? Izuku put a hand on his chin and began to think. I feel like there's a massive concentration of energy or a storage filled with energy in my stomach. I then tap into it and channel the energy in different ways to use those new abilities I've been showing lately. Aside from the Chidori, I can also use it to cast my genjutsu. You see, when I make eye contact with someone, I interrupt the quirk energy flow of my target's cerebral nervous system with my own quirk energy, thereby affecting their 5 senses. At first, it was hard for me to control more than 2 senses at a time, but with practice I've become able to temper with 3 senses at once, Izuku explained. It was the first time he ever explained how his genjutsu work. So, you can unlock new abilities of your quirk depending on how you channel your quirk energy. That's really amazing. Did one of your parents teach you that? Momo asked, and Itsuka was curious to know as well. But Izuku's smile immediately dropped as the question reminded him of his father. When he thought about it, his father was supposed to be the one to teach him all of that. Instead, he had to learn everything by himself through trial and error, whereas his father was out there probably teaching Izumi. My father, he lives overseas, so I had to pick up everything by myself. Izuku blurted out. Itsuka and Momo were definitely surprised to learn that Izuku's father wasn't here. It was their first time hearing this. But when Itsuka looked at Izuku's eyes, she could tell that something was wrong. While his face regained its smile, his eyes showed sadness and sorrow. Why? Why are your eyes filled with sadness, Izuku? But before she could think more about it, the car stopped. We've arrived, Miss Yaoyorozu. Came in the voice of the old driver. Momo smiled. Great. Let's go, everyone. The three teens entered the restaurant and sat at their table. Izuku scanned the area around them and thought that the restaurant looked very nice. Thankfully, it wasn't an expensive one. Seems like Momo's parents weren't planning on going to a classy restaurant tonight. He looked at Momo and saw her staring at a certain photo that seemed to have staff members. Do you know someone who used to work here? Izuku asked. Yes, my grandfather used to work here. Your grandfather, was he the manager or something? Itsuka questioned. Momo smiled. No, he used to do deliveries. She said, causing both teens' eyes to become as large as the dinner plates that were in front of them. Really? But I mean, you know. Itsuka pointed at the limo that was still outside. Momo chuckled. I know, we didn't start off as rich. My grandfather's parents died when he was young, and frankly, they didn't leave him a big inheritance. He also had younger siblings and wanted to pay their school fees, so he decided to work 2 jobs while studying business. He always used to tell us to never forget where we came from. Because if it weren't for his job here, we would have never become rich. The money my grandpa earned from here was the one that built the Yaoyorozu estate. So, every year my parents and I come here 2 times. Once on the day he got accepted to work here, and once on the day he left. Momo explained. Momo, that's incredible. Your grandfather was really amazing. Izuku complimented the older man, finding him inspiring. Yes, should we actually be here? Itsuka asked. Yes, I invited you 2 here cause right now, you're my closest friends alongside Kyoka. Momo, you don't need to flatter me. I know that we haven't known each other for that long, Itsuka began but was interrupted. It doesn't matter how long we've known each other. Sometimes people become best friends in only a week. It happens, Momo replied. Meanwhile, one of the waiters was about to go and take Izuku's table's orders until he spotted Izuku. Once he did, he froze in his place, a shocked look was on his face. No, it can't be. What is he doing here? He scanned the restaurant, trying to see if any of his colleagues could take this table's orders instead. None. He found none. He had to go himself, and the last thing he wanted was to get a pay cut on his salary again. Excuse me, are you 3 ready to order? Or should I wait a bit longer? Izuku's heart clenched. Time seemed to slow down as he moved his head to look at the voice's owner. However, Izuku knew well who it was. Never in his life would he ever forget that voice. He saw him, one of his childhood bullies, Takuya Yamagishi, the boy with long brown hair and whose quirk lets him extend his fingers. The young Uchiha remembered very well how many times he was restrained by those fingers. Instinctively, Izuku jumped from his seat, and his eyes were glued to the other boy. But all he saw was young Takuya, wearing a middle school uniform and having a mean look on his face. Everyone was surprised, especially Takuya, who was also terrified out of his wits. For one, when did Izuku get so tall and muscular? Where did the scrawny kid go? Oh no, please don't tell me he's here for revenge. Takuya has watched the sports festival from his home a few days ago, and has seen what Izuku is now capable of. Needless to say, that the last thing he wanted right now is to face him. He saw what Izuku did to Bakugo, who was presumably the strongest kid in their neighborhood. And now Takuya was afraid of what Izuku might do to him too. Izuku's breath started to get heavier. What now? Is Takun here to make fun of me? To beat me? To humiliate me in front of everyone again? What should I do? Izuku was snapped back out of it by Itsuka shaking his shoulder. Izuku, what's wrong? Are you okay? He looked around him and saw Itsuka and Momo frowning and looking worried. Sorry, Izuku covered his mouth, he was stuttering. Momo's gaze shifted to the waiter and saw how he was looking away and seemed nervous. Hey, Midoriya. Wow, it really is you. Long time no see. I saw the sports festival, congratulations. Izuku's gaze turned back to Takuya. This time, he did a double take and saw him as he truly is. The boy was working here as a waiter. His hands were behind his back, and he seemed nervous and awkward, and he was trying to keep eye contact to a minimum. He looks different from before, almost like the past me. Wait, he's shaking. Could it be that he's afraid of me? He didn't even call me Deku. Takun. Why you startled me? I'm very surprised to see you again, and thanks. You two know each other? Momo asked. She has been looking back and forth between those two this whole time. Takuya was the first one to speak. We are childhood friends. Midoriya and I knew each other since we were 4, and we were together until our first year of middle school. But I'm glad to see that you're doing okay. You even got to UA like you always said you would. And, how are you doing, Takun? Izuku asked. Well, I'm working here now. I need to make some money in order to pay for my high school fees. And, I've been staying out of trouble, yeah. I'm glad you got your quirk, and that it's powerful. Why you truly deserve it. Thanks, and I'm glad you're doing okay. Anyways, would you like me to take your orders? Takuya asked. Yes, please. Izuku replied, finally sitting down. The teens placed their orders and Takuya walked away. Silence fell over the table. The entire time, both Itsuka and Momo felt that something was wrong. They were utterly confused because what they just saw wasn't your usual childhood friends reunion. They knew that the two of them were hiding something. Soon the food came and the three students started to eat, at least Itsuka and Momo did. Izuku didn't have the stomach to eat anything. He only ate less than half of his food. For some reason, he felt nauseous after taking a few bites. Izuku, is the food not to your taste? You didn't eat that much. Itsuka asked with a hint of worry while Momo kept a close watch. I don't think I have to go to the restroom. And with that, Izuku ran off to the toilet. Once he got there and entered, he locked the door behind him and started to puke. Ever since he met Takuya, his mind has been nothing but a mess. No matter how much he tried not to, he recalled everything that happened to him in kindergarten, elementary school, and first year of middle school. He recalled all the awful things that happened to him. But what made him utterly sick, was what happened before he attempted to commit suicide. Tsubasa, Takuya and Makoto, all ganged up on him and he puked even more. Izuku let out one heavy sigh before he flushed the toilet and went to wash his face and his mouth. He stared at himself in the mirror with one question in his mind. Why? Why does something bad always has to happen? He voiced his thoughts. First, his father leaves him, then Bakugo bullies him, then Tsubasa, then Bakugo again, and even after coming this far and finally finding happiness, everything starts to fall apart as his past was slowly coming back, trying to destroy him all over again. He learns that there's a possibility of him becoming a villain, then he learns the truth about his father, and now he meets one of his past bullies. When would this nightmare he has been living in truly end? Today has been a bad day on so many levels for Izuku Midoriya. The young Uchiha finally left the restroom, and decided to go back to his table. He would just have to push it through today with sheer will. However, before he could go to his table, he spotted Takuya. The boy was motioning for him to go back to the restroom and seemed more nervous than before. But why is that? Deku. Oh, no. No. Why is he here, too? I thought as he turned his head to see a boy, a bit taller than him and with medium, wavy black hair. He was currently smoking a cigarette and had a sinister look in his eyes. It was Makoto Sendo and his quirk was called Jaws, which lets him sharpen his teeth like a shark. Out of everyone, he was the closest to Tsubasa and Izuku remembered very well how many of his All Might merchandises and his other stuff this guy tiered with his quirk. Wow. Imagine seeing you here. Is this some kind of middle school reunion? Makoto asked as he walked closer to Izuku. Hello, Makoto. How have you been doing? Me. I was just having a talk with the two girls you've brought here and they told me that they were with you. Shouldn't you introduce me to them, Deku? He said as he put a hand around Izuku's shoulder. Oi, Ta-kun. Come with us. Takuya gulped and nodded. He scanned the place around them. No one was here except for them. The other customers had already left and his colleagues were probably in the staff room, taking a break. This was the worst scenario. He knew that unlike him, Makoto and Akuto Tsubasa were still delinquents and haven't changed their ways even after getting kicked out of Aldera. And there was no doubt that Makoto was up to no good. Takuya didn't tell Izuku this, but because of what happened that day, not only did the three bullies get kicked out of school, but what they did got written in their records, meaning that they could never enroll in a hero high school. Takuya thinks that they deserve it, but Makoto and Masataka blame it all on Izuku. Both Izuku and Makoto sat down while Takuya stood closely to them. The young Uchiha kept his head down, not knowing what to do. He was afraid. He was so terrified that he couldn't even move. Izuku, do you know this guy? Momo asked as she studied the black-haired boy who was in front of her. How can Izuku be friends with a guy like him? He's casually smoking like that, and he looks like a delinquent. Something about him is fishy. I can't tell exactly what it is, but I don't like him. Yes, of course. Ta-kun, Deku, and I have known each other since we were kids. Right, guys. Makoto replied to which the other two nodded. Deku, he called him, Deku. Itsuka began to ponder about that. If she remembers correctly, only Ochako and Bakugo call him that. She knows that Izuku and Ochako first met on the day of the entrance exam, but Izuku and Bakugo go from way back. So, tell me, Deku. Which one of them is your girlfriend? Makoto asked with a grin plastered on his face. At that, the two girls blushed. Izuku, however, was quite nervous about where was this going. They're just my friends. That's all. Izuku replied, causing Makoto to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Of course, none of them are. Who would even want to date a quirkless loser like you in the first place? He laughed some more. Izuku shrank in his chair. What should he do now? Makoto seems to have no problem exposing his past and everything. Should he take Momo and Itsuka and run before? Hey, why did you just call him that? Isn't he your friend? Itsuka angrily said. Yes, and Izuku isn't quirkless for your information or even a loser. He's anything but a loser. Momo added. Makoto blinked. Wait, is that what you told them, Deku? He looked at Izuku who just looked down in order to avoid eye contact. Makoto then turned to Takuya. Oi, Ta-kun. What's going on here? Don't tell me. Look man, I told you this already, but I'm over this. I have changed, and I don't want to. Takuya began only to receive an uppercut from Makoto. The three students gasped in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Izuku saw Itsuka and Momo staring at him with confusion and surprise on their faces, but Izuku didn't know why would Makoto hit Takuya. He only knew that he had to get out of here. Now. But. Takuya got hurt because of him. Shouldn't he help him? This is what happens when you side with the filth. Makoto said in a cold tone as he stood above Takuya. He then felt someone grabbing him by his elbow. Makoto, stop what you're doing. I can't let you hurt Takun anymore. Izuku said although his voice was shaky and he was trembling. Huh, are you for real? He took the cigarette out of his mouth and let out some smoke. You know, you haven't changed one bit, Deku. You're still pretending to be a hero just like all those years. If you're truly going to stop me, then do it. What are you afraid of? He shouted but Izuku didn't move. The young Uchiha knew that he was stronger than his opponent. He knew that he could take him on, but the mental scars he had because of his past traumas stopped him from doing anything. They kept him frozen in his place. Just then, Makoto grabbed Izuku and flipped him over his shoulder. His body slammed against Takuya's causing the two boys to grunt in pain. Izuku. Both Momo and Itsuka shouted in distress. They were surprised to see how easily Izuku got knocked by someone like that. Shouldn't Izuku be much stronger than him? Momo jumped from her seat and ran to his side. Izuku, are you alright? Are you hurt? Neither of Takun and I are fucking friends with shitty Deku. The two of us were just part of the group that bullied that quirkless loser from kindergarten to our first year of middle school. I see that he has managed to lie to you two and convince you that he has a quirk, but the truth is he's quirkless. He's Deku. Makoto explained. Smack. Asterisk. Itsuka slapped Makoto, and you're nothing but an asshole. Bullying someone for being quirkless. For being born different. Something that is completely out of his control. You're the worst, she said with teary eyes, thinking about how much pain Izuku had to endure in his life. Momo jerked her head towards him and nodded. She's right. You're nothing but scum. Izuku was beyond astonished after hearing all that. Their words resonated in his mind. He mentally slapped himself. All this time he has only been thinking of running away and kept cowering in fear. How could he let that happen? And just how long will he keep letting others treat him like that? Inside Izuku, the green star representing One for All was once again glowing red, altering between the two colors at a fast pace. The Sharingan user has had enough. If his past was trying to hunt him down and take away what he has built for the past year, then he won't stay down like that and take it. You bitches, acting all high and mighty, don't think high of yourselves. Makoto shouted before he attempted to backslap Itsuka, only for Izuku to appear out of nowhere catch his wrist. If you even try to touch a single hair on her head, I'll break your hand. Izuku coldly said as he had his Sharingan activated too, further intimidating the other teen. Makoto was startled and flinched. What's going on? His personality completely switched, and when the hell did Deku even get a quirk? Is he scaring me? No. He's just a fucking Deku. Quirk or not, he'll always be a Deku. Makoto thought before he attempted to punch Izuku with his other hand, only for the Sharingan user to catch his other fist. Let go of, Makoto began as he tried to free his hands from Izuku's hold, only for the latter to headbutt him, knocking him on the ground. The boy held his forehead in pain and let out a few grunts before Izuku grabbed him by his collar, bending down to look at Makoto in the eyes. Deku. I'm not the Deku you used to know anymore. I'm not that weak and useless kid. I have a quirk. One that is leagues above yours. One that helped me get into UA. I fought real villains at the USJ. I won this year's sports festival. You're nothing to me anymore. I'll let you leave now, but know this. I won't be merciful next time. I understand. I promise I won't bother you anymore, so please let me go away. Makoto begged with visible fear in his eyes. Izuku didn't know what happened next. It might have been that the stress caused by this stressful day has finally gotten to him, or maybe it was due to his past being such a main topic for the past few days, maybe even both. But, as Izuku looked down on one of his past tormentors and saw pure fear in his eyes. It felt good. Seeing how one of his bullies was finally on the other side of the beating, how he pathetically begged for mercy, how he was weak and useless to do anything. Izuku was beyond pleased, but not satisfied. Not yet. Make him suffer more. Make him feel the same pain we once felt. Unleash my rage and hatred upon him. Izuku heard the familiar voice of the quirkless kid inside him speak, demanding justice. Red lightning could be seen swirling around the hand Izuku was using to hold the other teen, slowly spreading out to his entire body. His hand morphed into a fist and he slowly raised it. It was a fist that was ready to unleash all his frustration out without any ounce of mercy. Izuku, Itsuka's voice snapped him back to reality. Why you're not going to use your quirk, right? Itsuka asked, afraid that Izuku might use his quirk to hurt the other teen. She and Momo began to worry once they saw the red lightning. Izuku's lighting was supposed to be cyan, so what was that red lightning? The red star inside Izuku finally went back to being green and stabilized again. But then the young Uchiha was hit by a sudden headache, his head ringing by the sound of his heartbeat in his ears. He also felt his gut wrench, nausea spreading again. What was that? I was just thinking about beating him. No, I was about to beat him mercilessly. He let go of Makoto and stood up again, slowly walking towards Takuya who after watching this whole fight was terrified. Is he coming for me now? He thought, but much to his surprise, Izuku extended a hand to help him stand up. Seeing this, Takuya hesitated for a moment but eventually took it. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, Takun. Izuku apologized, yet his voice was so calm and had a hint of sadness in it. Here, take this. Thanks for the meal. Izuku handed him a few thousands of yen before he walked away, leaving the restaurant. Wait. Izuku heard Momo's voice but kept walking away, holding his head with a hand in pain. Izuku, wait. The young Uchiha stopped. Momo and Itsuka were trying to catch their breaths because they've run after him after Momo paid the bill. Izuku, what happened there? How do you know these guys exactly? Did they really bully you for not having a quirk? Momo asked. You can talk to us, Izuku. We'll be here for you to listen. Itsuka added. The Sharingan user hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, he made his decision. Thanks. I'm really lucky to have friends like you too. But I'm sorry. This isn't something I really like to talk about. Izuku turned back and gave them the best fake smile he could muster right now. If you really want to help me, can you two forget about everything that happened earlier, please? And with that, the Sharingan user walked away, leaving the two girls behind, but not before muttering under his breath, if only I met you two sooner. Itsuka tried to run after him once more, but Momo stopped her. She knew that they won't be able to learn anything from him right now. After that day, Izuku stopped talking to both Itsuka and Momo as things got awkward between them. Whenever they met, he couldn't look at them in the eyes. They learned something about his past, something that Izuku tried his best to hide ever since he got to Ua. The fact that they knew bothered him. He knew that they'll eventually have to talk again because they're friends, but Izuku just couldn't face them after what happened, at least not now. However, that wasn't the only thing that happened after that day. The Sharingan user came into terms with the fact that he's indeed affected by the curse of hatred. He would even go as far to say that he's deeply affected. He decided that he would seek Shisui's help and guidance. And so, he would patiently wait until their next meeting. First day of the internships. You all have your costumes, right? Aizawa asked the students who were currently present in front of him at the train station. Remember, you aren't allowed to wear them in public. Don't drop them or anything. Yes sir. Mina excitedly replied. Speak clearly. Yes, sir, Ishido. Aizawa sternly corrected his student. Yes, sir. Make sure you mind your manners with the heroes at your internships. Off with you now. Aizawa finished. Yes, sir. And with that, everyone went to their trains. Izuku stood there for a moment, watching Tenya walking off to his train. He was worried. The fact that Tenya was going to the same place his brother was attacked quite disturbed him. He wanted to talk with Tenya, ask him what's wrong, but I'll only be a hypocrite if I do that. Izuku knew well that he and Tenya were no different. The two of them were essentially trying to hide something important from their friends. Izuku shook his head. I'll just go and try, Iida. He ran after his classmate who stopped in his tracks. If you ever feel hopeless, make sure you let me know. We're friends, right? Yeah, was the simple reply he got from Tenya before the speedster walked away. Let's go, Midoriya. The train is almost here. Shoto said, not wanting them to miss the train. Right, huh, we're not going to your father's agency, but your house first. Izuku asked as he followed Shoto. Yes, my father said he would explain everything once we arrive, we're here. Izuku stood in awe at how big Shoto's mansion was. That's the number 2 hero's home for you. Once the two students entered, they were met by the sight of the number 2 hero, Endeavor wearing his hero costume. It's nice to see you again, Midoriya. Likewise, sir. Izuku bowed, feeling a bit nervous. No need to feel so nervous. Make yourself at home. Shoto, show Midoriya his room. I'll be waiting for the two of you in the training room. After you two change into your hero costumes, come and join me. Endeavor said, to which Shoto nodded. Follow me. And with that, Izuku followed Shoto to the room where he will be staying in. This is where you'll be staying. I'll go back to my room now and change. Thanks for your hospitality. Izuku said as Shoto walked away. He then took his time, studying his new room. He had to admit, it was pretty nice. It was spacious, and had a nice view where he could see the garden of the Todoroki mansion. He had a futon to sleep on as well as his own private bathroom. Right, time to change into my new hero costume. Izuku opened his suitcase and found a note. It was from Mei. Dear Zuko. While doing repairs to your hero costume, I've decided to make some changes to the materials and design like we've previously agreed. I've also swapped your t-shirt for a tank top. You'll find your new weapons all grouped together. I've written a manual there for you that should explain how to use them along with your other gear. P.S. Sorry about the sepling mistakes. I didn't sleep for the past 5 days. If anything explodes, don't contact me. Hatsume. Okay, now Izuku was actually afraid to try out his new hero costume. He sighed and picked up the manual, deciding it would be best to understand how his new hero costume works. 15 minutes later. This is the beta version of my mom's costume. Izuku stood there in his new hero costume. He was wearing a green sleeveless tank top that was modeled after his old jumpsuit with the Uchiha emblem on his back. He also had his new black pants with green stripes, and the new black leg bracers for further protection. Along with that, he was wearing his new red waist cape, strapped to him with multiple black belts. The belts had their own pouches in which he carried some first aid kit items. Whereas his pants had one pouch in which he carried his kunai, explosive kunai and staff, that wasn't in its extended form. Izuku had to admit, the hero costume was so good as it didn't restrict his movements and it was comfy. He'll have to thank May later. Finally, he put on his new vibrant green and metallic earpieces, pressed a button for the eye mask to pop out, and brought his metallic neck piece to his mouth. And of course, we can't forget his traditional red shoes. Wow, I can really tell that Hatsume used a glass that is more durable for the eye mask. Izuku commented. He also learned that he could add contacts and call them using his new earpieces as they had an inbuilt microphone and earphone in each. Seeing how he didn't need to have an eye mask equipped right now, he pressed a button that made it go back into the earpieces. Time to join Endeavor and Todoroki. I don't want to be late. But before he could do anything, he heard the sound of gunshot, startling him. It came from downstairs. Izuku shouted in panic. Was this a villain's attack? What was going on? He didn't know, but he had to check out and see if anyone got hurt. He activated both his Sharingan and One for All and sped towards the room where the sound of gunshot came from. His search led him to the training room. He quickly opened the door, only for some old man to aim a shotgun at him and fire. Ah! Izuku screamed, louder than he ever did in his entire life. He fell on his back after getting hit by the bullets. This was the end of his journey. He was going to die now. There was no coming back. Wow, I always thought that dying would hurt far worse than that. Izuku thought until he realized that something was wrong. He felt so alive despite being shot. The young Uchiha shot up and sat on the floor, carefully examining himself only to see no injuries. Did the shooter miss? Suddenly, he heard the sound of a gun reloading. Toshinori. An old man excitedly shouted while pointing a Nerf gun at him. That said old man was wearing a full-body monochrome suit along with a yellow cape, a belt with the letter G on it, very thick yellow gloves and boots, and a dark eye mask which resembles two diamonds. That's not me. Izuku shot back. The old man tilted his head. Toshinori. Izuku blinked in confusion. Who is that old man? Wait, if he knows All Might's true name, then he must be Gran Torino. I knew he was old, but... Gran Torino fired at Izuku again. Fortunately, Izuku managed to dodge the bullets this time thanks to his Sharingan and One for All. However, he had one question. Why did this old man equip his Nerf shotgun with a special device that would make the sound of a real shotgun whenever he shoots? That the world may never know. Toshinori. The old man shouted again. Gran Torino, please understand that I'm not. So, you've managed to dodge the bullets this time, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku closed his mouth, letting Gran Torino continue speaking as the man seemed more serious now. I watched the UA Sports Festival on TV. The way you used your power was unthinkable. You're like a time bomb. He may be called the symbol of peace and number one hero, but that justice-obsessed All Might is worse than a novice when it comes to teaching. I can't stand and watch you keep wasting your potential like that, so I'll whip you into shape. And the fact that you couldn't dodge the first shot of my precious Nerf shotgun proves exactly my point. Your point, Izuku repeated. That you're the weakest Uchiha I know. Izuku's eyes widened. I'm the weakest. Hajime Midoriya, strongest hero of all time. Hiyashi Midoriya, UA entrance exam score, 115 villain points and 35 rescue points. Total, 150 points. Hisashi Midoriya, a natural genius who destroyed all the robots in his battle center in less than 10 minutes. UA entrance exam score, 200 villain points and 50 rescue points. He got the highest score UA has ever seen till today with 250 points. Izuku gasped in shock, the highest score. 250 points. He got a higher score than All Might. Izuku was shell-shocked after what he just heard. Compared to his father, the boy didn't even get half of his points. And Izumi Midoriya. I don't know much about her other than that she reached the level of a top hero at the age of 13. I also believe Hisashi mentioned that she's more talented than all of her predecessors. Izuku stood up and clenched his fists. She reached the level of a top hero at the age of 13. So, that's the one who should have inherited One for All, the chosen one. I can't even begin to imagine how strong she's today, now that she's 16. Gran Torino stood there, studying the boy's facial expressions. Now let's see what will you do, Izuku Midoriya. Will you give up and hand over One for All to Izumi, or will you? I know that I'm the weakest, that there's a lot of things I can't do. Izuku raised his head, but even if I'm not the chosen one, I'll work hard enough to surpass them all and become the next symbol of peace. He said with a burning determination. Gran Torino nodded. I see, then prepare yourself, you zygote, for you won't get any mercy from me. Gran Torino replied with a smirk on his face. I look forward to working with you. At that, a burst of flame suddenly appeared in front of Izuku, revealing Endeavor carrying what seems to be a plastic bag. Here's your FR frozen taiyaki, sir. Endeavor shakily pulled the frozen taiyaki out of the plastic bag. Gran Torino gasped in delight. Ah, just in time. Use your fire to heat them, Enji. Why yes, sir. Endeavor took some taiyaki and began to heat them with his flames. After a moment, he gave one to Gran Torino. Nothing is better than eating a piping hot taiyaki for breakfast and, it's hot. Gran Torino yelped at the burning sensation on his tongue, causing Endeavor to freak out and panic. Izuku's eyes comically widened as he had to watch Endeavor curled up like a ball and getting beaten by Gran Torino, who kept mercilessly hitting him with his cane. You good for nothing student. You can't even heat a taiyaki properly. Were you trying to burn my tongue just now? Gran Torino shouted as he relentlessly assaulted the flame hero with his cane. First, he made Endeavor run some errands for him, then heat his frozen taiyaki, and now he's beating Endeavor with his cane. All Might was right. Gran Torino is scary. Izuku trembled, frozen in his place as he watched this whole interaction until he noticed Shoto in his new hero costume, trembling too. Oh, what are you doing, Todoroki? I saw you and father trembling, so I thought this is what we were doing today. The bicolor teen responded in his typical stoic fashion, causing everyone to look at him with a sweat drop. I see, so, for the next 3 days, we will be training in order to learn more about our Quirks evolutions, and then for the last 3 days we will be going out on patrol with the both of you. Shoto nodded in understanding. Exactly. His father answered. Then, what will we be doing today? Izuku asked. Today, you two will be fighting me. I need to test the two of you and see your capabilities. Gran Torino replied as he finished his taiyaki. Is this really okay? Fighting the two of us alone, I don't doubt your capabilities, but, I'm just afraid that your body wouldn't be able to take it, sir, Izuku began, worried that with his and Shoto's strengths combined, they might hurt the old man. What he's trying to say, is that we're afraid you might get hurt, sir. Shoto explained, to which Izuku nodded. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Gran Torino shook his head. Good grief, you two are such worrywarts. Gran Torino dropped his cane and jumped past Izuku at blinding speed, and before the boy could even turn around or look back, Gran Torino landed a powerful kick to his back. I'm losing patience. Izuku stumbled and almost fell on his face, but he managed to regain his footing. So, we're having real combat, huh? Izuku thought as he activated his Sharingan. But even with that, Gran Torino was so fast that Izuku's Sharingan could barely keep up with him. He then activated One for All, ready to face the veteran pro hero. He watched as the pro hero dashed towards him. However, even if Izuku could somewhat see his movements, his body wasn't fast enough to keep up. And so, the next thing he felt was a punch to his guts, knocking him away. Midoriya. Shoto was surprised to see how easily his friend got knocked down. But what shocked him more, is that he couldn't see Gran Torino at all. The veteran pro hero was moving so fast that all he can see is a yellow flash jumping around everywhere. Shoto. You two can't underestimate Gran Torino. Even today, he's still one of the fastest pro heroes the world has ever seen. So, you two better not hold back for your own sake. Endeavor explained before Shoto received a kick to his thorax, sending him flying all over the training room. He's too fast. But if we can keep him from moving, we'll be able to get him. Izuku thought after recovering from that last hit. For the moment, we'll have to pressure him. Izuku took off, running around after Gran Torino. Todoroki. How many ice clones can you make without freezing yourself? Izuku asked. I can create 5 clones then use my fire to get rid of the frostbites. Shoto replied as he proceeded to create the clones. Now that he's using his left side, he can negate the drawbacks of his ice quirk. Todoroki has sure gotten stronger now. Izuku thought before his focus went back to his plan. Just make sure you fire an ice attack wherever I'll throw a kunai. The 5 Shoto nodded, right. The boy is hot on my tail, trying to catch up with me. He has copied my movements and is already moving around like me. If I stop for a moment to attack one of these clones, he'll catch up to me. What are they up to? He has been jumping around in a specific pattern. We passed this corner 2 times now, which means that the 3rd time should be, now. Izuku shouted before he threw a kunai. The ice clone who was closest to that spot fired an ice attack. Now Gran Torino would have to halt in order not to get hit. Suddenly, the old man changed directions, causing Izuku to slam into the ice chunk and fall on the ground. Just what is his quirk? Izuku thought. You knew that you were no match for my speed, so you've relied on analysis and predictions to keep me from moving. At first, you copied my moves in order to memorize the pattern of my movements. Once you knew exactly how I move, you threw a kunai on where I was going to jump next, expecting Shoto to launch an ice attack on me. Your plan was good, but it had one mistake. I'm not a UA student without experience like the ones you fought. You're not the first one to try something like that either. Gran Torino explained as Izuku recovered and stood up again. Oh, and one more thing, I can still go much faster than that. At that, Gran Torino vanished from sights, and the next thing the 2 UA students saw was one of Shoto's clones getting instantly decimated, leaving behind a small ice trace, followed by shockwaves that pushed them back. Midoriya, can you see him? Shoto asked in distress. As far as he can tell, there was no sign of the old man. I can't track him. Izuku muttered. What? I can't see him with my Sharingan. He's too fast. And just then, another ice clone got destroyed, then another one. The yellow flash just kept going until all the ice clones got destroyed. What now? Shoto asked as he and Izuku got closer to each other. I don't know. His speed is just too overwhelming. But before Izuku could even finish his sentence, Shoto felt the impact of a devastating kick on his back, slamming him to the ground with a loud thud. Izuku tried to catch Gran Torino before he starts moving again in a desperate attempt, but the old man was just too fast. In a blink of an eye, he kicked Izuku in his diaphragm, knocking the wind out of him as he tumbled back. Meanwhile, Endeavor kept trembling the whole time as he watched this fight. He always thought that he got over his PTSD, but he either never did or it just came back after watching this massacre. Gran Torino just stood there victorious and laughing, ha 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 ha. Still got it. Izuku and Shoto let out some grunts in pain. They couldn't even stand up anymore. Did you have to go that far? Endeavor asked. Of course. Now I know their strengths, weaknesses, limits, how they think, and what will they have to work on for the next 3 days. Gran Torino explained, although his tone suggested that he enjoyed destroying the two kids. His gaze then turned to Izuku. The boy is supposed to meet his ancestor sometime today. We can't really start anything yet without learning more about Quirk's evolutions and this chakra thing. That night, Izuku was finally prepared to sleep. He was so tired after Gran Torino's test that he decided to go to bed early. It didn't take him more than 2 minutes after he closed his eyes to fall asleep. But when he opened them again, he was in a strange classroom. The first thing he noticed was how large the classroom was, as the ceiling was quite high. In front of him was a podium, situated far from the students' desks, and behind it was a large blackboard. It didn't take long enough for Izuku to understand that he was having a meeting with Shisui. Suddenly, a door opened, revealing Shisui, carrying some big scrolls with him. The older Uchiha smiled upon seeing his descendant. Hey, Izuku. Glad to see you're doing much better than the last time we saw each other. Oh, and welcome to the Ninja Academy. I swear, I really have been annoying with these cliffhangers. And wait, is this for real? More than 1600 followers. Exclamation mark. We gained 100 more followers after one chapter. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless right now. Thanks for your support everyone, you guys are truly amazing. So in the next chapter, I'll finally explain in details everything about quirks, chakra, quirk evolutions, yada yada. And reveal a Hyuga descendant. But chap 28 was more focused on the history rather than all that stuff I've mentioned. That's enough from me, hope you guys enjoyed yet another chapter of this story. Chapter 30, Blood Ties. Earlier that day, Momo had just arrived at Edgeshot's hero agency. She was so excited at the chance of interning under a top hero of Edgeshot's caliber. The raven-haired girl was prepared to learn everything he'll teach her. With the suitcase containing her hero costume in her hand, she entered the elevator and pressed a button, going to Edgeshot's office. When the elevator's doors opened, she was met by a brown-haired young woman in her mid-20s, wearing formal clothes and glasses. Momo's guess was that she was Edgeshot's secretary. Good morning. Momo greeted the older woman. Good morning, I assume you're Momo Yaoyorozu, correct? The secretary asked. Yes, good. Edgeshot is waiting for you in his office. You may enter. And with that, the vice president of Class 1A opened the door to the top hero's office, ready to prove herself to the top hero and not make him regret his choice of choosing her. Yaoyorozu, I've been expecting you. Momo looked to see Edgeshot sitting at his desk but with his chair facing the opposite direction, making her look at his back. Thank you for having me here and I promise that I won't disappoint you and learn how a pro hero work by watching you. Momo bowed in order to show respect for the top hero. I'm glad that this is how you feel. So with that, your training will start now. Edgeshot said before he quickly turned around and threw a kunai at her. Ah, she yelped and instinctively ducked down, the kunai embedding itself into the door behind her. What was going on? What did just happen? I wouldn't drop my guard yet if I were you. Edgeshot pointed out. Suddenly, Momo heard the sound of a mechanical machine. She looked back and her eyes quickly widened in shock as she saw a strange machine on top of the door quickly firing multiple shuriken at her. Oh, no. I need to create something. But what do I create? What do I create? I don't know what to create. Her heart was racing so fast as she watched the approaching shuriken. She froze in fear and fell on her knees. She couldn't do anything. However, just before the shuriken could hit her, Edgeshot was in front of her and deflected all the shuriken using his kunai. It seems to me that you have a lot to learn. He took her still shaking hand and pulled her back up. WHWH, what was that? Momo stammered on her words, still frazzled after what just happened. I'm sorry about all of this. This was just a test I prepared for you. A test. Momo repeated, then hung her head low, as it was obvious that her performance was nothing but embarrassing. I think I already disappointed you, didn't I? Well, you did just as I expected, so it's hard to say whether you failed or not. But have a seat, I would like to discuss with you the reason why you're truly here. The top hero pointed at the chair that was in front of his desk. It's not going to shock me, right? Momo asked, not feeling safe in the pro hero's agency anymore. Edgeshot chuckled, I assure you, nothing like what you just saw will happen again, probably, he reassured the raven-haired teen but muttered that last part under his breath. The two then sat down and Momo was the first one to speak. You said earlier that you sent me an offer for a specific reason. What is it? It was your performance at the sports festival. Momo frowned, but it was terrible. I was barely able to shine among the other students. Well, I disagree with you on that. Edgeshot replied. Huh, the pro hero crossed his arms, while your performance wasn't spectacular, it wasn't terrible either. You came out of the top 8. But what I saw that day was wasted potential. You have so much potential, Yaoyorozu, more than you even think. But the problem lies within your mind. Not only do you doubt your capabilities, but you also crack under pressure easily, just like when I attacked you earlier. I saw all that during the second event. When Ingenium's brother took the flag, you froze in your place and even went on your knees, losing all hope. Have you thought about creating traps beforehand or obstacles to protect your flag? Momo lowered her head in shame. No, sir. And why's that? He asked. Because you depended too much on Midoriya. You thought there was no way someone was going to get through him. That, and also because he didn't suggest that idea, and because you probably think he's better than you decided not to think outside of the box. It's not bad to depend on people, but when it reaches the point that makes one unable to think for him or herself, it becomes bad. It makes you no better than a minion. But Izuku is really better than me. He managed to get the flag back when I lost it, and he won the sports festival. Momo argued. Of course, he's currently better than you. I'm not saying he isn't. I would be lying if I said that, and it would be foolish of me to make you believe that. However, you're letting this knowledge become a wall in your path to getting stronger. Take me for example. All Might is a better hero than me. There's no argue. He's the symbol of peace. But that doesn't mean I'll completely depend on him and let this hinder my work as a hero. Edgeshot sighed as Momo shrank down in her seat, trying to avoid eye contact with the man in front of her. He managed to completely figure out her character just by watching the sports festival and can now read her like an open book. You don't need to look so down. I saw what you can really do when you fought Ashido. You're a smart girl and strong too. And you're here so that I can help you improve and become the great hero I know you can be. Momo's eyes widened as she looked back at the man. You want to help me? She asked in disbelief. I'm a hero, it's what I do. Besides, I think it's important to help nurture the future generations because one day, you're the ones who will be in charge of protecting this country. It'll be thanks to you that this country will be stay safe and that its people will continue to live on happily. The man replied with a smile behind his mask. Now tell me, have you ever heard about the ninjas from the shinobi era? Momo put a finger on her chin. I don't really know that much. I remember hearing about a cult or something that worshipped them. The one that got arrested for attacking the HPSC, Hero Public Safety Commission. They preached about those ninjas having similar abilities to our quirks and that they indeed existed at some point. Exactly. Now whether they existed or not isn't our main concern here. Although, I think they're pretty cool and I'm a big fan of them because how they used to fight. Momo blinked a few times as she saw the calm and reserved Edgeshot muttering about shinobi like a fanboy. It was just like Izuku when he muttered about heroes. Realizing that he was letting his inner fanboy out, the older man got embarrassed and brought a hand to his mouth. Ahem. Sorry about that. Back to what I was saying, whether they existed or not isn't our problem. However, after some research, I learned something quite interesting about those shinobi and their powers. Really? What is it? Momo asked. A shinobi had to remain calm and focused on all times during battles and even crisis if he or she wanted to use their powers effectively. And so, they were mentally disciplined for panic. A good shinobi was a shinobi who never broke from the pressure, the stakes or even his foes. Should they ever panic and lose focus, their deaths would be guaranteed, and everything they're fighting for will be lost. In fact, whenever faced with a crisis, it was always expected of them to simply say, bring it on. Your quirk is similar in the way you must remain focused and calm on all times if you want to use it effectively. So, we'll take a page from their book and sharpen your mind to be the same, starting from today. And how are we going to do that? Momo asked, to which the pro-hero eye smiled. Follow me. He got up and walked towards a door, opening it, and revealing a small dojo. Momo followed him inside and couldn't help but admire the diversity of weapons Edgeshot had. Shuriken, kunai, katanas, staffs, fans, and much more. Do you own all these weapons? She asked. Not really. Some of them belong to my sidekicks. But I know how to use all of them. He answered proudly. Momo kept eyeing the different weapons in front of her. Edgeshot was definitely a big fan of ninjas. Her attention was brought back to him when he clapped his hands. Alright, this is my training room and it's time to start your training. We'll start with karate lessons. Momo raised an eyebrow. Karate lessons. Yes, Yaoyorozu, I don't think I need to tell you how amazing your quirk is or how sharp is your mind. And while it's clear that you've also trained your body, it could still do with more training. This would also help you with your whole quick thinking problem. Developing your physical skills will give you more options when fighting an opponent you can't outthink. Only having intellect without having the necessary means to use it is meaningless. Not only that, but you won't be completely useless in a situation where you cannot use your quirk. After all, a quirk is only a tool and not a crutch that you can always depend on. Momo nodded, understanding the hero's point. She had to hand it to Edgeshot. The man was able to find a way for her to improve in many fields. He wasn't a top hero for nothing. I understand. I look forward to work. Before she could finish her words, Momo was startled by an incoming sidekick from Edgeshot. She quickly stepped back and closed her eyes. Don't close your eyes. Don't you ever take your eyes off your opponent's movements even for 1 second. Momo opened her eyes again. Only for a fist to hit her right in her cheek, knocking her down. She winced in pain as her jaw felt so painful right now. Edgeshot looked down at her. You need to move faster than your opponent's attack. Anticipate the next move from the opponent's movements. He sternly said before he raised his leg, aiming for an axe kick. Momo panicked and quickly rolled on the floor, barely dodging the kick by a hair. She had to admit, she never expected Edgeshot's training to be this hard. Her jaw still hurt after all. And while she knew that the pro-hero was holding back, he still made sure to make things hard for her. Momo then quickly stood up again and looked at the pro-hero with determination. She was going to give her best. Maruko's hero agency. I should have expected her agency to be this small considering what Izuku told me about her working solo, Itsuka said to herself as she took in the sight of the building in front of her. But still, this building much smaller than any top hero agencies I've ever seen. She continued as she opened the door and was greeted by the sight of the number 4 hero, Maruko, sulking over the pile of papers sitting on her desk. So, we meet again, my eternal nemesis. Maruko glared at the stacks of papers, wishing that her special eyes had the power to burn all those papers to ash. Seriously. Why do I have to go through all of that paperwork? Can't I just beat the villains, asses all the time? Hello. Maruko jerked her head towards the newcomer that turned out to be her intern, Itsuka Kendo. She immediately adopted a more serious expression, abandoning the childish behavior from earlier and eyed the girl in front of her. Ahem. You must be Itsuka Kendo, and she took a moment to look at the clock. 30 minutes early. Ah, well the teachers let us leave earlier than what the curriculum said. She smiled sheepishly and told the obvious lie. The truth was that because she was so excited to intern with Maruko, she ran so fast to reach the agency after leaving the train station that Tenya and even Ojiro without his weights would have had some trouble keeping up with her. Is that a problem? The top hero decided to just roll with her lie, seeing no trouble starting early and smirked at Itsuka. No, it isn't. In fact, go change into your hero costume and meet me back here when you're done. Right, Itsuka replied before she hastily left the room. Only to appear again a second later. Her cheeks red for some reason. I forgot to ask, but where can I change my clothes? She said in embarrassment. Downstairs. This time, Itsuka decided not to rush and let her fangirl spirit take over. Seriously, I need to stop embarrassing myself. She thought as she went downstairs. Once Itsuka got into her hero costume, she followed Maruko into another room that pretty much reminded her of her grandfather's dojo's sparring room. What are we going to do? Itsuka asked. She thought that she was supposed to go out with Maruko and watch her work in order to learn more about a pro hero's job. I know that the internship's purpose is to let you kids see how we, pro heroes, work to help you understand more about our job and choose what kind of pro hero you wish to be in the future. But I refuse to take someone as weak as you with me outside. If you want to go out on patrol with me, you'll have to meet my standards first. If you fail to do that, then that's your problem, you go that. She barked in an authoritative tone which clearly managed to intimidate Itsuka. But despite everything, Itsuka was a bit offended by being called weak that she couldn't help but frown and speak her mind. Weak. I'm not weak. Maruko smiled sadistically at Itsuka, causing the girl to immediately shrink back a little. She was happy that the girl in front of her had some guts. She wasn't going to regret choosing Itsuka Kendo to intern with her. Honestly, the girl had a bad luck going against that Shinso kid. Not that it was an excuse in Maruko's book. However, the girl was still good. She didn't really inherit her family's strong fist taijutsu for a reason yet was still proficient in the style she uses. However, that style won't take her so far and she needed a better one. I watched the sports festival. One could excuse you for fighting someone like Shinso. An enemy where knowledge is the key to defeat him. Some would even say that it was an unfair matchup. But that's how life is. It's unfair, and you should deal with it. You were given time to prepare to face your enemy. You should have used it wisely. The fact that you didn't proves that you're not good enough. Your other classmates were able to show something. They were able to sell themselves for the other pro heroes and make everyone notice them, so what do you have to say for yourself? Hearing the harsh comments of her idol, one would expect Itsuka to get sad, to feel disappointed or to even cry. But Itsuka was different. She had already come to terms with her failure in the sports festival. She understood that there was a clear gap between her and her peers, and that she had to close it. You're right. I wasn't good enough at the sports festival, but that's in the past now. I won't drown in self-pity because I lost in the sports festival. You sent me an offer to come here, you gave me an opportunity to learn from you. If I'm not strong enough to meet your standards, then I'll just ask you to train me and get stronger until you acknowledge my strength. Itsuka replied with a lot of determination, causing the pro hero to grin. Let me tell you this, brat. My training is even worse than hell. You won't even last a day the way you are. Maruko got into her battle stance, Byakugan. Itsuka noticed that her eyes turned white. Her pupils disappeared but were somewhat distinct while the veins near the temples bulged. She cleared her head in order to focus on her opponent as she couldn't let herself get distracted, especially when she's facing the number 4 hero. I don't care. I'll just have to push myself and endure it, and if I can't then I just wasn't good enough. After all, life is unfair, right? Itsuka finished before taking her battle stance. The more Maruko spent time with Itsuka the more she liked the girl. However, now wasn't the time to admire her trainee. Now was the time to fight. Back to Izuku. The older Uchiha smiled upon seeing his descendant. Hey, Izuku. Glad to see you're doing much better than the last time we saw each other. Oh, and welcome to the Ninja Academy. Shisui. It's nice to see you again and, sorry Ab. Izuku began while avoiding making eye contact with his ancestor. No need to be sorry about anything. Shisui cut him off. If anything, I'm happy that you've finally accepted the fact that you have a problem. Izuku lowered his head and frowned at the sight of his hands. That still doesn't excuse what I've done or almost did. When I saw how Makoto was begging me for mercy. How he was afraid of me and helpless to do anything. How our positions were finally reversed. I felt good. If no one had stopped me back then, I would have done something awful. Something that I would have regretted. He paused for a moment and finally looked up at Shisui. A lot. Shisui frowned for a moment, but his expression quickly softened. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I know. I saw it all. The curse of hatred is truly frightening. It can change someone entirely to the point where others wouldn't recognize them anymore. But what I think you need, is to come to terms with what happened with your father and move on. The younger Uchiha sighed, and his shoulders slumped. It's not an easy thing, Shisui, it's just. Izuku bit his bottom lip while thinking about how to say his next words. Ever since the genjutsu he placed on me broke and my memories came back, I've had mixed feelings about this whole issue. All my life, I believed or rather made to believe that my father is a great man who works hard overseas to provide us a stable income. And whenever someone would say that he abandoned mom because of me or just left me in general, I was the first one who would come to his defense. So naturally, after discovering how much he hid from me and the real motives behind why he left, I felt angry and betrayed. I was so angry that I couldn't even act normally. I just desperately wanted to lash out at anything. And this is something that has never happened before. But I can see that something has changed over the past few days. Shisui stated as he knew that Izuku was still angry at his father, yet not at the same level as when he first heard about him. He of course also knew what Izuku was thinking, but he wanted the boy to talk as he believed it would be a good thing for his mental health. Especially with someone like Izuku who most of the time if not all prefers to keep everything to himself. Izuku nodded at his ancestor comment. I thought it was funny how I was always the first who came at his defense whenever someone badmouthed him, but I never figured out why until I got back my memories. This is very surprising to hear and even for me to say, but my father was a great father, the best dad a kid could ask for. He was very kind, reserved, yet still played with me all the time, and he always smiled at me. He never said anything to me like what All Might said he did. So what gives? What happened that changed him? Or was he always like that from the beginning? This is what I've been asking myself for the past few days. Who is exactly Hisashi Midoriya? He obviously hid a lot of secrets from me, and I don't even know who he really is, though imagine my surprise when I discovered that my father was the uprising #1 rookie hero Wraith. Shisui placed a hand on Izuku's head and ruffled his messy hair while smiling at him. He was about to speak when he discovered that there was actually another genjutsu placed on Izuku's mind. One that was more powerful than the last one, and seeing how he was just a memory fragment, he couldn't do anything about it. He also doubted that anyone could notice it since it was very subtle despite its great power. One thing he knew for sure, it was placed by the boy's father, Hisashi Midoriya. Musudafu Park, 11 years ago. In the middle of Musudafu's city-famous park, one located near Izuku's kindergarten, a large battle was taking place. Civilians have been evacuated quickly. Too quickly in Hisashi's opinion. Where are the reinforcements? He mentally asked himself as he laid on the ground, bloodied, bruised, and covered in burns although they didn't really bother him as much given his quirk. However, his ribs were broken, his left shoulder was dislocated and while dodging that last attack he accidentally sprained his ankle. Well, at least he managed to save his wife, Inko. Though he knew things were still far from over. Speaking of Inko. Hisashi. The woman screamed his name, and he tried his best to push through the pain in order to stand up again. Once he finally stood up and stopped his legs from shaking, he popped his shoulder back again. When the last bit of smoke cleared, Hisashi felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Why? Because the villain he was currently fighting while trying to keep the 3 members of his family safe has finally captured his only son Izuku. And given her quirk, the possibility of losing Izuku forever was very high. Too high for his liking. Seriously, where are the fucking reinforcements? Hero Wraith or should I say Hisashi Midoriya, it's all over now. If you don't any harm to come to your son, give up, surrender yourself and give me your Sharingan. The villain happened to be a short woman with orange hair in a ponytail and wearing a Baroque Volto mask that covered her face. She also happened to wear black clothing, not unlike what Anbu during the shinobi era wore in the past, except hers covered her entire body from her neck to her feet along with metal arm guards, chest plate covered by a red scarf that went around her left shoulder to keep it secure, shinobi gloves, another red scarf around her waist, a weapon holster on her right leg, and beige sandals. But he was also sure that there was a stomach plate under her clothes. And as luck would have it, he was only in his civilian clothes. Good thing there were no news reporters or anyone, lest his secret identity would be exposed. If you harm my son in any way, I'll give you the most painful death you can never even begin to imagine. Hisashi hissed at the villain and took a step forward as his 3-tomo Sharingan spun intensely. He also released a great amount of killer intent at her in an attempt to strike fear in her heart. But the woman didn't even budge. And without hesitation she brought a kunai to Izuku's throat, showing to Hisashi how serious she is. Daddy. Izuku was panicking at the sight of the kunai, and it seemed that the only thing keeping him from bursting into tears like any child would have, was the fear he was feeling at the moment. Damn it. Hisashi cursed under his breath. Painful memories 16 years ago were coming back to his mind and giving him a sense of deja vu, yet the whole situation was reversed. Leave him alone. It's me who you want. He's just a child who has nothing to do with this. Seeing his desperation, the villain chuckled, a child. Yes. But nonetheless an Uchiha child. If I cannot get my hands on your Sharingan then maybe I can take the boys instead. Or maybe that girl's, too. The masked woman threatened him as a small green-haired girl hid behind Inko's leg. He's quirkless. He will never unlock his Sharingan. Hisashi knew how painful his words might be for Izuku, but now wasn't the time to sugarcoat him when his life was in danger. Really? The woman asked in a mocking tone. Well, if that's the case then it'll be no problem. After all, my master could give him any quirk he so much desires. He has so many after all. It'll be just like a child in a candy store. I believe the two of you are acquainted, too. Hisashi's face paled at the realization of who sent her. He should have known that he was the one who sent her. She must be a new member, too, since this was the first time he has seen her and because his father never mentioned her before. Were things really going to turn out the same way as they did 16 years ago? Did nothing really change since then? Is he really still that weak and helpless boy from before? No. He refused. He refused to let All for One take another member of his family. He refused to let All for One have his way and harm another Uchiha, lest his son. First, he should stall for time to assess the situation at hand. I take it you're a new member then. Would you mind telling me your name? Hisashi asked as he looked at his surroundings without even moving his pupils. No, I don't. If you want to know, I go by Adohira. The woman now identified as Adohira replied. Alright, Adohira seems to have some sort of teleportation quirk. However, it seems like she's not able to teleport to anywhere she likes. And the same could be said about stuff she teleports, both organic and inorganic. Otherwise, she would have captured Izuku a while ago. Which means there's some sort of condition. But what is it? Hisashi mentally assessed as he asked her his next question. And I take it this is your first mission. Indeed. Master gave me the task of stealing your Sharingan and if possible, kill you. What is the condition? Wait, I found it. She needs an anchor. She must touch whatever she wants to teleport first. Hence the so many kunai scattered around. She definitely did prepare for this fight. And her teleportation ability is better than mine. And she had some real shinobi training. It seems that All for One is recruiting members that are more powerful than his old 5 notes of sound elite team, but then if I remember correctly, during the second 10 minutes of our fight, she didn't use her teleportation ability and instead relied on ninjutsu and taijutsu with some fuinjutsu mixed in the middle. Is there a reason for that? Normally I would say that All for One was greatly underestimating me, but I can see that he found a rare gem. He really trusts you and thinks that you'll be able to carry out this mission of his without failure. Of course, I'm All for One's right hand as well as his eyes and ears. No one is stronger than me. Adohira replied with utmost confidence in her abilities and not arrogance. And Hisashi knew as well that she's no joke. If he had to say, this woman could defeat the current top 10 hero single-handedly. Now enough of the chit-chat and surrender or I'll take this boy. She raised Izuku from his shirt and pointed him towards Hisashi. Now I see. Her teleportation ability has a time limit. 10 minutes to be precise. That's why she had to wait for a while to teleport again. And it's why she threw a few dozen of kunai when we changed our battle location. Now that I understand the fundamentals of her quirk, it's time to fight back. Mangekyo Sharingan, Hisashi announced as his eyes changed patterns for the second time today. The 3 tomo changed into a ring with 4 points stretching out like a pinwheel, but in the middle of said ring were 3 stretched triangles evenly spaced around the pupil that each curve at the top around the eye to form a circle that overlays the ring. He didn't have so much chakra left so he had to end this quickly. I see, so I take it that you're not going to give up and cooperate. A shame. Now your son will have to pay the price. I will never give up, and especially not on my son. Hisashi began as he suddenly appeared in front of her out of thin air and grabbed Izuku. She smirked behind her mask. Was Hisashi really a fool? Or is it perhaps arrogance? Or maybe desperation? But still, he saw her quirk and how it works. He should know by now that all she had to do to get Izuku back is to activate her quirk. Just like now. She didn't feel Izuku back in her hand. Wait, what? Her eyes widened behind her mask as she couldn't teleport Izuku to her. She then tried to teleport to one of her kunai, but nothing happened either. It was the same result. What did Hisashi do to her quirk? So, give up. Hisashi's free hand was forming a blue sphere of chakra or in his case quirk energy, spinning at high speed as he dashed towards her. Panicking, she quickly pulled out another kunai and threw at him. And as expected, the kunai went through him thanks to his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Takami Musabi, giving her an opportunity to escape. Already planning on her counterattack, Adohira quickly teleported to her kunai, barely avoiding his devastating attack safely. As expected, my teleportation ability is still superior to his. There's no way he'll be able to defend himself now. She thought as she quickly turned around. I win. Only to not find Hisashi where he was. On me giving up. Adohira gasped in shock, stunned to hear Hisashi's voice above her which left her with nothing but fear as his tone promised nothing but pain. How did he teleport to her location without it being in his field of vision? This isn't how his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Takami Musabi, worked. Seeing that it was pointless to think about it now, she braced herself for the next attack that will most likely end this fight. With a gleeful roar, Hisashi drove the spiraling sphere of quirk energy right into Adohira's back. Rasengan. He watched with a smirk as Adohira's body was slammed into the ground with a loud thud and leaving a small dent, blood coming out of her mouth. To say that she was shocked by the mere power of this jutsu would be an understatement. More than a few bones were just broken, her internal organs and muscles were torn and liquefied. Just how strong is this jutsu and when did he learn it? She mentally screamed before she saw Hisashi sticking a paper to her forehead. A paralysis seal. Good thing I borrowed a few of those from Asami. Hisashi murmured to himself as he watched the villain struggling against the seal but failing to move even a single finger. Then for a moment, everything was silent. Everyone was still surprised and fascinated by the display of power and intellect that Hisashi showed. Daddy, that was amazing. You're so cool. Izuku cheered for his father and slammed into his body as he wrapped his small arms around him, seemingly forgetting that his life was in danger just a minute ago. Whoa, easy there, champ. Your dad is still hurt after all. Despite his words, he still hugged him back and held him closely to him. Daddy. The green-haired girl also jumped and wrapped her arms around his neck, glad to see that her adoptive father, not that she knew, was safe and won against the villain. My cute little princess, Izumi. How are you doing? Are you okay? He asked, to which she nodded. He sighed himself. She must have been terrified with all the action. All for One wasn't playing around anymore. He probably tried to eliminate him because he knows that All Might was coming next week. With the two of them in endeavor, there was no way they were going to lose. He's getting paranoid and desperate. But it doesn't matter. Soon enough, they will end what the generation before them started years ago. Hisashi then turned towards his wife, Inko. He really felt responsible for what happened to her and the kids today. It was why he didn't want to marry her in the first place, but she was so persistent. Even after discovering the truth about his life, she still wanted to be with him. She deserves better, he thought as he made his way to her. Inko, we'll talk later, honey. We need to get you to a hospital first. But in any case, I'm glad you're safe. She cupped her hands around his face. This isn't your fault, okay? You're a hero and I chose this. I knew what I was getting myself into. He tried his best to smile and nodded. She definitely deserves better, he repeated as he saw the minor cuts and bruises on his wife. How? Adohira spoke from behind him as she coughed some blood on the ground. How did you defeat me? She asked. I know you used a genjutsu to make me think that the cooldown was over. You then saved your son and cornered me into you using a new kunai to escape. And since I can only escape to a place you cannot see, it had to be behind you. But then you were still able to teleport and get me. So how? I didn't look into your eyes for the genjutsu to work and I was out of your field of vision. You're obviously curious about that. While you were answering my questions, I placed a very weak and subtle genjutsu on you, using my voice. One that made you look at my eyes for a second without noticing. And from there, I placed the more complicated genjutsu that tempered with your quirk activation sensing ability, giving you the impression that your ability was active again. As for how I teleported to your location, that's simple. I looked at your reflection through Izuku's eyes. Hisashi explained with a smirk, looking a bit smug over his victory. He had to admit though, this was the hardest fight he has ever fought. No one was never able to push him like that. A moment later, he watched as medics and the police arrived to deal with any injured and arrest the villain. I see, I have truly underestimated you, Wraith. However, mark my words. Things will go differently when we meet again. I promise you that. Hisashi scoffed at her words, meet again. PFF'd, next time we meet will be when I personally come to put your boss in the cell next to you. As the police pulled her up, Adohira gave him a sinister smile, the seven will be coming next. Suddenly, after hearing her words, Hisashi's world began to shatter as if someone threw a hammer at a mirror. The seven, he said as everything around him started to shatter and collapse. The seven, the world was suddenly very dark with no light at all. The seven, he shouted as he saw seven figures obscured by the shadow smiling menacingly at him. Dad, he heard Izuku's desperate cry for help and looked to see his son getting dragged to the darkness by Adohira along with the other six figures. Izuku. Izuku. Unknown location. Izuku. Hisashi shouted as he suddenly shot up from his bed, sweat dripping from his forehead. Then, the door of his room opened in a burst revealing none other than Sasaki. Captain. He shouted before he noticed that Hisashi was unharmed. That nightmare again? He asked with a worried expression to which the other man nodded. They've been getting more frequent after, you know, the big surprise we saw in the sports festival. Father, mother, Auntie Hiyori, Hiyashi, and, even Izuku. He has been the most frequent of them all. That, he pondered over his words for a second before he shook his head. Never mind that, I'll be fine. Tell me, how's Izumi taking it? Hisashi asked his subordinate. Sasaki let out a low chuckle. She has endured this crappy life for 11 years, knowing that it would be for the greater good and that it'll help her in her mission of defeating All for One, and then suddenly she came to the realization that all of this had no purpose and that all of the hardships she endured would now amount to nothing. So as you can expect, she's very mad. In fact, she's so pissed off that she destroyed one of our training rooms, he explained, prompting Hisashi to pinch the bridge of his nose in annoyance. But at least she's not mad at you, not anymore. After venting out her anger and frustration on our training room, she has calmed down a bit. She explained to me that she wasn't mad at you. You had no idea that All Might would somehow end up running into Izuku and give him one for all con. He stopped for a moment, remembering that his next words would bring up a sensitive topic. She also can't blame All Might, too, because if he gave one for all to Izuku, then that must mean he saw how heroic Izuku truly is. I'm happy that my little brother can now achieve his dream of becoming a hero, is what she said, but at the same time she's worried about him because you know. Hisashi nodded in understanding. He was happy to know that there was no bad blood between Izumi and Izuku. They were cousins, yet one could say that they were siblings just from seeing the bond they had. Since Izuku doesn't remember her now, Izuku was definitely going to hate him after all of this, but he has already prepared himself for that since the day he left. Gather the council. We need to talk about our next step and what we'll do now with the recent changes. Also, you have my permission to break the door of Shikari's room if she's still sleeping and drag her to the meeting. He ordered. Yes, Captain. He replied, not bothering to comment on the pun he made. In a large room with a large table and 10 seats, many people took their seats with Hisashi Midoriya sitting at the head of the table with Sasaki standing behind him. On his right was Izumi, sitting on a chair that had the Uchiha clan crest on its back. Past her was an older woman. She had long, bright, and red hair and was wearing glasses. Behind those glasses, her red eyes were fixed on some notes and seemingly analyzing them. The chair she was sitting on had the Uzumaki clan crest on its back. The seat next to her was occupied by a man with short black spiky hair, red eyes, and a black spiky chin curtain beard. And his chair had the Sarutobi clan crest. He was enjoying smoking his cigarette, waiting for the meeting to begin until the red-hair woman snapped it and put it out. Urata, how many times did I have to tell you? Don't smoke in the meeting's room. Hi, Asami. There's no need to get so worked up over something so little. He nonchalantly replied, causing the red-haired woman, Asami, to mutter some curses at him under her breath. Finally, the seat next to him was empty. Yet on the back of that chair was the Hyuga clan crest. On Hisashi's left, sat a dark-haired woman with 2 ponytails at the bottom of the back of her head and bangs that fall to the right side of her face along with her hair. She seemed to be quite irritated but also tired as she was yawning every 5 seconds. What a drag. Why do meetings have to happen so early in the morning? She complained and frowned as she brought a hand to her face. The crest on her chair was the one that belonged to the Nara clan. Next to her was a man with pale blue eyes and light blonde shoulder-length hair which was kept in a small ponytail. He seemed to content observing those who were around him. The crest on his chair was the one that belonged to the Yamanaka clan. Next, was a very large man with ginger hair and teal eyes. Out of everyone he seemed to be the most enthusiastic. And his chair was labeled by the Akamichi clan crest. What a youthful morning this is for it to gather me with my youthful companions. Hisashi, my eternal rival, know that after the meeting we will have our daily challenge. And if I lose, I'll be doing 1,000 laps around. The man didn't get to continue before Hisashi quickly interrupted him. Endo, please, not now. Hisashi replied quickly but still felt a shiver down his spine. Izuku, I hope for your sake that you may never encounter a male kendo close to your age and suffer the fate of becoming his eternal rival. That's a fate worse than anything you can imagine. I wonder how my father dealt with Uncle Daisuke. Back in Japan, Ojiro sneezed. Masharao, my student, don't tell me you caught a cold. That would be very unyouthful. Daisuke asked with his usual vigor. Of course not, Daisuke-sensei. That would be unyouthful indeed, and if it happened, I shall do 500 laps around the city block. Ojiro replied with equal enthusiasm. What an excellent and most youthful response. I'm so proud of you, Masharao. And for that I made you this. The man said before he pulled out a blue spandex from thin air and yellow leg warmers. It's the same hero costume you used to wear in your younger days. Ojiro had tears in his eyes as this gift meant that his mentor and idol fully acknowledged him as a hero. Moved by his kindness and his youthful spirit, he ran off with open arms towards the man. Daisuke-sensei. Masharao. Daisuke ran to him with open arms too, and suddenly there was a sunset behind the recently cleaned Dagoba beach in the background. Daisuke-sensei. Masharao. Daisuke-sensei. Masharao. The student and master duo embraced in what Kirishima and Tetsu would say a manly hug while shedding their manly tears. Time to go on patrol. Daisuke finally pulled back as he tore off his GI, revealing a green spandex with orange leg warmers underneath. All villains, heroes as well as citizens in Musudafu felt a shiver run down their spines. Troublesome. How can someone be this energetic and so early in the morning, too? The woman next to Hisashi asked, half curious and half annoyed. Well, I think he brings great balance to our team, Shikari. With him being the most energetic human in the world and you the laziest, I say our team is well balanced. The blonde man next to her stated. Shut up, Inosuke. I don't remember asking for your opinion. The woman shot back at him and was more annoyed when all he did was give her his trademark fake smile that he always did to annoy her. Next to the man now identified as Endo, was another person with a mutant quirk. This one was a tall, slender man with pale yellow-green skin and a bright, fluffy green mohawk, slightly hidden under his hood. His dark green eyes were pointed downwards to the center of his face, and 2 hooked blades jutted out from either of his cheeks. He had no visible nose, and the shape of his head resembles that of praying mantis with mandibles. He sat there quietly, arms crossed and a scowl on his face. On the back of his chair was the Aburame clan crest. Sorry for being late, a new figure announced as he entered the meeting's room through the large doors. This man had an animalistic look to him. Such as his long, spiky, untamed brown hair, his vertical slit-like pupils, and his elongated canine teeth and nails. Another thing to notice was the scar on his right cheek. The man then went and took his seat next to the insect-like man. His chair had the Inuzuka clan crest. Did I miss anything, Shinji? He asked the man next to him. No. We were just about to start. Shinji replied. Ken, report. Hisashi ordered the newcomer as his voice took an authoritative tone which made everyone straighten up and give their leader their undivided attention as it meant that the meeting has started. I just came back from morning patrol with the others. No enemies or anything that shows danger to our base. Ken quickly replied. Very well then. As for those who submitted their reports about their last missions, I'll be reading them once this meeting is over. Now, I'm sure you all know that I've gathered you all here today because after what we've seen in the sports festival of UA, we all know now that my son, Izuku Midoriya possess one for all. And for that I want everyone here to be informed about what we've gathered and the current measures we've taken before we discuss our next step. Asami. Hi. The red-haired woman nodded and started to read her notes. From what we've gathered from the sports festival and outside the event, we can confirm that Izuku Midoriya is the current holder of one for all and also possess his family's dojutsu, the Sharingan, a not fully mature one though. He got first place in the entrance exam with a score over 100 and won the whole sports festival. But from what I've seen, it seems that UA has drastically lowered their standards, contrary to how things used to be during our time. It is not to say that Izuku is bad or anything, but the boy doesn't fully understand the power he holds nor knows how to truly use the Sharingan. If I would class him, I would say he's Genin level. He lacks so much training which proves that All Might or Toshinori Yagi has passed his quirk to the boy quite recently. She finished explaining. So basically, you're saying we're fucked, right? Ken was the one who bluntly voiced everyone's thoughts. One for all is in the hands of a kid who can't even use a quarter of its full power, has a 2-tomo Sharingan, and is Genin level. And currently said kid is living a few kilometers away from our enemies who are cage level. While we are continents away from Japan, damn, it's like we gave them the quirk on a silver plate with a new pair of Sharingan to boot. He groaned in frustration. I understand your frustration, Ken. But what happened has happened. We failed to foresee something like that happening, causing a huge blow to our plan, but now we need to work our way around it. We can't do anything now. Izuku Midoriya is the current user of one for all. Asami explained, trying to calm down the angry man. Alright. So, what will we do now? Have you contacted our agents to smuggle the boy out of Japan? The only way I see it so that our plans can continue, is that we bring him here and have him give one for all to Izumi. She's ready after all. Ken. Asami stood up and shouted at him as she noticed how nervously Izumi shifted in her seat. What? They can be kidnapping him now as we speak. I know he's quirkless. I know he must be happy that he now has a quirk and can be a hero. But this isn't a game. This isn't a joke. We're talking about people's safety here as well as Izuku's. He's not equipped or prepared for what's coming like Izumi. I won't let all we did for the past 11 years go in vain, just because we feel bad about robbing a kid of his chance to become a hero. Besides, if he's truly a hero, he would understand that this is for the better good. Ken practically jumped from his seat and shot back at her. Enough. Both of you. Hisashi yelled, causing them to sit down in their seats. He then sighed to himself and tried to calm down. Asami, Ken is right. He trailed off and glanced at Izumi for a second. Seeing her inner turmoil, he cursed himself. Must do what we have to in order to save everyone from what's coming. Because saying that the lives of everyone on this planet lie on our shoulders isn't far-fetched. However, Ken, it's too late to try to smuggle Izuku out of the country. The entire country has seen the sports festival, and you know that our enemies must have reached the same conclusion we've reached. And because of that, I'm sure Adohira and the others will never let us even reach him without grave consequences. Wait, you're not telling us that this is now a hopeless case, are you? You're not saying that we're going to surrender one for all to them, right? Urata asked the $1 million question and everyone except for Hisashi and Shikari waited anxiously for his response. Shikari. Hisashi looked at the dark-haired woman next to him. Troublesome, I don't think All for One or the Seven will do anything just yet. She replied. And why is that? Came the surprisingly and unnatural serious voice of Endo. First of all Might. It hasn't been so long since he passed his quirk, meaning that he's still a force to be reckoned with even with his injuries. His status as the symbol of peace, too, will keep them away from Izuku and All Might as they understand better than anyone what kind of social power it gives him. Secondly, despite All for One's survival after his last encounter with All Might, something we expected and anticipated, it's obvious that he's not at full strength anymore just like All Might. Hajime and All Might managed to severely weaken All for One to the point where he must rely on his minions to do his bidding. The Seven of course are still a big problem but the only way to get Izuku is by attacking Ua. And they will never do this else their existence will be known and everything they've built will fall. Finally, they won't make a move until Izuku unlocks his Mangekyo Sharingan. That's one of the main things that All for One wants after all. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that All for One won't try to accelerate the process if you know what I mean. Shikari continued while eyeing Hiyashi as she said the last part. Yes, it won't be the first time it happens. Hisashi commented and everyone nodded as they knew what All for One did to the Uchiha, better known now as the Midoriya family today. For this we've contacted our agents to keep an eye on our enemies from inside and outside. We also asked some of them to send an internship offer to the boy. I thought that if they can assist with his training then the boy will be able to better protect himself and one for all as well when the time comes for our enemies to make their move. But things didn't go as planned, right? Shinji looked at Shikari, having anticipated such scenario. But Izuku refused to intern with any of our agents, yes. A troublesome kid like his father. She frowned. The next best thing I did was to ask them to send offers to some of his classmates that are close to him. This way we'll gain more information about Izuku, and we can also help his friends get stronger so that they can protect him should anything happen. Shikari finished explaining the measures they've taken till now. As smart as ever Shikari. Inosuke commented as once again his friend showed them her superior intellect. So, who did the kid intern with then? Endeavor and Gran Torino. Hisashi replied and shivered at the last name along with Endo. Ken snorted, I'm sorry for your loss then, Hisashi. His training is too youthful, even for me. Endo added, remembering the few times he trained with the sadistic man. So, what now? We have some time until all for one make his move but definitely much shorter than before. How will we prepare? For the first time since the meeting has started, Izumi spoke. Right now, it's too hard for us to go back to Japan. Hisashi shook his head. We'll need to go to the continent of wind, go to the capital, Egypt and make an alliance with them. And if we can find someone to help you with your wind affinity, then that will be a great bonus. So, when do you think we'll go to war? She asked and most people in the room wondered the same. I've been thinking about it for a while. A frontal attack is near impossible and will cause us more harm than good. No, right now we will continue to build our strength and weight. We will not be moved by our enemies. Instead, we're the ones who will move them. They're bound to slip, to make an error. They will be hasty while trying to get Izuku, and when they make the mistake, I know they'll do, we will already be right behind them with a kunai to the neck before they even realize what happened. Any questions? He asked but none asked. Good, dismiss. As everyone left the room, Hisashi calmly walked towards a large window, showing a dense forest. However, if one would look closely, they would see 9 disfigured faces that were once part of the mountain behind them. You will not win this, Adohira. I will outsmart you again just like what happened all those years ago. Back with Izuku and Shisui. Well, you know you're not alone, do you? Shisui said after pushing the whole genjutsu matter in the back of his mind. Huh, Izuku gained a confused look on his face. You won't be fighting the curse of hatred alone. I'll be here to aid you as best as I can, and you also have your friend's support, which brings me to ask. Why did you refuse their help? You could have told them back then. Hearing that, Izuku's brows furrowed a bit, I don't know. It's just that, I don't think I want to tell anyone about my past, I already got over all that. Thanks to Big Sister Dr. Hisuna, I managed to move past everything that happened, and I don't want to go back. I want to leave all of that behind and enjoy the life I have now. There's no need to burden them with my problems. Besides, even if I tell them, nothing will really change. More importantly, I'm afraid of what will happen to Kachan. What if they tell the principal about what he has done? He would get kicked out right away. I would be the reason his dream got destroyed, and, I just can't let that happen. Shisui nodded in understanding. Izuku wanted to protect Bakugo's dream more than anything. The young Uchiha's dream was shattered once, and he didn't want anyone to experience that same pain even if that person was a prick like Bakugo. But at the same time, it seems like Izuku was also trying to run away from his past. He wants to be a natural-born symbol of peace like All Might. He thought to himself. His admiration for All Might is respectable but at this rate he'll repeat the same mistakes and stunt his growth. The older Uchiha decided not to comment about that. He trusted that Gran Torino will help him with that during his training. As for him, he'll be there for Izuku if he needs his help. He also decided to leave the task of helping Izuku deal with his past to those who have a close relationship with the boy and can truly help him. Time is of essence after all, and he had more important things to discuss with the boy. I understand. You have your reasons, and whether you tell Itsuka and Momo is ultimately your choice. But let me tell you this, Izuku. All your life, you've suffered because of your loneliness, right? But things are different now. You have friends Izuku, good friends who won't consider you a burden to them. Don't lose them over something like that. You just can't keep bottling up these emotions inside of you. You can depend on others. Izuku nodded, knowing well that Shisui was right in every word he said. Yes, I promise to try and think about it. I don't want to ruin the connections I've made with them. Izuku didn't know why but ever since that day, he felt bad about stopping to talk to the 2 girls. He didn't understand what or where did that feeling come from, but he knew that it made him sad. Hearing his answer, Shisui smiled. The older Uchiha could now leave the rest to the 2 girls. In one way or another, they'll be able to get to Izuku. If that's the case, then let's move on into something else. As I've said earlier, this is the Ninja Academy. It's where many kids were trained to become shinobi including myself. So, you've brought me here to teach me how to become a shinobi, too. Izuku asked to which Shisui shook his head. Not quite. The age of shinobi is over. Today is the age of heroes. But you'll learn the same things I was taught here when I was a kid and more. Izuku nodded, I'm listening. Shisui gave him a smile before he grabbed a white chalk and started to draw something on the board. When he was done, he stepped away from the board revealing a strange drawing of a human with what Izuku assumed to be the yin-yang symbol in the center of the stomach. First lesson is about chakra and quirk energy.